Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everybody. Welcome to another, yes, I said another. Welcome to another Friday Religious Roundtable. As always, my name is Ali. And yeah, I seem to be alone. Yeah, I seem to be alone right now. Now, it could be because of the brothers are busy. Maybe they're going through certain things. Maybe they're dealing with life. But it could also be the fact that maybe they don't like me anymore. Either one. It's 50-50 either way. But anyways, how you brothers and sisters doing? Hope everyone's doing great. Yeah, I'm all right. Probably. Yeah. I know I'm one of those guys where I know they all came together, all three of them, they came together and they said, "Guys, we need to do something about Ali. He's the worst." So, I got it. Let's just you know what? I'm actually starting to get offended by now. Hmm. I'm gonna have to have a little chat with them. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Please welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. There are plenty of seats around. There are plenty of seats around. Without any, let me actually prepare the StreamYard link just in case. But yeah, as for me, Alhamdulillah, I don't know how your week has been, but as for me, as always, it's I can't really complain. You know what? I take that back. I take that back. I was a little bit upset on Sunday, and these are for all of my football fans here, who, because as you guys know, at least if you don't, maybe you should now. As you guys know, I am an Arsenal fan. I'm a diehard Arsenal fan, and on Sunday we played against quote unquote the best team in the world. We played against Man City, a game which we should have won, if not for the referee, whom I am almost 100% convinced he is being paid by that team. I'm not I'm not someone who's so deep into conspiracies, but this particular conspiracy I believe because that game made me upset. I'm not typically someone who gets upset as much, but that game typically made me upset. Okay, soccer, football, it goes back and forth. I'm living in America, okay? When you live in this country, you go back and forth. You go back and forth. So, yeah, that's on Sunday. Did not make me too happy because that's a game we should have won. And, anyways, oh, why am I not surprised to see Sheldon? Either way, that's fine. The more the merrier, at least. This is an open discussion. And if we need to continue proving your irrational, illogical, completely subjective, and completely emotional points of view, Sheldon, for me, I have no problem continuously proving or showing you how your faith is based upon a fallacious foundation, bars, a weak foundation, a nonsensical foundation, an illogical foundation, an incoherent foundation, and a completely emotional foundation and a subjective foundation. The more the merrier. You want to keep coming along? Please do. I've got, as you guys can see, I've got time. So either way. But yeah, anyways, let's get down to business rather than talk about the stupid game that occurred on Sunday. So as you guys know, this is the roundtable. And for those of you who may not know, this is a open discussion stream where we come together, we discuss respectfully, and we talk about which faith has to be the correct faith objectively. I repeat, objectively, and why. Because in life, we need to find out we need to know what our purpose is. Obviously, if for those of you that believe there's a creator, well, what kind of creator? Obviously, we have a purpose, and our job is to fulfill the purpose of which the creator, whoever the creator is, to whichever purpose the creator gave us. The problem is, well, who's the creator? So that's where we all come together and we decide what faith is the truth, which faith has the truth, and why it must be the truth objectively, not subjectively. So without any further ado, without that long monologue, let me post the link. And Muslims, again, as always, we are. You know what? When the brothers come, chat. When the brothers come, do you guys want me to be petty? I just thought about that for a second. When the brothers come, do you want me to, you know, address them with my issue that I have with them now? Because now, you know, I get a sad feeling that they don't like me anymore. I get it. I mean, I would say, you know, if I wanted to go racial, I would say it's my skin color, or I would say it's the fact that I wear these glasses. Or is it my hat? I mean, what is it? Is it the white shirt? Is it? I don't know, man. But so yeah, let me post the link up. All right, let's post the link. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, Hassan, challenge accepted. So, guys, the link is up, and Muslims, as always, we are giving non-Muslims a preference. So, please don't all of you just, you know, go off at one time. We are making sure that, of course, we have the typical the typical brothers that come on, but besides that, we don't want to make it too, you know, have 9 or 10 people up on here, because I don't know if non-Muslims see that as an excuse not to come up, or personally, I just believe it's their cowardice. But even so, they still make that excuse anyway. So let's not try to have too many Muslims hop on. So let's leave some room for them to come up. Okay. So guys, the link has been posted, and when the brothers, when DeAndre, Faisal, and Fawad show up, I'm gonna give them a piece of my mind, and then we'll get to more peaceful matters, because you know I'm a cool guy. So yeah, I wonder what the heck is that. Oh, whatever. This is the problem. But anyways, let's see. Let's in the meantime, let's see what people are talking about, because you know I want to be nosy for a second. Of course, we got Sheldon making claims that he knows nothing about. Brother Samir, Assalamu alaikum. Always good to see you. Jazakallah khair, akhi. It's a pleasure. Thank you. I love you guys too, for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. All right. Unfortunately not. For these newest video, I have to check that out. Okay, what's that about? I did not. No, I'm not aware of that. Oh, I apologize, Akhti. I apologize. Assalamu alaikum. But I apologize. Oh, this guy. You know what y'all gonna do is think you're gonna come on with that much hair and think I'm not gonna have a problem with it. Let's get you on.
With that much hair, what, you want me to tie it up? Assalamu
Yes, I
alaikum.
do.
Rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, by the way.
Walaikum salam. Wow. Yes, I do. As a matter of fact,
You want me to tie it up? All right, just give me a minute. Just give me a minute.
I'm just gonna get see, and this is what happens
There,
when
happy now?
you're a little bit. And see, and this is what happens when you're in a little bit of a position of power. You tend to get drunk with it. You know, tend to say, you know what, the way you look, block it. Yo, okay, you
Oh,
remember that scene? You remember that scene in Naruto where Gaara looks at some ninjas and then he said, "I don't like." He said they looked at me the wrong way, so now they're gonna die. You know that scene?
oh, okay, yeah. Actually, I
Yeah,
do remember that.
yeah. During the tuning
I
exams,
I
where
shouldn't. Eh?
neither
I
neither
shouldn't
should I,
really, but I do.
neither should I. But literally it's that scene that actually made me like Gata the most. It's where Gata is still in his evil phase, and he's looking at a couple
Mm.
of ninjas, and he just said they looked at me the wrong way, so now they must die. I said, wait a minute. That's when, and he actually did do it. So it's kind of like that. Apparently, somebody wants to see my hair.
Um.
Nah,
Okay.
nah. I mean,
Nah. Nah.
I'm not,
Nah. Okay.
brothers on the real. It takes me about 5 minutes to get my hair to fit underneath all this, so I'm not taking it off. Yeah,
I
all right.
mean, go beanie.
Yeah, yeah. I flatten it out. I gotta do this all the time just to get it to fit all this. Nah, I'm not. Because if I remove it, nah, I'm not doing all that now. Because apparently, hair seems to grow here too much, but not here or anywhere else really. So, it's whatever.
Like I said,
Alrighty.
man, olive oil or like egg oil, maybe. Yeah, you can try that as well.
Mm. But so, and oh yeah, yeah. I wanted to talk to you. I wanted to relay some information. So as you guys know, this I do look. I have been bald. I have been bald before, a couple of times.
Mm.
I gotta tell you guys, it's free. I feel free when I'm walking outside. The wind is blowing. It's
Mm.
a it's quite an experience. I think people need people need to experience that once in their life. I'm saying, oof.
I've been bald a few times. It's pretty good.
Exactly,
It's
right?
pretty good actually. Yeah.
It's less maintenance.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
I think about that,
apparently I look like a psychopath when I'm bald, but
bro. Every I might be, I'm gonna say something kind of racist. Every bald Middle
okay.
Eastern now looks like Saif Allah to me.
Well, that
Saif Allah's picture where he's got the beard and the bald head.
um, uh,
Think about it.
well,
Think about it.
I'm
Think about
technically
it.
I'm Middle Eastern descent of sorts, but half Middle Eastern descent, so I guess that makes sense. Yeah, sure.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So when people say,
Look at me trying to get out of this.
bro, I'm not even kidding. When you talk about looking like a psychopath or sociopath, well, I've
Yeah.
that statement has been given to me before. But you know how people talk about you have a resting face, that resting B word face.
Hmm.
There was this there was this one. Apparently I have it, especially when I'm out and about, since I don't really talk as much when I'm out and about. So I'm walking somewhere, right? And apparently people don't really see me as approachable. I scared this one woman off because she wanted to ask me for directions because she was trying to go to a particular store, right? She wanted
Hmm.
to ask me for directions, right? But she hesitated for a second. And immediately when she took she took the chance, apparently my face looked like this, like mean apparently. And the moment she asked me about the directions, my face went from this to that. I just started smiling. And and she told me at the end, after I gave her directions, she told me she did not expect that. Apparently I was, yeah, she said she was caught off guard by that, but how I just started smiling all of a sudden. So I guess but I do like looking mean sometimes, it makes me feel respected.
Good luck trying to find a wife with that face then.
Oh bro, honestly, oh no, we need to talk about this in private when it comes to the whole process of finding a spouse. But there's some things that there's some things after I got off the phone with my mother a couple of days ago. There's some things
Yeah.
that I need to portray. I need to relate to you brothers about the whole process. And am I terrified? Maybe. But am I excited? Maybe. So I have to tell you guys in private. So my mother knows
Okay.
best.
All
Knows,
right. Okay. Okay. This
all
is
right.
fair enough.
So okay, we got Sheldon in the back. You want to deal with him first? Or you want me to deal with him?
How about this? Let's see what he says, and then we decide. Because with him, it's a few topics we already know he's gonna bring up. So let's see what he says.
All right, inshallah.
Yeah.
Okay. What's up, bro?
Hello.
How's it going?
Hey, Sheldon.
I'm sorry.
How's it going?
Good. Good. How's it going with you?
Not bad, not bad, not bad.
That's good.
So what's up?
So there's a topic that I wanted to come on to discuss. I wasn't originally going to come on until you said that I talk about things I don't know of. So
Oh
I
yeah,
thought,
yeah.
you're so knowledgeable, then why don't you teach me?
Okay. About what?
I mean, you made the claim that I was talking about stuff I didn't know of. So
Okay. Oh, okay. I'll be nice. Okay. Since apparently now in Dots Connected, I'm the nice one. So I'll give you three options. Okay. I'll either give you the option A, talk about Paul. Option B, talk about the writers of the Gospels. Or option C, talk about what does the what does the what does the Old Testament say about what does Old Testament say about God? So pick the options or one out of three options. I'll let you choose.
okay, you actually listed some pretty good options. So I'll ask, like,
Mhm.
is it limited to just three? But
Oh no,
do you just want to talk about like one?
if you want to go one at a time, sure. But
Sure.
pick one.
Sure. Let's start with Paul.
Okay. So tell me what you know about Paul.
He was a Pharisee who persecuted Jews. Christians, Jewish Christians, obviously. He was then sent by the high priest to go to Damascus, in which he saw a great light and was blinded for I think 2 or 3 days. I could be wrong.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then he didn't eat anything or drink anything. And then he became acquainted with the apostles, wrote various letters, mainly when he
Okay.
was imprisoned, and eventually he was beheaded.
Is that it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, do you know how he died?
It's not. It doesn't. There's no. I don't think any source that explicitly says how he died, but tradition has it he was beheaded.
By?
Are you? I mean, do you mean like a specific person or?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it'd be known by anyone
Well,
who the name of the dude that chopped off his head was, but
not none. I'm talking about who gave the order. Emperor.
Well, if you wanted to say who ruled Rome at that time, I believe tradition holds that he died under the rule of Emperor Nero.
There we go. Okay. So let's take things one at a time. Okay. So you said in the beginning Paul was a Pharisee, correct?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Well, that's his claim, and he obviously seemed to be very learned within the scriptures and things of that nature.
Okay. So why do you take his claim to be authoritative?
Well, again, he shows it in what he wrote.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, akhi. How you doing?
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Oh, it's a pleasure. You know what? Akhi, we need to talk because I don't like what you brothers have. You brothers hurt my feelings.
Oh, how did we do that?
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله
Walaikum
وبركاته. من
assalam,
اتبع
akhi.
الهدى.
How are you?
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alhamdulillah, I'm doing fine.
You know what? Yeah, Faisal, you, Fawad, and DeAndre, are you three
Oh,
brothers hurt my feelings. And you know what? To be extra petty, Brother Yemeni hurt my feelings too.
oh no. Okay.
Mhm. We'll talk about that later.
So
But anyways,
what do we do about this pettiness now?
You know what?
All
I
right,
don't know,
we'll
man.
talk about it later. Don't worry.
I don't know if it's the coffee I'm drinking, but anyways. So yeah, Sheldon. So we're talking about why you take Paul to be authoritative. Is it just because he said so?
Oh, pretty much so.
So you take him to be authoritative just because he said so?
Well, not entirely. It's more so that if you can prove a man is true in general, then I would believe most of the statements that he makes. So.
Wait. Are you
Wait.
telling us that someone who writes down that he lies to you, right, and especially lies to you about the who God is and the status of God, and that's okay, that it's okay to do that, you take
Of
that
course not,
person to be
because Paul
authoritative?
didn't do that.
Really?
No, he never lied to people, nor did he tell them that he lied to them, nor did he lie to them about God. God's
Okay,
nature.
how about this? So let's actually prove.
You can
Let,
prove that if you want.
let's actually test that. Okay. So can you tell me about? And I know this is the second time we're going through this again. So can you? Because we're talking about overall Paul's deception, right? So can you tell me about what happened when he was summoned to Jerusalem by James?
Sure, but first you have to read the passage carefully. What do you mean what do you mean by summoned by James?
He was called to Jerusalem because people have been going to James and they've been telling them that Paul is teaching Jews that they don't have to keep the law.
Mm. So where do you get this idea that he called Paul to Jerusalem?
Okay.
Because it's not in the text. Because if you read the previous passage, you see that Paul was just journeying. He was just going on a journey back to Jerusalem when he was greeted by James.
So
he
you're
wasn't
telling
called
me
by James.
you're telling me that he was not summoned by James to Jerusalem.
No,
You know what?
if you read it,
Let's
that
actually
he
go
went
through
to
it.
Jerusalem and then he was greeted by the elders and by James.
Let's
Assalamu
actually go
alaikum
through it.
rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brothers.
Wa alaikum
Wa
salam.
alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
How you guys doing?
Alhamdulillah. You know what? I take it back. Alhamdulillah, but I'm offended. Yeah, I went there. Okay, let's see. Let's
Yeah,
go
of
through
course
this
you did.
again.
Takes one to know one, Akhi.
Bro, come on now. All right. All right, it's Acts 15. Okay. No, it's not Acts 15. Which one is it? Assalamu alaikum, brother Ridwan.
I believe 23, brother.
Wa alaikum salam. How are you guys doing today?
Alhamdulillah. It's between Acts 21 and Acts 23. I think it's Acts 21.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, let me pull it up right now.
It's Acts 21. Acts 15 is what you guys mistakenly confused with this moment, the Council of Jerusalem.
No, that's not. No. But you know what? Let me not do that. Let me not do that right about now. I did not say the Council of Jerusalem. I said summoned to Jerusalem.
No, I'm not talking about what you said earlier today.
I never said about
I'm
anything
talking
about the council, my man.
No. I'm talking about the fact that a lot of Muslims that I've spoken to, I think including yourself at one point, have said that Acts 21 is the Council of Jerusalem, which is not true at all. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know why you guys get that confused.
Yo, Sheldon.
When did I say that, Akhi? Sorry, Akhi. One second. Let me actually pull it up for Acts 21 right now because Sheldon. Akhi, the statement that Sheldon made is that Paul was not summoned to Jerusalem. All right, that's the first statement he made. So let's actually bring up the verse, and the passage which you're talking about is Acts 21. So let me pull it up right now so we can all benefit from it.
Sure thing.
If it will load, all right. All right.
In the meanwhile, I gotta say, may Allah bless the Imam of the masjid I go to. Sometimes I do wonder, what's his hurry? At least let me say my dua post the shahud.
Come on now. Why is my computer acting so slow?
Technical difficulties.
Excellent. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
Yeah, and I mean, well, hey, Sheldon. By the way, you still in Mexico? Or are you in the States right now?
I moved to the States.
Oh, lovely. Which state?
Texas.
Texas. Nice.
Yes. Texas.
You liking it there?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Spent a lot of my life in the States, so I gotta admit I'm a football fan. So with football season starting, I just came back to the States.
You a Cowboys fan?
Oh
Yep.
dear God. Of course you are. I used to be a Cowboys fan. There we
They've
go.
been getting smacked around this season, I think.
Haha.
Yeah, they have. But
Ali, are you bringing something up?
Don't forget, we still have 5 rings.
Yeah, but for some reason my computer is taking a long time for it to load. So I finally got it. So let me bring it up right now. It's about time. So let me share my screen.
Yeah, and I also want to discuss Romans 3:7 with him, but I might not be able to. I don't know if any of you
Romans
brothers
3.
Oh,
want to do.
Yeah, a lot of
okay.
you guys bring that to verse 7.
Okay,
Very
if
misunderstood
you
verse.
don't have the time, if you don't want to,
Yeah.
if you don't have the time, you want to go now. You can go now if you're talking about
Okay,
time.
let's see.
Let's go now.
So Sheldon, what do you think he's trying to say here? Let me bring it up.
In Acts or in Romans.
In
3:7?
Romans. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's explained. It's explained in the later verse. But he basically
Yeah,
says
explain.
that some people. Basically, if you read it, he says that some people claim that it's okay to do evil so that good will come of it, and he says that the condemnation of those people is just. So if you read the verse after it, you'll understand what verse 7 means.
What is he saying in verse 7 though?
I'm sorry?
No, I get it. I get what verse 8 is saying. What is he saying in verse 7?
It's exactly, again, like I said, verse 8 explains what he's saying.
Yeah,
Do you want me to
verse
quote the
7.
verse, or do you want me to explain what he's saying?
Before you jump to verse 8, can you tell me what verse 7 is saying first?
Can you make him read
Okay,
it?
so
Read it,
I'll
Sheldon.
Yeah,
Read it.
it's right here.
Do you want me to read the verse, or do you want me to tell you what it
Go
says?
ahead.
Read the
Read the verse.
verse and translate and give the interpretation.
Which
Go ahead,
translation do
Sheldon.
you want to use? Let us know.
It doesn't matter what translation you use.
Okay, it does matter. Because
Not
there's
entirely.
been a lot of debate over what that verse should mean. And in a lot of cases, the translation of that verse has been changed.
Not entirely. It's just had a few
Yeah,
words added
nothing's
to
been
it.
changed
It's not
entirely.
that
But
confusing when you read it.
no, explain to me then.
Okay, so again, I'll ask you for the third time. Do you want me to explain what this verse means, or do you want me to read it to you?
Read it and then explain it. Don't jump to the next verse without explaining what this verse is talking about.
Sure, I'll read it. So it says, again, if by my falsehood God's truthfulness abounds to his glory, why am I being condemned as a sinner? And then verse 8, which explains verse 7, says, and why not say, as some people slander us by saying that we say, let us do evil so that good may come, their judgment is deserved. So again,
8
verse 7
has
is
nothing to
explaining
do with
verse
7.
8.
8 is a different matter completely.
No, it isn't.
And
It's
this is a general statement saying that
it's not a
do
general
not
statement.
take advantage.
Are you an
Do not
expert in
take
Paul's
advantage.
writings? What
Am I an
certificate
expert
do
in
you
Paul's
have that
writing? Are
says you're
you an expert in Paul's writing?
to say that this is?
Are
I
you
am an expert in
an
Paul's
expert in
writings.
Paul's writing?
Yes, I've spent years studying Paul's writings.
Okay, so
I
then
don't
explain to me
that.
7. What
Wait,
does
you're an
7 say
expert?
first? And then you can go ahead. We'll talk to an expert then.
Yo,
We'll
yo,
talk to an
guys,
expert.
guys, be careful. We have an expert in the house. Okay, be careful.
I know.
Whoa,
Don't
Sheldon
want to
is an
slip up.
expert on Paul's writing. Interesting. So Sheldon, what degree do you have on when it comes to the Bible?
I'm sorry?
What degree do you have? Do you have a master's, PhD, doctorate?
I don't have a degree.
How are you an
Did you go to a seminary or a viennary? Did you study at religious institutions?
No.
Okay, cool.
Mhm.
So this is the kind of expert you are. Okay, go ahead. So Professor, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I still want to understand what 7 says. He's explaining to me what 8 says, but not
No, I'm
actually
not
telling
explaining
us
to you
what
what 8
7 is
says.
saying.
I'm telling you that verse 8 explains what verse 7 says. I'm not
No,
explaining
go
to you
to
what
verse
verse
7
8
first.
says.
Tell me what verse 7 is saying, because verse 7
That's what I'm trying to tell
is
you.
actually a
Verse
response to
7,
the previous verses as
again,
well.
because when you read a passage, you cannot ignore what is said after and before the certain part of the passage that
I am
you're
not.
reading.
I'm
And when
not.
it comes to verse 7,
I
you
am
can't
not.
understand what
I'm
verse
not
7
ignoring
means
it.
if you do not read what comes before and what
Sheldon,
comes after it.
I'm not the one ignoring it. You're the one ignoring it.
I'm not ignoring it. You are ignoring it.
Yeah.
You're ignoring verse
I
8, and it
asked you
explicitly tells you
specifically.
what verse 7
I
means.
asked you specifically, what does verse 7
this is
say?
funny, bro.
And you're jumping to
And
the
I'm telling
explanation. The
you
explanation
again,
is
I'm
in
not
verse
jumping
8.
to verse 8. The
You are.
explanation is in verse 8.
What does 7
Oh my
say?
God.
You still haven't told us what does 7 say.
I just told you what it said.
Tell me what
Read
it
it to you.
says. Explain
I'll
what
tell
it
you what
says.
it says.
You,
Again, it says that some people
Look, Sheldon,
claim
there's
that it's okay
just
to
too
do
much
evil
jumping
that
around
doesn't
that you're
come from
doing
it.
right now. Why don't you explain exactly what verse 7 says? It's
I
right
am
there. You can
explaining
read
it.
it again and you can explain it
Again,
to us.
this is the
Okay,
deception though that you guys put on the Bible. Is you cherry pick.
you know,
You read
one
Nobody's
verses
second,
putting a deception on the
without reading the
Bible.
context.
okay,
brother
The Bible
Faisal,
itself
you
is a
are.
deception. The Bible
brother
itself is
Faisal,
a deception, Sheldon.
brothers,
brother
come.
Faisal.
Okay.
You know
Guys,
what
guys.
is going on here. I will summarize what's going on here. You know, when you tell them to read John 17:3, they jump to John 17:5.
Yeah.
The same tactics is what Sheldon is actually trying to use here.
No,
He's
not. If
even
you want to show that
scared.
John
One second,
17:3, I
Sheldon.
can
One
address
second.
John 17:3 without even
Sheldon, one second.
referring to any other verse in that passage.
Sheldon, one second. So why are you scared to even read verse 7 of this passage? You're scared. Like, what's going on
I
here?
couldn't
Are
read.
you not proud of what you read?
I couldn't understand you.
Brothers, this is gonna go in circles, so let's go back to
It
Acts
is.
21. Let's
Let's
go back
go
to
back
Acts
to
21.
what Lee brought up.
So Faisal, are you okay with us going back to Acts 21?
Yeah, go ahead. That's fine. So I'm
All right,
just
all
going
right.
to tell you this very clearly, just for the audiences, so that people understand. Paul is actually justifying that even if
He's not
people
justifying that.
lie,
Don't
shut
lie
up,
about it.
Sheldon. Sheldon, quiet.
It's
You're not
okay.
willing to even talk about this, right? You cannot even explain what the verse is saying. So let me do the explanation, because you're
No, I
not
can't
bold
explain. You
enough
just
to
won't accept
actually.
the explanation.
I gave you the opportunity. Now
You
it's
just
not the
won't
time.
accept it.
Now it's not the
Jesus
time.
actually speaks about
Now
this,
it's
so
not the
some people
time,
just won't accept it.
Sheldon.
Sheldon,
Sheldon,
quiet.
Yeah.
guys,
Throw him in the backstage. We'll talk to him later. So here's what the verse is saying. Paul is actually justifying the idea that even if you said an untruth, right, then about God, and it's bringing somebody closer to God, or it's glorifying God in some way, even if it is untrue, he's basically questioning why should he be judged. He doesn't consider that to be a sin, right? This is a philosophical point that he's trying to make here, right? He's coming up with his own Sharia, in a manner of speaking, and this is what they try to run away from. The next verse does not justify or explain 7 the way Sheldon is saying, right? It's another point that Paul is making, that even if somebody wants to do that, certain people, if they're doing it and they want to make it a reason to lie about God, then he's basically saying that their judgment may be deserved, whatever judgment God makes on them. Right? So if you want to do evil so that good may come, right? This is not about the truth and untruth. This is about evil and good. So these words are different, even in the Greek that is in the text. So it's these are two different contexts in which this has been discussed. But overall, it is one of the ways in which lies are justified. This is the taqiyya verse in the Bible itself, the way Paul is justifying it, and he practiced it. He showed it in practice, and that's what X actually does. It shows this in practice, where he's willing to lie, and he's putting taqiyya in practice. And Sheldon and these people, they wouldn't be willing to actually talk about this.
And actually, Akhi, speaking of Acts 21 is a great example of Paul employing this exact principle. So if we can actually
exactly.
go back to that.
Yeah, I'll pull it up right now. Actually,
No, he ran away. He couldn't
Yeah.
keep quiet.
No,
he had the opportunity to explain this,
Mhm.
and he didn't do that. Now, Acts 21 makes a lot more sense when you read it in context of Romans 3:7, where Paul himself, in his own words, is explaining how he's thinking and what he does and how he thinks. If you put two and two together, that starts making sense.
Mhm.
Can you both see my screen?
Yeah, but it's cut out on the left side.
All right, let me put it all the way through. And Brother Neil, we see that you've been trying to come on, but unfortunately, you keep going in and out, so it's kind of difficult to have you on consistently. All right, can you both see it now? Well, it's a little too much.
Yeah, that's fine.
So yeah,
that's good.
and it basically begins from Acts 17, and overall, even talking about the whole point of us talking about was Paul's deception, because he claimed that Paul was not a liar, right?
Mhm.
So Acts 17 is a pure example as far as showing his deceptive nature, really.
Nature,
From 17, when we arrived at Jerusalem, the brothers and sisters received us warmly. The next day, Paul and the rest of us went to see James, and all the elders were present. Paul greeted them and reported in detail what God had done among the Gentiles through his ministry. That's pretty weird, okay? His ministry. When they heard this, they praised God. They said to Paul, "You see, brother, how many thousands of Jews have believed? All of them are zealous. All of them are zealous for the law. They have been informed that you teach all the Jews who live among the Gentiles to turn away from Moses, telling them not to circumcise their children or live according to our customs. What
Which is
shall
true.
we do?" They will certainly. Oh yeah, Galatians. If you guys want to go to Galatians, guys,
Mhm.
they will certainly hear that you. They will certainly hear that you have come. So do what we tell you. There are 4 men with us who have made a vow, talking about the Nazarite vow. Take these men, join in their purification rites, and pay their expenses, so that they can have their heads shaved. Then everyone will know there is no truth in these reports about you, but that you yourself are living in obedience to the law.
Mhm.
As for the Gentile believers, we have written to them our decision that they should abstain from food sacrificed to idols, from blood, from the meat of strangled animals, and from sexual immorality. The next day, Paul took the man and purified himself along with them. Then he went to the temple to give notice of the date when the days of purification would end and the offering would be made for each of them. Now, see this right here. So there's two words here to take note of, right? The first here is vow. What vow is he talking about? There are 4 men with us who have made a vow. The vow he's talking about is the Nazarite vow. The Nazarite vow is explained through in the book of Numbers, chapter 6. It talks about the Nazarite vow, right? So the Nazarite vow is a purification ritual that you take, but where you do such things like you don't shave, you don't cut your hair, and yeah, that's basically it. But the main point, well, there's more, but the main point is at the end. What happens when the days of purification would end? When the days of
Mhm.
purification would end during the Nazarite vow, there are three offerings that would
Mhm.
be made. You know what? Let me actually go to the verse itself. All the way to number 6, just so I can just go.
Mhm.
All right.
Are these offerings? These are sacrifices, right? Like the slaughtering of animals.
Yeah, offerings. Yeah.
Okay, and
Mm-hmm.
so
See,
yeah,
and that's the
this poses
thing.
a problem.
If you don't actually if you, exactly, and it gets even worse. It's not even just for, but yeah. Let's actually. So this is number 6, right? The Nazarite. So in number 6, verse 1, it says, the Lord said to Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, if a man or woman wants to make a special vow of our dedication to the Lord as a Nazarite." So this is the vow in Acts 21. The vow that they're talking about is what's called the Nazarite vow. Now, at the end, and this is where to okay, okay. Yeah. So let's start from verse 15.
Mhm.
Now this is the law of the Nazarite when the period of their dedication is over. They are to be brought to the entrance to the tent of meeting. Then they are to present their offerings to the Lord. That's one. A year old ewe lamb, which is a female, a year old female lamb without defect as a sin offering,
Mhm.
as a year old female lamb without defect for a sin offering,
Mhm.
which again, that is the
Despite the
biggest
fact
issue here. And then at the end, a ram without defect, mm, a ram without defect for a fellowship offering, together with the grain offerings and drink offerings, and a basket of bread made with the finest flour without yeast, thick loaves with oil mixed in, and thin loaves. So, yeah. And by the way, even at the end, it says the priest is to present all of these before the Lord and make the sin offering and the burnt offering. He is to present the basket of
You know the
unleavened
funniest
and
part
sacrifice
about
as a
this, Ali?
and as it's sacrificed as a ram. Yeah. So
Ali,
what's
you
up?
know the funniest part about this narrative? This was after all the alleged
What's up?
crucifixion. I said the funniest part is this is after the alleged
And that's
crucifixion.
yeah,
So the sacrificial system or atonement system was supposed to be over after that.
crucifixion. And
But look at the hypocrisy here from this hypocrite
thank
Paul.
you. And that's the whole and and that's the whole point of why we even bring this up. We bring this up to let them to talk about Paul's deception, because what does Paul say? Paul starts this idea of Jesus being the final sacrifice. And the whole point of the book of Acts, more most likely the book of Paul, the Acts of Paul, is trying to give the narrative that the message of Paul is the same as the message of all the disciples. But the problem is, if you actually analyze it, you see cracks and defects that show you that's not the case. And this is one of the most egregious one, because the problem here is, one, if Paul believes that Jesus is the final sacrifice, there are no more sacrifices needed. He's preaching that Jesus fulfilled the law. You know, we are no longer, go to Galatians. We are no longer held under the law. All this kind of things. The law, it's been fulfilled. We don't have to abide by that. Christ has redeemed us from the curse of the law. So he's thinking that after Jesus, there are no more sacrifices to be in play. But here's what happened: the disciples, the ones that were actually there with Jesus, one of them actually being his own brother, the leader being his own brother, he's telling Paul, we hear that these people are telling we hear that people we hear that they're telling us that we hear that you're telling people to forsake Moses, meaning the law of Moses, meaning the Torah. To show that this is not true, meaning no, we're still keeping the law. Go with these men and perform the Nazarite vow. Why should he perform the Nazarite vow? Because the Nazarite vow is part of the law. It's part of Moses. So because if they see that Paul is actually taking part, then they'll see, oh, wait a minute, Paul did not forsake Moses because he's actually doing, so that's a way for them to see that Paul has not forsaken Moses, right? And what does Paul do at the end? He actually someone who said that the law is no longer in play, who Christ has redeemed us from the curse of the law. He himself called the law a curse. So why is he actually taking part in a ritual from the law? Why is he doing that? And we're talking about Paul's deceptive nature because to the Gentiles, when he goes to Galatia, when he goes to Corinth, when he goes to Ephesus, he's talking XYZ about how Jesus is the last final sacrifice, well, he's redeemed us, etc., and believe in the name of the Lord Jesus, all that kind of stuff. But yet, when he's among the Jews, what happens? He's deceptive. He's performing the law.
He
And
told
by
you
the way,
already. But when you're with
if
the
Paul
Jew,
is
behave
an
like the
apostle,
Jew.
if if ex- mm, if I'm amongst people who are under the law, I am myself act as if I'm amongst the law as well. So if Paul is with James, and if he's true in what it says in Acts 9 about how on the road to Damascus, why would he not tell James? He says, no, James, I have seen the Lord on the road to Damascus, and Jesus is the last and final sacrifice. I cannot perform a ritual that involves a sin offering. I cannot do that. That if Paul was actually sincere, he would have stood his ground and said, no, I'm not going to do that. Jesus Christ is the last and final sacrifice. I cannot do that. But no, he goes ahead and does it. He goes and seeks to perform a sin offering when he already believes Jesus is the last one. That is deceptive. And there's three problems here. That's the first problem. The second problem is, if he and the disciples are on the same page, then why did James tell Paul to perform the Nazarite vow to begin with? Sacrifice? Shouldn't he know that? So why is he, first of all, why is he condoning other people performing the Nazarite vow? And why is he condoning that? Why is he not telling them to stop? But why is he telling Paul, go do that to show that you have not forsaken Moses? Why is he doing that? And the third problem is this. The third problem is, why why did Paul why did Paul actually, sorry, not why did Paul go with them? The third issue is when he goes down to Jerusalem and he meets James and the elders. Why did he not mention any of what he experienced with what he experienced with the disciples? Because he has his own story. The disciples seem as though they're not understanding what's going they don't know what Paul went through. Jesus, because apparently he's the only one who saw Jesus after the crucifixion, after the crucifixion, resurrection, essentially, yeah, the heavenly Jesus. He's the only one who saw the heavenly Jesus. Not in a dream. He actually saw the heavenly Jesus. Why did he not relay that to the disciples and say, hey guys, I saw Jesus in a vision. I actually saw the heavenly Jesus. He told me, he appointed me an apostle to the Gentiles. I have he told me he's with the last one. So if you guys don't know, the point is, why is Paul not correcting them? That's the point. Meaning, if the disciples are telling and condoning people to go perform the Nazarite vow, why is Paul not condemning them for what they're doing? Why is he not condemning James? Why is he not taking James personally? Why does he say, James, you are Jesus's brother. Why are you telling me to go perform a sin offering when Jesus Christ was the last and final sacrifice. Why? No, I'm not going to do that, and you shouldn't do that either. You were there with Jesus. No, shame on you. No, Paul didn't do that. So, and this is what we'll talk about, the deceptiveness. And by the way, he didn't even let James know that the law is a curse. He didn't let him know the Can you brothers hear me?
Yes, but
Yeah, we can hear you.
a little bit of lag, but yeah, you're good.
All right, no problem. All right, my apologies. But yeah, he didn't even let them know that the law is a curse. When he says Christ has redeemed us from the curse of the law, the disciples didn't think the law was a curse. As a matter of fact, that's why they're telling people to keep focused, to keep performing the law.
Yeah, exactly.
Paul should
All
have
of
let
their
them know
all of their
this is
followers
a
in
curse.
Jerusalem.
Don't do that. So all of this is. Go ahead.
All of their followers in Jerusalem. It says they're zealous for the law. Where do they get that zealousness from? The apostles are teaching them about the faith, and this is obviously a product of that.
I think there's something else we should consider. That he says that the law is a curse per se, but then one has to then ask, well, if the law was a curse upon them by God, then at the end of the day, what changed? That Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, come? That's the only change that happened. How could that be when he himself says that he came to fulfill the law according to their scripture? They've got too many holes in the narrative to come up with that rationale
No,
of the law
it's
doesn't
so
apply to
odd.
them anymore.
It's so odd because the way that they say that Jesus he fulfilled the law, but then you ask them how, and then the answer is basically by abolishing it. It's like we follow the new way of the law, like the Spirit, or whatever it is.
By
The law was fulfilled
you know what?
in the
Let me
sense that we
nitpick
no
for a little
longer
bit,
follow
okay?
it.
Ikhwan, let me nitpick for a second, okay? And
Mm-hmm.
1 second. Let's go over here. Let me nitpick for a second. And this is going to be a very, very, it seems small, but it's very, very big, right? So, sorry, let me go back to Acts 21. So when you go back to Acts 21, because one of the biggest arguments when we talk about the gospel is, the God, how do we know that these are the authors these are the actual authors, right? So here's a big inconsistency. And come on, load already, load. Come on, there we go. So this is one of the biggest inconsistency, right? Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if we go all the way down to verse 17, what word do you guys see here, Khan? What does this word say?
When we arrived at Jerusalem, the brothers and sisters,
We
we. So
When
who
we
was there with them?
arrived at
Hmm.
Jerusalem, the brothers,
Hmm.
no, it's not about that. It says when we arrived at Jerusalem, the brothers and sisters received us warmly. The next day, so here's the problem. The book of Acts is written by this one guy named Luke, right? Whoever Luke is.
Yeah.
But if you actually read the book of Acts, and if you read the letters of Paul, what do you see here? You see first person, us, we, I, meaning the author, whoever the author of who in the book of Acts, whoever the author of Acts is, he is putting himself in this particular setting, meaning he's here too. When we came and us, that's the problem. Do you ever hear that type of language in Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John?
No,
No,
the
but
prefix is always singular. It's not. It's not plural.
yeah, but
At least not that I noticed.
isn't Acts written by Luke? As at least that's the mainstream Christian narrative.
It's the Yeah, so the Christian narrative is that the one who wrote Luke is the same one that wrote Acts, and which, by the way, the reason why it's another inconsistency too, because one of the reasons why scholars actually say is because of the writing style. The Book of Luke, the writing style is the same, is very very similar, if not the same as the Book of Acts. The issue is Christians also believe that the one who wrote the Gospel of John is the one that wrote Revelation. The problem is John and Revelation are written in different writing styles.
Mm-hmm.
That's another that's another inconsistency there. So that's actually one of the reasons why scholars say the John in Revelation is a different John. It's not the disciple John. It's actually a different John. Because why? The writing styles are different. So it's like Christians pick one side. It's either, well, wait a minute, Luke wrote Luke and Acts because the writing styles are the same. That's one of the reasons, because writing styles are the same. But how can you make that same claim for John and Revelation if the writing styles are different?
Mm-hmm. So, Akhi,
But
what you're
anyways,
saying is
let me
that
not,
they
because
have.
I don't.
Akhi, what you're saying is they have no
Sorry, go ahead.
consistent. You're saying that they have like no consistent method to determine authorship based on the writing style alone.
I'm saying, yeah, I'm saying based on Christian people who are I'm talking mostly about people who are sola scriptura, who think that, well, they don't follow the church fathers, they just go by scripture. But if how do they know that Mark wrote Mark if it never said it? And one of the ways that shows how they can make that claim is because, one, Mark never said in it that that this is Mark writing, nor does he even speak in the first person, nor does he even say, oh wait, I am Mark, that's right there, I did this. Even in Matthew, and I think one of the most infamous is Matthew 9:9. If the actual author would have been Matthew, he wouldn't have wrote in Matthew chapter 9 verse 9, he wouldn't have wrote Jesus met a tax collector named Matthew. No, he would have said Jesus met me, and I went to saw Jesus when I was doing this. But no, it's talking and referring in the third person. So it's that lack of consistency that it's like they're picking and choosing when to make something important and when not to make something important, even when it comes to the words of what it says. And that's the overall issue. So it's not even just the lack of consistency in the method of how they believe in what they believe in. It's the fact that there's no consistency at all. I can't find one consistent message. The only scratch that. The only consistent message that Christians will say is that, well, in each of the Gospels, in all of the books, Jesus died. That's the only consistent thing that they can actually claim, and that's all they really care about. As long as, well, he died, then no other inconsistency matters. Oh, well, as long as this is consistent, I don't care. Oh wait, the gospel writers are talking about the same thing differently. It doesn't matter because they have the same results. Oh wait, the gospel writers use the third person. They don't say that it doesn't matter. They all say the same thing, that Jesus died. Oh wait, the author of Luke says X, Y, and Z, which has issues historically. It doesn't matter. Historically, Jesus died. That's all the consistency they have, because nothing else. Whether you look at the words, the stories, the narrative, the Old Testament, you brothers can correct me if I'm wrong. Where's the consistency? Like, where is the consistency?
Something I found interesting was that obviously the author of Hebrews is unknown, but uh, Eusebius, he said that the author was Paul, and he answered. So basically, there was people who challenged this by saying that the writing styles are completely different, and he answered this by saying that Paul was just disguising his writing style. So I mean, there's there's really no consistency whatsoever. It's incredibly subjective, like the textual criticism.
I mean,
comparing like
when I was
vocabulary.
listening, what
Yeah, like comparing the
when I was
vocabulary,
listening
the
to
grammar.
a mm,
Oh, brother Ali, I want to say that
oh,
I think that
I do see some brothers. Go ahead, Akeem.
I just wanted to say I think there's a few second delay, either on my side or your side. I'm not sure, so we keep speaking over each other. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
okay.
Yeah, my
No,
bad for that.
no problem.
Because I heard my voice
No
echoing a
problem.
bit.
I'm gonna switch over to my phone to see if that will fix the delay. In the meantime, I do see some brothers over here. Um, brother, oh, I can see Faisal 2.0. Okay, can you turn on your camera for at least 2 seconds? Then we can have you on because I know you said a lot about Paul in the back chat in the private chat. So can you turn your camera? I can't really see you. It might just be my computer. All right. Uh, you know what? I'm downloading too much files on this computer. No, I gotta switch over. Okay, I see you now. Okay, you can turn it off if you want to. All right. Let's have you on. Assalamu alaikum. Hmm.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Okay, how you doing?
Okay, that was me, not the other guy who was saying salam to him. Faisal 2.0. Or wait, who's that on screen, man?
Oh, this is better, guys.
Much better. Much
All
better.
right. I need to switch over to my other laptop. So I do apologize, guys. That's actually some technical difficulties, which is pretty weird for someone in my position. But yeah, let's not talk about how bad of an IT person I am.
No,
So
no,
yeah,
no.
brother.
It's okay. It's good to be in the shoes of your customers sometimes.
All right, brother Faisal, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Akhi. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. That's good. That's good. Yeah, no, yeah, I just kind of caught the stream. I can't stay too long, but I wanted to add to it. In the Acts 21:21 that you're referring to, there, I believe
Mhm.
James, when he tells Paul to take these men and basically pay for their Nazirite vow, these men are actually the Ebionites. Are you familiar with that?
Oh, the Ebionites, yes, I am.
Yeah, so those are actually the Ebionites right there, and I believe the church fathers mentioned that they're called the poor. So Ebion means the poor, and Paul basically
Hmm.
said, "Yeah, I was meaning to take care of them." So the reason why this is important is because the Ebionites are grounded into the apostolic church. They're affirmed by Paul, affirmed by James, affirmed by everyone, and I believe there's a document that mentions their investigation. So they basically investigate Paul, and and it turns out that they say he's a heretic, and they've been saying that for a long time. So that's an additional testimony there. But I also put a reference from the Bishop of Milan, Ambrose. I put it in the chat, and he does the explanation of 1 Corinthians 9:2, where they're talking about, "I am not an apostle to others." So basically, in his own words, they're confirming that there's a difference between the apostolic church and what Paul was teaching. That they were teaching two separate things. And that clash is taking place on Acts 21:21. There's no way to deny it. They're not teaching the same thing. These are separate gospels, and basically Paul cowers down. He doesn't step up for his beliefs. Like imagine if you're living at that time. What would you say to Paul? You would say, Paul, you have to go talk to James. The exact scene that we want or we expect is actually recorded in the Bible, and Paul fails miserably. He doesn't say a word at all.
Exactly. And overall, this is what we're talking about when we're saying that that is a deceptive nature. I mean, even earlier when when not even earlier, yeah, even earlier during the quote unquote death of Jesus in Matthew 28, what do Christians think Jesus said? They think Jesus is telling every one of his followers, hey, go out to all nations and baptize everyone in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Now, if Jesus is already telling people to go out to all nations, what's the need for there to be an apostle for the Gentiles?
Yeah, that's another big issue, because when you look at the Bible, Peter and Paul are having an argument in front of all of the other brothers. Basically, Peter is saying, I'm God. He's saying, God chose me, not Paul, not anyone else, said me. The Gentiles have to hear the gospel from my mouth.
Mm,
So if that's the case, then what's the value of Paul? You know,
exactly.
and actually, I think if you read it, Paul, he goes and he tries to teach his gospel to the Jews. If you were sent to the
Hmm.
Gentiles, why are you teaching your gospel
Why
to
is
the
he
Jews?
teaching Jews? And
And
the funny thing is, in Galatians, he's saying we are no longer under the law.
exactly.
That's evident that he's talking to Jews because the Gentiles were
Yes.
never under the law to begin with.
Yes, that's correct. And remember what James does. James actually very intelligent, because when he throws the Nazarite, that's a very deliberate thing. Another key aspect of Acts 21:21 is when James is telling Paul, he says, and all the elders were there. Why are you calling all the elders? So that they can be a witness. Why? Because they've heard what you were teaching. They heard what you were teaching. And I want everyone here to be absolutely clear that the law is still in full effect. And what does he say in the end? He says, and make sure, after he says, tell the Gentiles, here are the components of the law that they have to uphold. He then says, and make sure that you yourself are under the law. So according to James,
Hmm.
you don't get a choice. The Gentiles are under the law. Paul is under the law. And when you leave Paul to himself, what does he do? He says, I'm not under the law. So
Yeah,
this is actually beautiful, because the Bible is a collection of books, and Paul was not aware that his letters were going to be a part of the canon. In fact, they weren't a part of the canon for a very long
it
time. So
wasn't.
these letters are private. Like, he's basically telling on himself. Like, imagine
Low
if
key.
literally, and he doesn't know that he's telling on himself, and the Christians
I
don't
think
know that he's telling on himself.
scholars say that Paul did not write his letters to be scripture.
Yeah, those are private letters were being.
Literally, those are private letters for a specific group of people. I mean, even the Gospel of Luke was meant for one person.
Mm-hmm.
The Gospel of Luke is meant for one person. So Paul is literally writing to his particular church, to his people, not to everyone for a message. No, and even when it says is it Second Timothy? It's Second Timothy where he says all Scripture is inspired by God,
Mm-hmm.
and Christians use that to talk about to try to solidify the New Testament. But the problem is, and Sheldon was here earlier talking about context.
Yeah.
The verse before, Paul's talking about the scripture which Timothy knew in his infancy. He's talking about the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
So
mm-hmm.
not one time did Paul say that my letters are meant to come to by the way, not all of Paul's letters are included. Meaning, you've heard of Third Corinthians, right?
I've never heard of it, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, not all of Paul's letters are included in his in the canon. So not
Mm-hmm.
even then, it goes to show you, because we talk about how there were many gospels that were written that weren't added. There are many acts that was written that wasn't added. But
Mm-hmm,
even when
mm-hmm.
it comes to the letters of Paul, not all of Paul's letters were added. So here comes the big question. Did Paul himself say which letters were scripture?
No,
No.
he
So
didn't.
how do you know How do you know 3 Corinthians is not supposed to be in the canon?
Not only that, but why isn't James reading from the New Testament? I believe if you look in the Bible, there's a suggestion that is made where I believe it's James who says that the Gentiles have to go to the synagogue and read to them of Moses, basically rehearse to them the story of Moses, which interestingly enough, the Quran is structured that way. It's a rehearsal of the story of Moses. And yeah, why is he never reading from the New Testament? Because it
Exactly.
doesn't exist. Because when Jesus was there, he was using the Old Testament, he was using the Talmud, he was using the tradition. That's what he was using. And when in Acts 21:21, I would say for us as Muslims, this is actually a very powerful verse because it tells us that Jesus did his job. A lot of Christians try to make it seem like, oh, Allah is a deceiver and the crucifixion and this and that. The reality is that the Quran, as well as the New Testament, suggests that Jesus was sent only for the lost sheep of Israel. And if you take a look at what James says, and they're zealous for the law, meaning they were invigorated through Jesus. They were taught, they were inspired, they were encouraged, and when he left, they were all zealous for the law, meaning they loved the law. They were on the clear path again. So we would say that's mission accomplished. That's exactly what he was sent to do. He did it correctly, and his departure is known to God. That's what I'll say. There's a lot. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of Christians are waking up to this, and that's why Sheldon, usually he wants to sit around and argue and debate, but today he had to really run because Paul is
Okay, I want to, you say you don't have that much time, okay, and it's unfortunate because
I can wait.
oh no,
If he
most
comes
definitely,
back.
because if he comes back, I would definitely want, because even for me, I want you to get a taste of it as well. But in the meantime, I do apologize. We have two people in the back chat.
That's okay.
They're alt. Okay, no, by means you're more than welcome to stay. Okay, they're alt. They're alt. Das Boot. That's kind of funny.
What?
I don't know, man. His name is Der Alt as Das Boot. It sounds German, but
Yeah, and well, okay, sure. Yeah,
can you
okay.
can you turn your camera on? All right.
It's probably a troll, but no,
All right.
I might be mistaken.
You can go turn it off. All right. Let's have him on. 1 second. All right. Der Alt, you're on.
Yes, good evening.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. I wanted to discuss about Paul two things that I've always wondered about, and I was hoping that I might get some help from you guys.
All right, go ahead.
Sure.
The first thing I want to discuss is his vision that he had on the road to Damascus. What do you think this vision was, or is that something that happened in his mind, or was it some kind of a phantom, or was it something actual?
Do you mind if I jump in on that?
Go ahead, Akhi.
Have you heard of the letter between Peter and Paul? Have you heard of this letter?
No, I'm only referring to what I found in New Testament.
No. I understand. I know the question that you're asking. I was wanted to ask Ali. Ali, have you heard of the letter between Peter and Paul, where Peter says he calls Paul the man who is my enemy?
No, actually, I've not.
There is a letter.
It's called I think Clementine's Homilies or something like that.
It's either the Clementine of Homilies, or the Clementine Homilies, or there's also another one. And what's interesting is that if these documents are correct and authentic, which I suspect they are, Peter actually refers to what Paul experienced as an apparition. He says that he said, the only ones who basically would understand what Jesus wanted are the ones who learn from him directly. And if they didn't learn from him directly, then a spirit or an apparition that appeared afterwards would only be a sign that Jesus is not, happy with you or something like that. But I'll find that letter. But Peter refers to it as an apparition.
Are you talking about 2 Peter 13?
No. I'll try to find the letter. Hold on. But yeah, that's all I wanted to
Okay.
say. If you were hoping to get an idea of what the apostle would say, he would say that's an apparition that you've seen.
So, Derault, is there? Sorry, how do you pronounce? What name should we call you? Because your name is very difficult. What name should we? How do you pronounce your name, or what name should we call you?
Oh, der Alt just means a captain in German.
Oh, Captain.
That's right.
That's funny. I was a sergeant. Anyways, so what do we? Sorry, is there another name I can call you or something like that, or you want to stick with Captain?
You can call me Das.
I'd rather call you Captain.
That's,
I'd rather call.
that's okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, Captain's going good.
All right, yeah, all right. Let's stick with Captain. So so basically, when we talk about Paul's vision, and for me, I'm not a historian, but I'm someone who particularly has a liking to history, right? So if we look at it in many different ways, because for me, I don't see the Bible any different than how I see some historical, some ahistorical record. I'll give you an example. So when I look at the information about Cleopatra, I look at it, I take it with a grain of salt. Why? Because I ask myself, who is this information coming from? Then I find out that the information about Cleopatra is coming from her enemies. All we know about Cleopatra came from the Romans who hated her. So because I know that's biased information, and that's information that is very, very it's not according to the time, then you have to take it with a grain of salt. You have to look at all these different possibilities. I find the letters of Paul or even the whole New Testament the same way. So we'll talk about how I view Paul. Do I view him in a good light? No, I do not. But even talking about on the road to Damascus, his story, well, for one, it's his companions that's writing, meaning Luke, who the one named Luke was known to have been his companion. He's the one that's writing the story about Paul, about in the book of Acts. So is there bias there? Yes, there is. And two, if we talk about the whole story about, he's on the road to Damascus, right? Do you know why he was going to Damascus?
I know he was some kind of a bounty hunter,
So the reason why he was on the road to Damascus, he was going to Damascus to capture followers of Jesus, right? And the reason why he's
like a bounty hunter that movie, from that Clint Eastwood movie.
So, Clint Eastwood, that's a long time. Anyways, so he's going there to capture and persecute Christians or followers of Jesus, followers of Jesus, right? Now, the first red flag is this. The first red flag is this. Luke claims Paul to be a Pharisee, correct?
Yes, but this is very difficult claim to prove.
Thank you. And it's it's something that's difficult to falsify as well, because why? The whole story goes, Paul receives confirmation. He receives a task from the high priest of the Sanhedrin to go to Damascus to capture and persecute and bring back followers of Jesus. That's how the story goes. And then on the way to Damascus, that's when he falls off of his horse and then he sees the vision, correct?
Yes. So what was it? What did he see?
So I'm saying even before that, because if we're going to talk about the story, let's talk about the whole context and why we shouldn't even trust the whole story to begin with. Because for me to say what did he see, that means I have to take the story seriously. I have to trust the story. For me, I'm saying if you look at the whole story, there's something to not trust even before then. Because for one,
well, we have to have a starting point. We have to give something
the starting
to our opponent.
So, Captain,
I think we have to grant the vision to our opponent. In order to discuss it. It seems like that's
Captain. I'm
Go ahead.
doing that. I'm doing that, and that's exactly what I'm doing. The story says he got confirmation from the high priest to go to Damascus. I'm taking the story for what it is. That's exactly what I'm doing, right? Now, I'm questioning, did he really get that confirmation? Why? Paul is a Pharisee. What was the high priest? Was he a Pharisee too?
The chief Pharisee.
The high priest of the Sanhedrin would not have been a Pharisee?
Because the Sanhedrin was not under Pharisee control, right?
Thank you. So the Sanhedrin was under whose control? The Sadducees, correct?
Sadducees, yeah, the people who metaphorize everything.
So yeah, the people who are basically in cahoots with the Romans, the people who are basically who don't follow the oral law, and who are basically Rome's they're basically under the thumb of Rome, right?
Yeah,
Those
like Vichy France was under the Nazis.
Sure. So the high priest was a Sadducee, would have been a Sadducee. Paul is claiming to be a Pharisee. The Sadducees and the Pharisees hate one another. They can't stand each other. So the first big question is, the story says Paul received word from the Sadducee high priest to go to Damascus and persecute Christians. The problem is, why would a Sadducee who's a high priest, who's the high priest, tell Paul to go to another country to capture Christians if the Sadducees would have hated the Pharisees? That's the first thing to question so far. That's the first thing about the story that I'm taking, by the way. That's the first thing to question first, right? The second thing to question is this: the high priest lives where? In Judea, right? That's in Jerusalem. Damascus is a whole nother nation. What authority would the high priest of another country have to send somebody to go and capture its residents? That's like, Captain, what country do you live in right now?
Well, it's the same thing that United States does when they send assassins to Yemen, you know.
Yeah, but again, that's exactly the problem. They have no authority to go there.
Yeah, but neither does United States.
What authority? The problem is this: it was not you're saying, okay, well, they do it too. Doesn't matter who does it. I'm saying, what authority do they have to do so? It does not matter how many people do it. I'm asking you, what authority do they have? Meaning, for right now, I'll give an example, right? Does the president of the United States have any authority over what goes on in Canada?
No, they don't.
Thank you. So can the president of the United States tell Canada to bring back followers of a different religion?
Well, you're talking about extradition.
No, I'm not. Okay, I'm not talking about it, because that implies with its own citizens. I'm not saying there were people in Jerusalem went. No, I'm saying there are residents living in Damascus, people who are from Damascus, right? Because the message at that time has spread all the way to Damascus, right? People who are from Damascus, the high priest of Judea is telling a Pharisee to go all the way to another nation to capture its citizens who just so happen to follow a different religion.
I know what you're saying. You're saying that this makes story incredible. Okay. I thought that our goal was to understand what the mind of Paul. That's what I wanted to.
No, and
granted all the details, granted the authenticity, granted everything.
No, I'm taking the story for what it is, and if I'm going to take the story for what it is, then I have to look at every bit of the story. I'm granting the story that Paul received confirmation from the high priest. The problem is, even I'm granting the story, but even as I'm granting it, I'm saying, wait a minute, that does not make sense. Because if I wasn't granting it, I would just say, no, he didn't. No, but I'm saying, yes, he did. That's me granting the story. But the problem is, because I'm granting the story, that's where I find it a problem. Because now, in order for me to grant the story, I have to say that a Pharisee went to a Sadducee, who's the high priest, and the Sadducee high priest of one country tells a Pharisee to go to another nation to capture its citizens who just so happen to follow a different religion. That's the story you want me to grant. I'm saying,
Yes.
that's very, very problematic in the first place. But even so that's the big issue. That's one. But even just to go down to the nit and gritty, when you, when Paul was on his way, he was on his horse, right? He fell off his horse, right?
Yes, and he heard the voice.
Okay, he fell off his horse. What are the issues that can occur with you falling off of a horse?
Well, something that happened to Christopher Reeves. You can break your back.
Yeah, you can land on your head.
Yes.
And I give an example. Have you ever heard of King Henry VIII?
Yes, but I didn't read the play.
No. King Henry
No,
VIII
no,
was
no,
a
no. That would be King Lear. That's different. Yeah.
no.
Oh, sorry.
I'm talking about King Henry VIII of England, the guy who killed his 6 wives.
Yes.
Yeah.
The guy who didn't he make his own church?
Yeah, he started his own religion. Yeah, he did. So
Right.
the thing about King Henry VIII was this: historically, he actually was in a jousting tournament, meaning he was on a horse, right? He lost a tournament. He lost a jousting match on his horse. He fell off of his horse and landed on his head, right? And after he landed on his head, he was incapacitated. But when he came back up, that's when historians are saying that they saw a shift in King Henry. King Henry would see things, and he became the tyrannical guy that we know today. But believe it or not, King Henry VIII, before this issue, he was actually known to be a good king. It was only after he fell off of his horse, historians started seeing a shift in his behavior, a shift in his how he will see things certain times, how we have bursts of anger, meaning the brain. When you land, that's brain damage. So if we use that same understanding of, because you're asking me what I think of it, right? If you're telling me
Yes.
to look at Paul on his way to Damascus, right, falling off of his horse and then claiming he saw something.
What if he fell on his hip instead of his head?
See, and that's the thing that we don't know because it doesn't say it. Because for me, I don't take Paul falling off of his horse and claiming that he saw something any different than somebody falling off, hitting their head, and then saying they saw something else. It's the same. So
I understand. I understand.
One second, Captain. So
Yes.
why does Paul get credence for what he's claiming than other people throughout history who claim to see visions as well? What's the
Because
difference?
we have to explain why he was so adamant in propagating his message and the zealousness that he did it with.
So
we have to explain that.
It's easy to explain, and one way that's easy to explain is the fact that people can be adamant and zealous for anything. That does not mean it's true. For example, Muslims. If you look at the story of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, he for 23 years was persecuted, was abused, went through physical, emotional, every pain that you can imagine, and he did that for 23 years. His followers endured horrific abuse from the people of Arabia, and they still stuck to it. I'll give you an example. Sumaya was impaled through her private area for her religion, and because she would not give up her religion. My question to you is, does that mean Islam is true?
Well, you are asking the wrong person, because I believe in Islam, but
wait, you're Muslim?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Subhanallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
All this time. Oh my gosh.
Yes, exactly. Because I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand Paul. I want to explain.
I think
I want to.
All this
So-
time.
I want
you know
to.
what? You know, Ikhwan, I blame. First of all, assalamu alaikum. But
Alaikum assalam.
second of all, okay, what's your real name? I'm not gonna call you Captain. What's your real name?
My name is Sena.
Sena. For one, everyone, I do apologize. I should have asked him I should have asked him earlier. Now I feel like a dummy. But anyways, what's done is done.
Yeah, I would like to apologize as well. Your name is so familiar to a certain somebody. I almost assumed you were him, but my bad. Sorry about that, man. Sorry.
Nah, It's on me, but okay. So,
The
oh my
reason,
god, I need to get a grip. But go ahead, Aki.
I was going to say the reason why Paul is doing what he's doing is because he's an antichrist, right? So if you're a Muslim, you believe in the idea of a Dajjal. The Dajjal, someone who is going to basically attempt to take you off the right path. And interestingly enough, I really should have opened up with prophecy. So if you use the Bible, if you use the Bible, you actually see certain things where Jesus is telling you about false prophets to come. So I'm just going to read one verse here, and let's see what Jesus is trying to say here.
Okay. Tell me the verse. I'll pull it up. Just tell me the verse.
Okay, I believe it is the first one. Okay, let's start with Matthew 24, and then that would be verse 5. Matthew 24:5.
Does the version matter? Like, what version do you prefer?
Right now, the version does matter, but for now, let's just use the New International Version.
Oh, and that'd be okay. No problem. Let me share my
Yeah.
screen. Oh my gosh. All right. Everyone, can you guys? So let me know when you guys can hear and see my screen.
Yeah, I can see the screen here.
Go ahead,
So I think I'm concerned with, let's say, let's start from 3. As Jesus was sitting on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately. Tell us, they said, when will this happen? And what will be the sign of your coming and of the end of the age? Sorry, maybe the one before the 2. Can you show 2? Okay, we'll just continue, but going to verse 4, then Jesus answered, watch out that no one deceives you. So the first question is someone coming to deceive us? Not us. Let's put our perspective. Let's put ourselves in the perspective of the apostles. According to Jesus, someone is coming to deceive them. And look at the conditions that Jesus sets forth. So it says, for many will come in my name. So the person who is deceiving has to come in Jesus's name. I believe that this is actually an argument against Christians when it comes to Muhammad, because Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam never came in the name of Jesus. He comes in the name of Allah.
Yeah.
But when you look at Paul actually comes in the name of Jesus.
Yep.
So Jesus is telling you, watch out that no one deceives you. And then he starts listing conditions, for they will come in my name, claiming I'm the Messiah. So what exactly is Paul? Paul is claiming to be a sort of prophet apostle style individual. He is actually telling us that Jesus is inspiring him, which is a problem now, because Jesus is telling us that the one who says that is a candidate for deception. All right. And then he says, you will hear of wars and rumors, but see to it that if you are not alarmed, such things must happen, but the end is still to come. So there's going to be a lot of difficulty and tribulation associated with this person in and around them. And Paul was indeed killing Christians. He was killing Christians, and it's possible that he even killed James. There's some documentation about that, but nonetheless, I believe there's a sign here that he says, what's that verse where they talk about being out in the wilderness, where Jesus says, if someone says to you, Jesus is out in the wilderness, just know that that's not me.
Is
Do you know that verse?
Doing good things in his name, Lord. Is it that one?
It's when Jesus is basically saying, go not out into the wilderness. If they say they've seen me out in the wilderness, don't go.
1 second.
Listen. Oh, okay. No, not think of that. Yeah.
Matthew 24 verse 20. Matthew 24 verse 26. Let me pull it up just in case.
Yeah.
Wait, this is verse 26. Where? So if anyone tells you, there he is out in the wilderness, do not go out, or here he is in the inner rooms, do not believe it. For as lightning that comes from the east is visible even in the west, so will the come. Is this what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's the one. So Jesus is basically telling you that if someone tells you that they saw me out in the wilderness, don't go. So this is another part of the criteria, the conditions that have to be met. And where does Paul come from? He comes from out in the wilderness. And that's where he says he has the vision. That's where he sees Jesus. So Paul is filling at least 2 to 3 critical conditions that is being spelled out to you by Jesus, right? And then to go further, now we have another problem. So the next problem would be in Matthew 5:17, where he basically says, "Do not think that I've come to abolish the law or the
But
prophets."
to come to
Exactly.
fulfill it.
Exactly. And the reason why this is important is because there's another condition where he says that it's a verse where he talks about the least in the kingdom. Hold on.
Oh yeah, anyone who changes a jot or a tittle of the law will be considered the least in the kingdom of heaven.
That's correct. So this individual is, if we take a look at some of the conditions that Jesus has laid out, we see that Paul qualifies, and not only does he qualify, he begins to oppose what Jesus has set forth. So Jesus is saying, "I didn't come to abolish the law." This character Paul is attempting to abolish the law, right? Jesus even says, "Listen, anyone who relaxes the least of these commands, they will be the least in the kingdom." So why is it that Paul fits not only the condition or the definition or the expectations of a false prophet, but he also begins to undo the work of Jesus? Well, what we would say is that he's an antichrist, and this antichrist is actually sent by God. Why? To test the believers. Even in Islam, we have a hadith where Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is telling us that if the Dajjal comes, he says, when I leave, the Dajjal will come right after, or he will come, if he comes, I will address him, basically. So even Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was expecting, he was expecting a Dajjal, but it didn't come during his time. So that's what I would say Paul is. Paul is nothing more than an antichrist. He's a Dajjal, and you're supposed to use your mind to read the text and to filter against him. And I think that the Bible actually does that very easily. You could do that very easily with the Bible.
And Akhi, if Senna, if we want to talk about even with Paul historically, there are many people that were writing, and let me show you one thing. So if you look here, right? And this is Luke, the Gospel of Luke chapter 1, right? It says, "Many have undertaken to draw up an account of the things that have been fulfilled among us, just as they were handed down to us by those from those the first were eyewitnesses and the servants of the word. With this in mind, since I myself have carefully investigated everything from the beginning, I too decided to write an orderly account for you, the most excellent Theophilus, so that you may know the certainty of these things you have been taught." Now, from verse 1, what does it say? Many have undertaken to draw up an account of the things that have been fulfilled among us. What does that mean? The author of Luke is saying that many people are saying things. This is historically, this is the world's biggest game of telephone. Are you okay, Sana, do you know what the game of telephone is, right?
Oh, sure.
Exactly. When you say something to one person and he whispers it to another and then to another, by the time it gets to like the fifth or sixth person, the things that you told person one has now changed from person six, because that's what happens when it comes to people being related information. And remember, Paul became a quote unquote, he received this message 3 years after the events of quote unquote the crucifixion, after Jesus, peace be upon him, has already ascended. 3 years later, Paul himself has his vision. And I believe the first book of the New Testament, actually the earliest chronological book of the New Testament, is the First Thessalonians. That is known historically. Scholars said that has been the earliest book chronologically of the New Testament, right? So I don't know when I think the date is somewhere between the 40th or 50. Anyways, so we're talking about times where one person is writing, people are seeing this information. Paul himself did not witness the crucifixion. He was not there. He didn't see what happened. So what does that mean? That means even Paul himself was open to the accounts of people when they're talking. Meaning, how could Paul himself say, "Well, what I've heard was credible"? He can't, because he wasn't there.
But he's claiming to be inspired by the Spirit.
Was he the only one? And that's what I'm saying. There are many people that claim that claimed that. Just to give you an example, there's a guy named Marcion claimed the same thing. There's someone named Basilides. This guy named Basilides. Basilides was someone who claimed to be a disciple of Peter. So Peter has a disciple. That disciple had Basilides. So Basilides, he's saying that it wasn't Jesus that was crucified. It was this guy named Simon of Cyrene. So many people are talking. Okay, in the first and second century, a lot of people are saying different things. You have the Ebionites who despise Paul. They say that Paul is a liar. He's this, he's that. Then you have Marcion, who said that the God of the Old Testament is not the same as the God of the New Testament in the second century. Sorry, and as the God of the New Testament. People are saying different things. Now the problem is, historically, it depends on who's in charge. Who at that time, who was the biggest superpower at that time?
The Romans.
The Romans. So wouldn't that mean whoever the Romans sided with, that's whose message would survive? Because what would the Romans do? The Romans would make sure that they preserve one person's message, and then make sure they would destroy everyone else's. Not only would they destroy their message, but they would destroy the people. Because in the 4th century, when Christianity or the book of the Gospels were quote unquote canonized, what did Roman Emperor Theodosius II, what did he do? He literally slaughtered everybody who disagreed with his particular view of Christianity. He killed them. So
yes.
we talk about why they don't exist today. The reason why they don't exist today is because they've been lost to history. The Romans made sure of that. So just because that was the message that survived, that does not mean that was the correct message.
Yeah. And remember, just to address your question directly, you said, but Paul claimed to be sent by Jesus. Remember the verse I just listed for you. This is coming from the Gospel of Matthew. Jesus is allegedly saying, Jesus answered, watch out that no one deceives you, for many will come in my name. So to come in the name of Jesus, that's not enough. According to Jesus, it's not enough to just come in his name. Why? Because someone who comes in my name is going to deceive you, right? So if someone says, but I was sent by Jesus, Jesus is inspiring me, you need additional criteria to validate this individual. So it's not enough to say, but Paul said Jesus was talking to him, because Jesus is telling you someone is going to come in my name. In my name.
Can you scroll down to next paragraph, starting verses 9 through 15? Okay. Keep going to 15. Next paragraph. Sorry. Next paragraph. Okay. I think another paragraph after that. I'm sorry. Okay, right there. So you're telling me that there's a warning here, possibly some kind of sign, and a warning against people like Paul. But if you read the complete thing here, it's actually talking about prophecies from Daniel, and so the whole thing here would have to be fulfilled for this to be some kind of warning of a complete event, because it's including here, like, sun will be darkened and the moon will not give its light, stars will fall from the sky. C.S. Lewis, he called this the most embarrassing verse in the Bible because it was not fulfilled. So I would not use this against Paul, because this is like for the very end. And I don't think it's a reference. It's not fair to use this just the paragraph prior, 3 paragraphs prior to the one that I mentioned. I don't think, because it's not a complete thing. I don't think it's appropriate to use it as a reference.
It is appropriate, and the reason for that, we're not concerned with the way in which the Bible fails itself. That's not our business. But if you tell me here is a condition or a criteria, and you describe what that condition and that criteria is, whether the text is true or not, it doesn't matter. You are now held up to. So let's say, for example, you commit a crime and you go to the police station and they say, okay, give me your account. Everything that you say can and will be used against you. So it doesn't matter if what you're saying is true or not. So from the perspective of someone looking outside in, or even from someone on the inside, that condition there is valid regardless of whether the text is true or not, because it's a condition, it's a criteria.
Yes, I agree with
So,
that.
and
All I'm trying to do, yes.
So yeah, I just wanted to add on by saying this, okay? And I want to add on by saying that at the end times, right? Even according to Christianity, who do Christians think will show up? They think the one Antichrist will show up, correct?
Yes.
But if you look at this verse, right, and this is where we're starting, right? As Jesus, okay, well, let's actually read from verse 1, okay? Jesus left the temple, was walking away when his disciples, because we're granting it, right? Jesus left the temple and was walking away when his disciples came up to him to call his attention to its buildings. Do you see all these things? He asked. Truly, I told you, not one stone here will be left on another. Everyone will be thrown down. As Jesus was sitting on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately. Tell us, they said, when will this happen? And what will be the sign of your coming and of the end of the age, right? Then Jesus answers, watch out that no one deceives you. Now, here's the problem. These people are talking about the signs of your coming at the end end of the age, right? The first thing he says here is, watch out no one deceives you. Who is he talking
Yes, the
about?
audience. The audience.
Audience, okay. When is this legitimized? Isn't it immediately after Jesus leaves? So,
but the problem is Thessalonians was written. Thessalonians was written before Gospel of Matthew. How are you using? You're back projecting now.
Thessalonians was written before Matthew, yes. But here's the problem.
Wait, Ali, there's something which the brother is saying which he doesn't understand what he actually said here. If you're telling us that we should be reading Paul's letter, Thessalonians, before we look at this, you're basically telling us that the words of Jesus, right, are not necessarily the words of Jesus. This is the words of somebody who's writing this down. And
that's what this is exactly what I'm saying. Yes.
Yeah, so you basically agree that this text is not reliable. This is not the word of Jesus at all.
Yes, and all I'm saying is we have to focus on Paul to deconstruct the whole thing. We don't need anything else.
But Akhi, it's very problematic when you say that and then you say to grant the text for what it says. And this is the issue, because you can't have it both. You can't say, well, let's doubt the text, because if you ask me again, this text is not reliable. But then you're saying, oh, let's take the text for what it is. So
no, I'm saying let's grant Paul his claims. Let's grant his words. Let's grant his authenticity.
So if
you're Muslim, by the way, I'm jumping in. I know I'm sort of behind on this, but he's Muslim, right?
He's Muslim.
Okay.
So if you're telling us, because right now, if we're gonna grant Paul, Akhi, then we have to grant the whole of the New Testament, because
no, we don't.
So you want us to grant Paul and not grant the rest of it?
Yes, Paul is Christianity. Christianity is Paul.
That's not true, Akhi.
Well, there's two different Christianities here. There's the Pauline version and then there's the apostolic version. But what's the point you're trying? Let's just use this let's use this chronologically, okay? Paul comes after Jesus, correct?
Yes.
Now let's use a historical account. The Ebionites are telling us that there's really only one text that they consider to be valid and true, and that was a Hebrew Matthew. So as far as the apostolic church is concerned, the Hebrew Matthew, that's all there is. So if we were to look at it from that perspective, Paul still comes after Matthew. He still comes
Yes,
after the church.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. What I'm saying is, you and me and the gentleman here on this panel, we are looking at this objectively, but we
Right.
cannot deal with Christians using objectivity. I'm talking about, let's deal with their spirit. Let's deal with their way that they understand things through time.
But
Okay.
So let's deal with the spirit of Paul alone, without any of this baggage, and let's
Yeah.
go
Okay,
straight to the
so
heart.
But don't you think Acts
I have a question
21:21 does that?
But
Ooh, mhm.
but
Okay.
okay, also here's the problem, and I want you to understand really what you're saying. Okay,
Yes.
if we're talking to Christians who accept Paul, they're not just going to accept Paul without accepting the Gospels.
Yeah.
That's the
He's
problem.
he's
So
the only one that matters in their minds.
that's it.
That's
But
the problem.
no, that's
So
not true, okay. And that's if and
so
that's
here's
that
the
is
thing,
that's
Akhi.
not the case. If we're going to and that's the if we're going to talk about Paul, if we're going to grant Paul, we have to grant everything, because if we're talking about Christians with their paradigm, we have to be sincere and stick to what their paradigm is, meaning
Yeah.
they accept Matthew to be legitimate. They accept Luke, Mark, John. They accept all of these acts to be legitimate, which includes Paul. So if we're really going to grant Christians what their faith is, what their book is, we have to be sincere and grant every book of the New Testament, not just Paul. Because if we want to diagnose what Paul says, we can't say, well, let's just diagnose what Paul says and not accept the Gospels. We can't do that. Not if we want to get into the paradigm of the Christians. Now, if you tell us that let's not use the paradigm of the Christians, let's not grant what Paul says, let's just diagnose Paul, then we can have a different story. Then we can just look at what Paul himself said. Because if we do that, Achi, if we do that, you will actually understand that what the Gospels say about Jesus is actually different than what Paul is saying about Jesus. But we're not doing that. We're granting the Christians what they're saying. So let's be sincere and grant all of what the Christians accept. That's the only way we can do this.
And actually, Akhi, here's the thing: Christians are not sincere with their text at all, right? They don't believe in the text; they believe in what they want to believe in. Okay, we've had people come up here and basically claim that basically anyone who's not a Jew is a dog, right? They've claimed that it doesn't matter. Logic doesn't matter in a discussion. They don't accept the meaning of words. They use words in their special plead. There's always some different meaning to words. So it's almost impossible to have a conversation with these type of people. So when it comes to being unreasonable, Christians, it's almost impossible to beat Christians in that area. They're way ahead of us. So if you're expecting a reasonable discussion, it's not necessarily going to be the case. I think the best way to approach this is to just, so first of all, make sure that they understand the message of Islam, right? The second thing is, at times, if they're going to their text, right, you can ask them for what their evidence is. And that's how the Quran basically talks about it, right? That bring your evidence, and then we can assess the evidence and have a conversation. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Now, what they do is they bring their Bible, they bring their New Testament, they bring their Old Testament. When you read through the Old Testament and you tell them that nowhere here is there a Trinity mention, they will say, "Oh no, you're not reading it in light of the New Testament." And then you read the New Testament, right? You read the Gospels, and you show them that nowhere in the Gospels is the Trinity actually explained. Okay, they go to vague verses, and then you explain the vague verses to them that there could be a second meaning to it. They'll go to Paul, then you explain Paul to them, and then they basically say, no, the church fathers think like this. So they'll try to keep coming up with excuses after excuses, right? And it just there is a point at which you basically have to say to them, this is the message of Islam. My duty is to convey this message to you. As long as you've understood this message, let's say let's basically part our ways, because you can stay on your way. We're not forcing you to leave your way, right? You can stay on your way. Just tell me and confirm to me that you've understood my message. That's it.
Habibi, does that make sense?
I am trying to follow the brother here. I think he's quite right. I think he's quite right. I think he's quite right when he says that the Christians don't really evaluate the evidence objectively. I completely agree with that. Which is why in all of my research, and I've been researching Christianity for the past maybe 19 years.
Nice. Mashallah.
You guys are. My problem is I don't know how to present the stuff that I know too well. So that you guys are much more structured than I am because of your experience. But the knowledge that I have is alhamdulillah, it's quite a bit, because I spent a lot of time reading it and discussing it with Christians, in my neighborhood and all of these things. So what I'm trying to do something that Richard Dawkins has done to biology. I'm trying to find some kind of reductionism where I can go to the bare bones of things, and see what it is. Where should I be? Like, I think that it all boils down to Paul versus Muhammad, to be honest. So, it doesn't boil down to Jesus versus Allah. It doesn't boil down to Jesus versus Muhammad. It's got to be Paul versus Muhammad.
I get what you're saying, Afi. But I get what you're saying, but here's the problem. Christians today, I mean, I'll just give you one little nugget. Like, I mean, I think you might agree with this, that Christians today, if Paul or Saul of Tarsus was alive today, he'd be calling each and every Christian alive today a heretic.
And that's the problem.
Yeah, that's the thing. We can't really delve into Paul's
paradigm. But you guys have read you guys went through the writings of Bart Ehrman and his the early history of the church, and it's important to read his writings, because it is all polemics. It's all polemics.
I've seen it.
So here's the issue, okay? And this is why I agree with you, but at the same time I disagree with you, and here's why. It's not Paul versus Muhammad. It's not that. It's actually emotion versus logic. Because why? When you
but that's exactly right. Paul is emotion. Paul is not.
Habibi, one second.
Go ahead. Sorry. I'm sorry.
No worries. Christians don't know what Paul is saying. Christians, and honestly, I'll say this. Christians read the entire New Testament based on the Gospel of John. That's it. So you can actually make the argument, right? Christians will view the entire Old Testament through the lens of the New Testament, and they'll see the lens of the New Testament through the Christology of the Gospel of John. So what are Christians doing? They are imposing the Christology of the Gospel of John onto the words of Paul, meaning they're reading Paul, assuming that Paul is saying the exact same thing as the author of the Gospel of John. That's why I actually have a Bible.
Oh no, you got it backwards, brother. You got it backwards. It's Paul. It's Paul who influenced John.
No, it's not. And I'll tell you
why. It is.
1 second.
For sure.
Please let me.
Go ahead.
If you open a Bible today, right? What's the first book you see? It's not 1 Thessalonians. Do you know what it is? It's Matthew. Then it's Mark, then it's Luke, then it's John, and then later on it goes to the words of Paul. Meaning, if you got Christians don't start off reading Paul. And I give an example. For me, from time to time, I actually go to church. When people invite me, I actually do go. And I've actually been through some Bible studies, right? Okay, I went all throughout the year, and even last year, I went through more than 10 Bible studies, right? And these are different churches, by the way. Different
How
churches.
how are you able to take this, man? That's quite a mental torture there.
I guess I guess I'm someone who's patient. I don't know. So yeah. So, and these are different churches, by the way, not the same church. Different churches, different, and each guess what? Guess one thing that was the same through each church. Every single one I went to, the first Bible study, we guess where we started. It wasn't the letters of Paul. It was the Gospel of John. Each and every single church I went to, each and every single Bible study I went to, we all started off with the Gospel of John every single time, and then we
Oh,
worked our way backwards.
that's really amazing. That's really amazing that you're
And
saying that.
exactly, and this is something me myself I've experienced. So, and what's the problem? Because, like we said earlier, Paul had different views than what Christians today believe. Meaning, like we said, if Paul was here, he'd be calling Christians heretics. Like, so
Yeah.
so what's the issue with that? So what's the issue with that? The issue with that is when a Christian, because a Christian reads the words of Paul through the lens of John, us talking to them about Paul is not going to matter that much. Because
I see it now. I see it now.
exactly.
Actually, you're right. I see.
Exactly.
I changed my mind. Yes,
No worries,
you're right.
Aki. So
Yeah,
what we need to do, because eventually it's not us, it's not Paul versus Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It's a Christian. When they talk, what do they talk about? Christ died for you. Okay, all they really care about is that Jesus Christ died for your sins. That's all they care about. You can talk about
Yes.
every historical
Yes.
inaccuracy. You can talk about every contradiction of the Bible. You can talk about how it's not preserved. You can talk about every single thing, but a Christian will still
Yeah.
say Jesus Christ died for me. What does that mean?
Yeah.
That means
None of it matters except what you said. Jesus died for you.
exactly.
Right. Yeah.
What does that mean? That means it's not, because we're looking, unfortunately, you and I are alike. We like to look at things logically and coherently, which you think should be how you view these things. But no, if you're going to talk to the average Christian, it's not a matter of logic. It's a matter of emotion. Okay, we had a Christian come over here not too long ago and say, "Why are you Muslims too logical?"
Yeah.
And he may yet come on again.
We've been told that logic needs to be thrown out the door when you're having this discussion. I
Exactly.
mean, why
So-
are you using logic? And here's the deal, right? These Christians, modern Christians, hardly.
Well, we don't have a Holy Ghost. That's why we are thinking.
Yeah, that's true. That's what they think.
Nice.
And when you think about the modern Christians, what they believe in, basically, none of the early church fathers, Paul or the apostles, would accept their beliefs as being true, because there's just so much paganism mixed into this this religion. The very concept of the Trinity is pagan, right? You're basically saying there are three, and the way the Quran handles this is that it just tells you, do not say three. Allah is your God is only one, right? That is
Yes, sir.
such a profound statement. It's such a profound statement. Like, tell the Christian to explain the concept of God without using the word three. How are they going to do that? You cannot use three and then explain it to us. They're not going to be able to do that because they believe in a pagan God. It's three. And there's when it's three, then the question becomes, what's the difference between 3 and 330 million or 33 million or whatever else there is, right? It just doesn't make any sense anymore, right? You just throw logic out the door. You don't need your brains. Like, take your brains, put them in a vat, and just become a zombie.
Your brothers are mashallah very amazing. If you can give me just 2 more minutes, and then I will also, because you are quite busy, I will let you go. If I can just discuss one more thing about Paul, the thorn in his side. What did he mean by that?
The thorn in his side.
Yeah, the Satan that kept bothering him.
Or 1 second.
I think he was suffering from some sort of affliction, some kind of physical.
Yeah.
I think
there was a Satan that kept coming to him and basically tormenting him.
Yeah.
Can you give us a reference?
It's 2 Corinthians chapter 12. Let me pull it up right now.
I think there might be a prophecy related to that. I'm not sure though, but yeah, you know, one thing I will agree with you on this is that Paul does a lot that really goes against Christianity. And like I said, if you just do a YouTube search, you'll find that a lot of Christians are waking up to this and they're making long videos outlining all the things that Paul is doing wrong. So just do that. You'll see a lot of Christians.
Yeah, he's a scam artist. You know, he before the Nigerian princes. You know, he was doing his thing. You know. Yeah.
You know what? That would have been a perfect time. Is Brother Ridwan still here?
I'm going to pretend like I didn't hear that.
You know what, just think of it this way. Something was said, you never understood what it was. Allahu Alam, who said,
Nah, straight
then what was
shots, man.
said.
Straight bullet, no problem.
Yeah, okay, no worries. Every time I mention to someone that I'm from Sierra Leone, the first thing that they say is blood diamond. So I mean, yeah, I get it too. I get it too, okay. So
open your mouth. Let me see the diamond. Open your mouth.
Oh, subhanallah. At least you don't get asked if you have internet in your country or not. That's what I was asked in Miami when I lived there, anyways.
Bro, I remember there was an Asian comedian, right? There's an Asian comedian who apparently he said a white lady came over to him and she asked him where he's from, right? And he said, "Oh, he's from," and then he said, "Oh, I'm from Southern California." And then the white lady said, "Oh, you know what I mean." So yeah, let's all get all jokes aside. So yeah, let's actually get back to the topic.
At this point, you know, when I get that question, if they insist on where I'm from originally, I ask them the same question and respond. I tell them where are they from as well. They tell me they're from Nova Scotia or somewhere in Canada. I tell them no, originally.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Grandparents, where are they from? Are they from Netherlands or where are they from? Sometimes I'm gonna say, you're not Native American, are you?
Yeah.
So yeah.
So what do you guys think about this tafsir of the Paul paragraph there?
So let's see let's go from the verse. It's in verse 7. So let's actually start from verse 1, okay? So we can get the context, okay?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
2 Corinthians chapter 12 from verse 1. I must go on boasting. Nice, boasting. I must go on boasting, although there is nothing to be gained. I will go on to visions and revelations from the Lord. I know a man in Christ who 14 years ago was caught up to the third heaven. Whether it was in the body or out of the body, I do not know. God knows. And I know that this man, whether in the body or apart from the body, I do not know, but God knows, was caught up to paradise and heard inexpressible things, things that no one is permitted to tell. I will boast about a man like that, but I will not boast about myself, except about my weaknesses. Even if I should choose to boast, I would not be a fool, because I would not be speaking the truth, but I will refrain, so no one will think more of me than is warranted by what I do or say, or because of these surpassingly great revelations. Therefore, in order to keep me from becoming conceited, I was given a thorn in my flesh, a messenger of Satan to torment me. 3 times I pleaded with the Lord to take it away from me, but he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore, I will boast all the more gladly about my weaknesses, so that Christ's power may rest on me. That is why, for Christ's sake, I delight in weaknesses, in insults, in hardships, in persecutions, in difficulties. For when I am weak, then I am strong. What the hell?
You know what's funny? I think the reason why he's doing this is because if you were to evaluate Paul, whether you view him in person or you're reading about him at a later date, you're going to read a lot of strange things. So I feel like he may have created this to kind of thwart or to justify or to kind of get people to understand why he's so strange, right? Is because, you know, I boast in my weakness, but all of that was just
Oh yeah, the man is out of his mind for sure, man.
So here's the thing: as Muslims, we've been pampered by the fact that we read the Quran and it is clear. You read the Quran and you know what it's talking about. Like, it's very rare that you would come across a verse which you wouldn't understand at a cursory glance what it's saying, because the Quran is so clear. Now, when you read Christian scriptures, and this is what a lot of Muslims do not have not done so. When you read through these, it's just full of gibberish, garbage, word salads. Nothing here is meaningful and useful for what type of uh, benefit are you gaining from reading this? What you've read has no benefit at all.
Exactly, sir. May God bless you. That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. I'm trying to say that if Paul is really like this is his character, this is the way he's behaving and talking, then why follow him? That's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah, but if you're a Christian and you love Paul and you believe in Paul, you can use this word salad here as theology. You can
This
design something about my weakness.
This
you
word
know?
salad, right in here, like the third line. But God knows. That's such a profound statement to make. God knows, right? When you read that, what do you understand? God knows. Human beings don't know. You don't know. I don't know. But God knows. Yes, we understand that. Allah is aware of everything. He has all knowledge, right? But like this is just a statement from someone who's half delusional, who's coming
You know
up
what?
with the total nonsense of someone being this know this man where the body or apart from the body I do not know, but God knows, was caught up to paradise and heard inexpressible things. What are you talking about? You have no proof of it. None of these
You know
things
what?
can be proven, right?
I have a question for you, brothers. And this goes into the idea of sincerity, okay? If we look at the Quran, we can all agree that it's obvious that the Quran is not about Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. It's not about him. It's not
Yeah.
about his life. It's not it's even when it comes to the things that he endured, it's talking more about other prophets way more than him.
It's giving
So
guidance to events that were happening
exactly.
during the life of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
And it's
Allahu
not
Akbar. You guys have increased my faith actually by reading this. Wallahi lazim, this is great.
Jazakallah khair, akhi. It's all for Allah subhanahu. It's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We did nothing, akhi. So,
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about me talking about it, and then you responding to me like it's actually given me more clarity.
mashallah, akhi. Well, we do appreciate that,
From
akhi.
Allah. From Allah.
So, yeah, the Quran is not for the Prophet. It's not even about any particular prophet, because it's not telling you that Musa alayhi salatu salam was this tall and he woke up one day and he went over. No, it's about the point. What's the point of what's the lesson? Everywhere in the Quran there's lessons. It's not about people. It's about what they endured, so we can take lessons about what they endured, right? But if we look at the
Yes.
Bible, and when I say the Bible, I mean the Old and the New Testament. Let's start with the New Testament. All the 27 books. Who's it about? Because it's not even about Jesus. The central figure is Paul. Because out of the 27 books, first of all, he wrote 14 of them, but scholars are only aware of 8 that are undisputedly of Paul. But even in other writings, you have other people talking more about Paul. Like you have Titus, the author of Titus, talking about Paul. So if the central figure of the religion is Jesus, why is it more about what Paul did, where Paul went? Because if you look at the Gospels, right? The Gospels, it's not talking about 4 different things. It's talking about 3 1 to 3 years of Jesus's life. It's talking about the same thing 4 different times. So it's not even talking about 4 different. Oh well, one day Jesus went over here. It's talking Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are talking about the same thing 4 different times. But yet, if we look at Paul, we know more about Paul than we do about Jesus. Literally, we're,
Hmm.
ta- we're
True.
talking about a man who is saying, "Oh, I went to prison, or I did this. Oh, I'm talking to this guy. Or I went over here. Oh, you foolish Galatians." I'm saying, if the religion is about Jesus, shouldn't the person be referring to the most? Shouldn't that be a Jesus? Yeah, quote unquote, we get 4 books about Jesus, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, allegedly, but everywhere else, it's Paul. In the Acts of the Apostles, it's mostly about Paul. In his books, Galatians, it's about Paul, where Paul went, what Paul did. And I'm saying, this is the religion of Jesus? Sorry, this is a religion about Jesus? How is it about Jesus when it's not even the main God being referred to the most? And that's just
Yeah.
the New Testament. If
And
you go to
Ali,
the
Ali,
Go ahead. Go
this
ahead.
is a question that should be asked, right? That half of your New Testament isn't even about what Jesus taught, right? It's about Paul's teaching. It's not Jesus' teaching. And where was Paul? Where was Paul learning all of this? He didn't learn anything from Jesus. Okay, he's not a disciple of Jesus. He's
He's
not
not.
an apostle of Jesus. Where is he learning this? His upbringing was Hellenistic. He was not even a pure Jew. His upbringing was it wasn't even a pure Jewish upbringing. You cannot even say that these are Jewish origins or proper Jewish origins. And what
Hmm.
is he doing? This is what we call in the subcontinent. Everyone from the subcontinent would know this. This is the Deen Ilahi that we saw, right?
Yeah.
That Akbar came out with, right? Deen Ilahi was when Akbar, the Mughal emperor, the third Mughal emperor, right? He decided that, okay, he wanted to bring Hindus and Muslim closer, so he came up with his own mix of, okay, let's take this from Islam and let's take this from Hinduism, and let's come up with some new religion, right? And the scholars stood up against him, and they basically said this is not acceptable, right?
Yeah. Let's go
This
for
is
it.
what Paul did. This is what Paul did, right? And the people who stood up against him, the Ebionites, once Paul's message became more popular not among the Jews. Remember, he didn't become popular among the Jews. It was the Gentiles. He was preaching to the Gentiles. He changed the rules of engagement, right? Jesus's message was for the Jews. So that was like how many people? 4 million, 5 million people, maybe. I'm just being generous. I don't know what the population was. But then Paul changed the rules of engagement. He took the message to the Gentiles. And now how many people do you have? 15, 20, 30, 40 million, right? It's just a completely different scenario. Definitely he's going to win. Not because it's the truth, but because that message was not originally meant for the Gentiles, right? And he took a different message, his own version, to the Gentiles. Then even that got evolved over time, as we know. And then eventually, what we see with Christianity, the theology that they have, isn't even what Paul believed in. Paul, if he hears any one of them saying Jesus is equal to God, he's gonna have a fit. That's not what I taught. What are you guys doing, right? And this is really, when you think about his vision or his hearing and everything else, it just, for me, I'm someone who's experienced paranormal. I know this was truly an impact of the jinn. The jinn were talking to him, and he just got deceived. And then he was a very egoistical person. Like, you can see from his letters. Why are you listening to those guys? Why aren't you listening to me? I'm the one who's telling you this. I'm the one bringing this on, right? And he's all of it is about how amazing he is, and what amazing things he's done, and he's bringing the message. He's not even a humble individual. you
Oh,
you wouldn't trust
okay.
this guy with you wouldn't even trust this guy with the a 2 dinar of your money.
So this is important, brother. What you said, if I can just interject. So you think it's a jinn possession? That's what it is.
Oh, the vision thing, and if that is true, that's definitely a jinn thing. That's definitely some shaitan going and having a conversation with him, right? Or it could be him lying. It's one of those two.
To be honest, when you say that, this idea that he might have been affected by that he might have been visited by a jinn, yeah, okay, that's possible. But I've said this before. I think what's more probable is that he was, this is my theory, anyways, that he was basically tasked with infiltrating uh, the disciples of Isa alayhi salam. That's my take on it, because the sequence of events just don't add up to what Paul propagates. And the only, I wouldn't say the only, but the most likely explanation is that he had a purpose that he served, and then he was taken care of, as they say.
He was tasked
But
by
yeah,
who?
that's what I see.
Who do you
No.
think he was tasked by? The Romans or the Jews?
Romans.
Yeah.
Romans.
So I don't know. I honestly, it can be true. Again, this is a possibility, but the reason why I sort of don't think that's very likely is because Christianity wasn't that relevant at that time that the Romans would be concerned with that movement.
I
Right?
actually
They would
agree
be
with
more
They
concerned with
Hassan on this
Judaism.
one.
actually, you're right, brother Festival. You're right about that. But it would be relevant if the Sadducees said it was relevant. Because at the end of the day, Rome got their information from the Sanhedrin about many things. Not all things, of course. They had their people inside Jerusalem and Nazareth and other places, but they got a whole chunk of their information from the Sadducees. And if they thought that the teachings of Isa alayhi salam were having an effect on the masses of the Jews, they would not want to handle it themselves and get their hands dirty. They would rather have the Romans do their dirty work, per se, sort of manipulate the Romans into the situation where they would have to send a spy or a spook or someone like Saul of Tarsus to
Yeah, but
infiltrate them.
the reason why I would say that it's less likely is because it's too much of a conspiracy. But I think the more simpler situation where he's basically either deceived by the devil, right, or he
Mhm.
himself thinks that he's come up with some sort of deen ilahi, which is better for humanity, and he's going around preaching that.
So
Right?
I don't think it's too much of a conspiracy, because if you look in Acts, there's a scene where I believe Paul is bringing some of the Gentiles into the temple, and when he does this, the Jews they turn into a big riot. A big riot occurs, and they want to kill Paul. And just as they start doing this, Paul actually snaps his fingers and calls Roman guards, and they actually come and save him and pull him out and take him straight to Rome. So he's an individual that has authority,
Yeah, he's
military
a Roman
authority, an
citizen.
officer. Yeah, for sure. So if put it this way, if you participated in the killing of Stephen and retribution wasn't taken on you, then we have to question why that's the case, because it's an eye for an eye. You've participated in killing someone. So he's above the law. And when he gets in trouble, guess who he uses? He doesn't use Jewish soldiers. He uses Roman soldiers. And then on top of that, he's also a Roman citizen. As a Roman citizen, there were not many Roman citizens at that time. It was a special privilege to be that. So it makes perfect sense that Paul would have been an infiltrator. And believe me, with a character like Jesus, if you were a Pharisee or you were a Sanhedrin, you could almost feel your authority slipping away from you. And getting rid of him would have been an excellent solution. And I think ultimately it would have been a combination between the Jews and the Romans, because the one thing non-believers want is to eliminate or reduce the law. And when you look at Paul's focus on eliminating and reducing the law, it can't be for any other reason than to participate in that majority culture. So I believe strongly he was an infiltrator, but I also say that he could have been a real Dajjal, a real Antichrist sent from God. So it really could have been all of the above, to be honest.
Yeah, it could be, and I'm not discounting that, but it's less plausible for me, something like that, because when you think about it, his message was not just to the Jews. Like I would understand it more if he was just preaching it to the Jews. But the fact that he's going out to the Gentiles, right? The Romans don't need to disturb the Gentiles. The Gentiles are already accepting whatever pagan theologies they have, whatever type of control they want to exert, they have it on them. So, what do you think, if your theory is true? What do you think could be the reason why he reached out to the Gentiles?
He reached out to both the Gentiles. Didn't he write letters to the Jewish churches, the 7 churches? Those were Jewish churches, were they not? I think most of them.
Yeah, no,
He
I
was
get it that
trying to
he's
get
reaching
everyone
out
he
to the
could get.
Jews. He's going out to the Jews, but also to the Gentiles. So, what was the reason why he went out to the Gentiles then?
Well, I think ultimately the Roman world was looking for a religion that had holding power, and that religion could not have been one that would interfere with their culture, and that's the reason why Pauline Christianity is so pagan, right?
Yeah,
So
so that situation that you're talking about, it just makes it. Oh, I may have to go in a moment, but I'll just pose my question and you can respond to it. That the idea that the Romans would think so far ahead that we need a new religion to bring everybody together and so on. I think it was more happenstance that this sort of religion was gaining traction, and the Romans decided, okay, if we can't beat them, let's just join them and basically control how we're going to do this. And they basically decided to guide it in the direction they wanted. Right?
yeah.
Okay,
So
that was that historically. Wait, can you brothers hear me? I'm on mute.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
can hear you now. Yeah.
By the
No,
way, I'm
we
just
hear
going to
you.
go backstage because I have to. I have to go for a moment. Okay, Ali.
Okay, no problem. No problem. No problem. So, walaikum salam. So,
I
okay,
also have to go, brothers. I have to go back to work, and you all take care. I'm very happy I've met you all.
no problem, Akhi. Join anytime you
Same
want.
here, brother.
But next time,
I'll be
as far as the
listening. I'll be
name,
listening on YouTube. I'll be listening live.
no worries,
Sounds
Akhi.
good.
Inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Can I just say one thing
Allah
before you go,
bless you all.
Ali?
Thank you, guys.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wayakum
No,
Allah.
Brother
Salam.
Faisal, he'll actually be listening. So whatever you have to say to him, you can go on and say he'll be listening in the back.
What I wanted to say was the reason why the Roman world would have been highly motivated to create this new religion is actually from a military standpoint. So
Exactly.
when you
Yes, I was going to.
when you have a military, and this one follows the god of thunder, and this one follows the god of the grass, and this one, and they're separate and divided, their efficacy as a military, as an army, is reduced. So
Exactly.
if you compare that to when the Muslims came out of the Arabian Peninsula, they were outnumbered severely when they were fighting the Persians and the Romans. I believe it was like 7-1 or even larger, but they had won the wars. And according to the people of that time and historians, they would say that it was their common religion that anchored them and allowed them to fight, more ferociously, to be more synchronized. So the Roman world, being the conquestors or the colonizers, whatever you want to call it, they would have known the deficiency of having an army consisting of 1,000 different religions.
Yeah.
And not only that, I know for sure that this is the case because later on, not even 100 years, not even 200 years, the Roman emperors, what are they doing? Council of Nicaea. They want to homogenize the religion. Say, listen, yeah, exactly. So
let me stop you right there. Okay, and I do apologize, but where you're going to, the early second, third, fourth century. Let's actually go before that, and before I let you continue, because
go
if
ahead,
we talk about what the Romans were doing, right? The Romans, the whole mission was to take what other people have and change it. For example, if we talk about, I don't know if anybody of you guys know about Hannibal. One way the Romans, how they would improve is they would take their lessons when they would lose battles. They would steal the military tactics of their enemies and improve on it. They did that with the Carthaginians, with Hannibal Barca, and even when it comes to a lot of things that the Greeks did as well. That's exactly how the Romans made their empire. Now that's when it comes to the military. one huge one huge add-on that the Romans would do, and they did that from the BC era all the way to even the 5th century. What would they do? What Brother Faisal said is true. He said that the Romans would take people's religion, and that, don't ever underestimate the power of having the same religion, because it's one thing to have, to be from the same nation, but if my brother from, from my own country is, we're from the same country, but if one is a Christian, the other one's a Muslim, there is going to be some divide, because yeah, we're from the same country, but hey, I'm Muslim, alhamdulillah, he's a Christian, so there
Even
is going to be some
political
sort of
differences.
divide. Exactly, there was even politics that comes into play. But what makes me feel closer to this person, what makes me want to drive to fight for my king, is if we are under the same banner of faith, because at some point in time, faith is strong. So what did the Romans do when they first conquered the Greeks? What did they do? They took in the religion of the Greeks and made it Roman.
Yes.
That's what they did to better acclimate, to better let the Greeks acclimate the into becoming Romanized. That's what they did. And what would that do? The first thing it'll do is it decreased the possibilities for rebellions. That's what it would
Yes.
do.
Yes.
So if Greeks who worship Zeus, Apollo, Hera, if a foreigner comes in and tries to invade them, what's one thing you're worried about? You're worried about they'll come in and replace your religion and force you to change your religion. But imagine if these invaders come in and conquer you and they take in your religion. That gives you less credence to want to attack them back. That is the same tactic that Napoleon Bonaparte used in France in order to have less rebellions from the people when he became emperor. He brought Christianity back to Catholicism back to the people, because why? Napoleon said he did it to calm them down, meaning he did it to lower the possibilities of them rising up against them. That's what happened. So the Romans took in the religion of the Greeks. They turned Zeus into Jupiter. They turned Hermes into Mercury. They turned um, um, Hera into Juno. It's literally the same. They turned Heracles into Hercules. It's literally the same religion, and with that, their expansion kind of went a long way. They even did the same thing with the Carthaginians, because the Carthaginians later on with Eostre and becoming Easter later on, but that's another thing. So when they started expanding themselves, because the Hellenism took its form through Alexander the Great. When they expanded into Greece, they sucked in a lot of what the Greeks did and they expanded along with it. Because why? Now you have an empire, because the Roman Empire was not just all Romans, it was Portuguese people, it was Africans, it was Greeks, or Greeks, I think it was the Phoenicians, right? So you had all these different groups of people under one banner of the Roman Empire. How do we make sure that we don't have to fear attacks from these people? How do we really become one nation? Simple. One religion. One religion that we all can agree on. That's a conglomerate of a way that will make everyone satisfied. Hey, we're taking bits and pieces of your religion. We're taking bits and pieces of your religion. We're taking bits and pieces of your religion, and we'll all make it into one religion. So now you guys are all satisfied. We're all one religion. We're all one people, basically, and you guys won't attack or seek your independence anymore.
One more thing I wanna add to that is actually the potency of the religion. So, for example, even if they were to adopt the pagan religion, they will see the deficiency of that religion over time, meaning it will not last. So when you have Jews living in a land that you've conquested, you get to study their behavior. So when you invite them for dinner, they say, "Oh, I can't eat that." Or when you say, "Hey, drink this," they say, "Oh, I can't drink that." Why can't you drink that? Well, God said so. It's like, well, why are you so obedient to God? And so inside this Jewish religion is a formula of potency that if it could somehow be extracted and inserted into or reutilized for the Roman interest, it would be potent. But the problem is that when you take the law out of the religion, it loses that potency. Meaning it goes back. It goes back to mimicking a pagan religion, and this is why Islam is incredibly powerful, because the believers are saying, hey, I'm willing to sacrifice these pleasures, these worldly things for God's sake. And, you know, when you drop a drone strike on me, I'm still going to say that God is the greatest.
Exactly.
If it was permissible to drink in Islam or smoke or fornicate and do these things, you would find that the Muslims would be more willing to concede or to submit to
Other
what the
religions, other ways of life,
exactly.
because it goes in agreement, and that's how we took it. That's how we took it to the idea of Hellenism. Because when we talk about Paul, it was Alexander the Great that introduced Hellenism to the world stage, right? So the Romans actually took in the Greek Hellenism as well. When we talk about Paul, where was Paul from? Paul was from a nation called Tarsus. Tarsus was very close to Rome. It's not in Judea. No, Tarsus was across the Mediterranean Sea. Close. I don't know if it's modern day Turkey. It's around
It's
there.
somewhere around Turkey, yeah.
Yeah. So Tarsus historically was one of the epicenters of Hellenistic thinking. And for everyone who may not know, Hellenism is basically Greek thought. When you look at all other aspects through the lens of Greek culture, of Greek philosophy, that's what Hellenism is. And it's been shown historically that even the Jews in Judea were succumbing to Hellenism because why? They started viewing the old, they were still Jews ethnically, and they still proclaimed to be Jews by faith, right? But what did they start doing? They started interpreting the Old Testament through Greek thought, through Greek Hellenism. And one of the most famous Hellenistic Jews was Philo of Alexandria. He actually, when we talk about the logos philosophy, logos, a lot of what Paul says and a lot of what the author of the Gospel of John says is something that Philo of Alexandria quotes himself 60 years before the Gospel of John was written, or even around the same time that even Paul was writing himself. So Hellenism was rampant. Paul was from a center that would have been exposed to Hellenism. So Paul grew up in that kind of atmosphere with that kind of thinking. And note what he was talking about with how Jesus is, how he's divine, but he's not the same as the Father. That's why when we talk about how if Paul would be here, he consider Christians as heretics. So that's one of the issues. So think about this. In the ancient world, around 3% of people were even literate to begin with. Paul is someone who can write. Paul is someone who can read. Paul is someone who had people writing for him. Like for example, the author of the book of Romans is Paul, but the scribe, the person who wrote the book of Romans, is not Paul. It says it itself. The scribe, or the person who wrote the actual book, not the author, but the person who wrote the words, was this guy named Tertius.
Mm-hmm.
And he had companions with him. So Paul would have been someone who was well off. He's someone who had been educated, who would have been high class in society. I mean, like you said, he's talking about how, oh, I'm a Roman citizen, get me out of here.
Yeah.
He had that kind of power.
Yeah, he's a Roman citizen, and he was some sort of an officer, because when you think about it, when you come to kill Stephen, do you think that's just people are going to look at you and say, oh, he killed him and everything is fine? No, he was allowed to kill this guy in public.
Mm-hmm.
He was allowed to do it. You're not going to be a regular citizen and get away with that. But
exactly, he would have someone with a huge authority. And then on top of that, what did we talk about earlier when it comes to his message? What at that time, historically, many Gentiles were fascinated with Judaism. For example, in the 2nd century BC, the Patriarch of Alexandria, I think it was Ptolemy, we'll talk about the Septuagint, right? He commissioned for the Torah to be translated into Greek because he was interested in it. So there was actual interest in the work in the religion of the Jews, right? But what was the issue? One of the biggest issues of the Romans that they had was the issue of circumcision.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the main things keeping Gentiles away from actually adhering to the laws or to the religion of the Jews. Because why? They didn't want to get circumcised. They didn't. Oh, that's so. Imagine if that's the biggest stumbling block. Somebody who claims to be a Pharisee is coming to you and say, you know what, Christ redeemed us from that. You don't have to. It's a circumcision of the heart that matters. Meaning, he's making it.
He's relaxing the law.
He's relaxing the laws to add more people. So of course he's gonna get more followers because why? Those followers that were held outside the door because they didn't like the rule of circumcision. Someone's coming to you and say, "Hey, you don't have to be circumcised." That's like someone when a
Ali,
Muslim, what's up?
do you know who the father of liberalism is?
The father isn't that Adam Smith?
Paul.
Oh,
Mm-mm.
I mean, yeah, that's
I
a
mean,
good point.
so so even if we talk about so what was I? Yeah. So it's like a Muslim, right? I remember when I was younger, there was a friend of mine who we had a mutual friend, right? She said that her cousin, right? Her cousin was Muslim. And I said, this was in high school, by the way. I said, was Muslim. What happened? She said she converted to Christianity because she didn't want to pray 5 times a day.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
So imagine certain people who have issues with, oh well, I can't eat pork. Someone actually said that. I said I've being around the DMV area, I've met some people who say,
Yeah.
hey man, it's like, oh you Muslim? Hey man, look, I like y'all faith, man, but I can't do it because y'all don't eat pork. Because I love me some pork. I actually heard that from somebody.
Yeah,
I,
the comedian
I
Lil
don't think
Duval.
that one is even as bad as this one. I was watching a video. The guy said he knows Islam is true, but the reason why he doesn't want to leave the church is because he won't be able to dance.
Yeah, yeah.
I've heard that one before. I was like, what? I was serious. I was like, are you serious?
He can dance in private, to whatever the hell he listens to.
Oh my
I mean,
god.
he'd still be Muslim.
See, okay, just imagine if some kafir, if some dajjal, if some fake false prophet comes and says, "Hey, Islam doesn't care about that. It's about belief in God and as long as you believe there's only one God and Muhammad is his messenger, it does not matter if you pray 5 times a day. Astaghfirullah. It does not matter. You can eat pork. Okay? You can eat pork. You can still be Muslim and eat pork. You can still be Muslim and not pray 5 times a day and pray whenever you want. Imagine if somebody said that.
Okay,
Yeah.
here's the thing.
Do you know some of the hadith only
What's
Muslims?
permitted is
They
okay. Here's
actually
the thing. Here's the thing. This is why I prefer to make it clear. If let's say you're in the privacy of your home,
Mm-hmm.
technically you're in the privacy of your home and you've committed a sin, that's between you and Allah Azza wa Jal.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the fact of the matter is, what will happen to you on Yom Kiyama? That's again, that's up to Allah. But I'm just saying, to what being a bad Muslim is still better than not being a Muslim. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Alhamdulillah. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I'd rather, I'm not saying, may Allah keep all of us away from even this opportunity, this possibility, but I would rather suffer in hellfire for a limited time than to suffer in hellfire forever.
Right, right.
So
But remember, Allah also said He's the most merciful. So even if you approach with a lot of sins, Allah could just forgive you, right? Because
exactly.
it's that belief that
I mean,
counts. So yeah, it is better. What you're saying is true, right? But
mhm.
yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted.
So yeah. So and that's basically. Oh, sorry. With one. Sorry, with one. I think you wanted to say something real quick. Did you want to go?
I lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
No, it's anytime you want to say something, Aki, just let me know, okay? So,
Yeah,
and
I think.
these,
Sorry, brother. Go ahead. Sorry.
no worries. So, and these are what the Romans are like. So they have somebody named Paul coming to them and saying, "Hey, I'm a Jew, I'm a Pharisee, I'm zealous for the law, I know the law, and I'm telling you, Christ. You see that guy? The Son of God. By the way, the Greeks or the Romans had this concept of what the Son of God is. So if you have Paul coming to them and saying, "Yeah, the Son of God, he's divine," because remember, Paul would have came to the Gentiles with their kind of understanding, with their theology, because why? He's from Tarsus. He was
Yeah.
raised under that theology, under that
Culture.
philosophy. So he would have been what he would have been communicating to them would have been in a way that they would have understood it. When he said, "Oh, he died for your sins and he was resurrected. And he is divine. He fulfilled the law. He did all this stuff. You know, God came down. He's the Word." That's something that people, Greek speakers, the Gentiles around that time, they would have been familiar with Hellenism. They would have been familiar with that.
Yeah.
So it would have been something that would have been to their understanding, something that would have been easy for them to join, and it's something that all you have to do is just follow. Because why? Paul, what did Paul say? As long as you believe this happen, as long as you believe this, that's all that matters. Meaning,
Yeah.
all those works, it's not about works anymore, just faith. That's it. Meaning now people are feeling, "Oh, this is easier for me now. This is okay. It's no longer the religion of the Jews, it's a religion to everybody, and I don't have to circumcise myself or cut off pits, stuff like that." So of course, if you're Paul, you're going to get more followers. And on top of that, and this is where, before I let you go, Brother Faisal,
Yeah.
even looking at Constantine, Emperor Constantine did the exact same thing when, because apparently Emperor Constantine he was a fourth century, he was the fourth century emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, because at that time the Roman Empire was split into two. Emperor Constantine was in charge of the Eastern Roman Empire, right? And at that time, he was supposedly going to a battle, right? He claimed, I repeat, he claimed he had a vision where he saw a cross in the sky. He saw a cross in the sky, and apparently he took that to mean that he was, Christianity is true. And then he became a Christian, and because he became a Christian, that's when because of that, he won the battle. And what did he want to do? Emperor Constantine, all he wanted was the Roman Empire to be Christian. He did not care what kind of Christian they were. All
Yeah.
he wanted one banner of Christianity. That's all he
That's
wanted.
correct.
Whatever banner that was, he did not care for it. Why was that? Because it was a political matter, not necessarily a religious one. Because even if it was religious, that'd be very, very problematic. Because if you look at all the statues and all the paintings that Emperor Constantine drew of Jesus or had commissioned of Jesus, he's right next to Jesus. There is actually this one statue of Emperor Constantine where he's bigger than Jesus. Like he's like this, and Jesus is all the way down here. So it's not necessarily something that's for religious matters, it's something that would have been for political matters. Because when you don't care what kind of Christianity it is, and you commissioned Council of Nicaea to get along with it, meaning, hey guys, just pick one and let's go. That's it. That's all he cared about. So it was the Roman Empire, it was more of a political thing. And these are the same tactics that the Romans did before their empire even started in the BC era. And that's the same thing they did 700 to 800 years later, and in the fourth, fifth, and sixth century. So, and I do apologize for going on too much. I get excited talking about history. So, and this is the consistency of how we see Paul and the Roman Empire. Of course, this is going to be the case. But go ahead, Brother Faisal.
Yeah, no, I like what you were saying before. Paul is the perfect bridge. He's the perfect bridge. If you think about it, not only is he an aristocrat, but he's also related. He's related. He says, "My kinsman," when he's talking about the Herodians, I believe. So he understands not only the culture, the Jewish theology, the culture of the Romans and the Greeks. I believe he even uses I believe he does use the sorry, what was I going to say? Like a play, like a Greek
Oh,
pagan play. Yes, and
Epithanius.
so you can see influences of that in his writing. I believe that like there's something called that like a Bema seat. Are you familiar with that? There are more pagan concepts that are coming into his Jewish religion here. But what I was going to say was, imagine if you were related to the president of United States of America, and you were the president of the leader of Sierra Leone, and you had a social contact with the U.S. president, and he tasks you with the task of creating a common ground, a common culture to bridge between Sierra Leone and the United States of America. How would you do it, knowing your expertise in Islam? You'd probably maybe throw in a little bit of this. Here's what's important. Here's what's not important, and just design it. So Paul really is the perfect candidate to do something like that. But there is this one idea that I've been seeing. I want to get your opinion on this. It's a little bit radical, but it might not be that radical. But what would you say to the idea that Paul and Josephus are the same person?
Ooh,
I would
that's
say that's I wouldn't necessarily because
So check this out. Both of them
Ooh.
admit to being on a ship that crashed, and they were both doing the same. It crashed in the same place, and they were going to meet Nero. They were going for the same purpose, and I believe they have a couple other things in common as well. There's a guy on YouTube who goes over it. Granted, he's a little bit of a radical, but I'll be honest with you. If you are a spy and you're an infiltrator, you have multiple identities, and
I would say that I'm not likely to share that opinion simply because, for one, Josephus was known to have become a disbeliever. Like, he became a Jew to a pagan. Like,
but what is Paul though? He says, "I'm not under the law."
Yeah, but the thing is, Paul claimed, at least Paul claimed himself to be a believer. So
But he's a self-proclaimed hypocrite. So
I'm not saying what is or what is not. I'm saying what did they claim to be. So I know that Paul himself is a disbeliever, but he's someone that claims to be a follower. That's all he claimed. So in his eyes, according to the records, he claimed to be a follower. By the way, Assalamu alaikum, Brother Yahya and Brother Muhammad. And Brother Muhammad,
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
I do apologize to you wholeheartedly. I know you've been very patient, Akhi. Assalamu alaikum. Okay, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
MashaAllah. Thank you so much for your patience, Akhi. So we're gonna want to get in your word here, your add-on here, but Brother Faisal, there's someone in the back chat. Brother Muhammad, if you when you're not talking, can you put yourself on mute, Akhi, because there's a feedback coming through. Jazakallah khair, brother. All right, Mac, I see you. If you want to turn off your camera, before you come on, I'll give you about 30 seconds to do so. So, did you want to turn off your camera when you came on? You want to keep your camera on, or turn it off? All right, there we go. So, all right, let's get you on, okay? Hey, Mac, how you doing?
Hello, can you hear me?
How you doing? Yeah, we can hear you. How's it going?
Good. Yourself?
Likewise, my man. So, what you got for us?
Well, I have some questions. It's just the problems that I see.
Okay.
I'll start off very basic. I like to use the Socratic method, so I just like using questions.
Okay. Mac, real quick before you ask your question, are you are you a Christian, atheist? What are you?
Agnostic atheist.
You're agnostic atheist. Okay. Well, atheist. Okay.
Yeah. So the first question starts off pretty simple. Are morals objective?
Are morals objective?
Yeah.
I would say morals are subjective, but morality is objective.
Okay. Is there objective moral duties?
Objective moral duties. Elaborate.
Like, is it objective moral duty to save a drowning child if you can with no risk to yourself?
I would say it depends. It depends on where you derive your morality from, and I give you an example of that. So before we continue, Malcolm, are you so when you say you're an agnostic atheist, do you hold to the position that God does not exist or God can exist?
No, I'm agnostic. Like, it's totally possible God could be the answer for some of these questions.
Okay.
But I have not been convinced. And
okay. So
I don't believe belief is a choice. I think belief is what you're convinced of. It's not just a choice that I can make. So I need to be convinced if I'm going to believe, right?
So I'll say this, okay? Because let's start off, because this is gonna be a good conversation. So let's actually start off with the foundation, okay? So before we go down to about morality and because we're talking about objectivity here, that's ultimately what the topic is that we're talking about, okay? So tell me, what is your understanding of God? Define God to me.
From which perspective? Well, an Islamic perspective of God.
No, just in general, like a objective. What does the universal being, the necessary being that we know as God?
Yeah, like
let's just say the necessary being. What does the
creator of
necessary being?
everything. The like there's it's such a huge thing. I mean, creator of everything, reason for morals and all that. From that perspective, yeah, the reason why we're here.
So I would say this necessary being, because he's the necessary being, everything else is unnecessary. Meaning, if he's necessary, everything is contingent outside of this necessary being. Because if he is necessary, there cannot be another thing that's necessary, because that itself makes there cannot be two necessary things, right? So if he's
so we're going with the contingency argument.
No, we just have an understanding of this universe, this necessary being. That's it. That's all I'm saying. So we can have a framework so I can answer your question. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So that's what we're talking about. All right. This necessary being, right? So this necessary being, because we would say that this necessary being is the creator of everything, meaning if you create something, you know the purpose of the reason why you created it. So because this necessary being created us, he knows our purpose. So everything that he tells us to do of our purpose, it's not subjective, it's objective, because he knows what is best for us before we do. So that's the understanding that we have when it comes to the necessary being. Now, going along with your question of morality itself is objective, because we're going along with what the purpose of our creator, what he says for us, the things that he tells us to do, the things that he tells us to want, the things that he tells us to strive for. That within itself is objective, because that is sorry. 1 second. If you're not talking, can you please put yourself on mute real quick, Mac?
Oh, is it what is typing coming through?
Yeah, we're hearing a lot. Yeah, we hear
okay.
keyboard a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, and whenever you're ready to talk, you can unmute yourself. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna mute you real quick. Okay. Okay, so you're muted. Whenever you're ready to talk, please do unmute yourself. And yeah. So the morality itself objectively will come from the creator, because he knows our purpose, because the one who created something is knowledgeable about the reason why he created you. So morality itself, whatever this necessary being tells us to do, tells us to want, has programmed us, that within itself is objective, because he's our maker. There is no second one, there's no third. We come from him. However, the morality that we set for ourselves, when we don't adhere to this universal entity, this necessary being, that becomes subjective. Because why? Because I am no longer following the criteria of the one who made me. I'm following the criteria of either my society, my era, my particular group of people, etc., etc. That within itself becomes subjective. Because why? There may be some cultures that actually think that leaving somebody, like letting a baby drown, you should just let him drown, because if the baby can't save himself, he's obviously weak. I mean, look at what the Spartans did. The Spartans would take the weakest among them and they'll kill him. To them, that's something that's very, very moral to their culture, but we would see that as very barbaric and heinous. So to them, they think it's, oh no, that's moral, because why? That's their society they're living in. But to us today, we see that we have a different altering view of it. So that's why I would say morality itself is objective when you follow along the lines of the necessary being. However, If we follow everything else, that's when it becomes subjective because we removed ourselves from the ultimate objective criteria.
Okay, so
go ahead.
I have my next questions here.
Does that make sense?
Is it immoral not to do an objective moral duty?
So before I go, does what I said, does that make sense? What I said to you?
Yeah, I understood everything you said.
Okay, so repeat your question.
Is it immoral not to do an objective moral duty?
Is it immoral not to do an objective moral duty? So when it comes to that, is it, if it's an objective moral duty, then not pretending to it or doing the, if you don't, there's a difference between you not particularly doing it and you doing the opposite. For example, if I see, when you talk about me, you know, me seeing a baby drown or some infant drowning, right? Yes, the moral thing for me to do, which my creator tells me to do, is to do my best to save every life. That's one. However, there's a difference between if I see it and I don't strive to save it, that means yes, I'm being immoral, meaning I have a standard, I have an objective standard that I'm willingly choosing to go against, versus if I see a baby drown and I can't swim. Hell, I'm a paraplegic, meaning I cannot, even if I wanted to, I cannot help that infant out, that he's drowning. So my desire is I want to help them out, but the circumstances are keeping me away from that. Meaning, is it an ends justify the means kind of mentality, or is it, oh, I want to, but I can't? So is it an intention mentality, or is it the ends justify the means? And this is what we talk about. So all in all, if we have a moral standard obligated to us that we have to do, not doing it when you have an objective criteria is in fact immoral. However, there has to go a deeper level than that, between asking, well, why can't you do it? Are you choosing not to do it, or are you willingly unable to do it? Because
Well,
that's
I understand that, like, if you're disabled and you can't do it, that definitely,
yeah,
I'm not going to say you're immoral because you didn't save the child that you couldn't do, right? Like, that's definitely just the case.
Are you saying willfully ignoring to save a child, like purposely letting a child drown?
I don't think willful is probably the right word. What Ali is probably talking about is the capacity. If you don't have the capacity to do this, right, then basically that removes you from the situation that
we'll get to this kind of stuff. I just need to run through the questions, right? Like, a lot of these are yes or no questions, right?
Sure.
All right.
Let's go ahead.
Okay.
Right. And we'll answer in yes and no, with the caveat that there may be something when you lead to the end, then we can basically discuss, okay, why it might be different. Okay.
Yeah. Like, for sure. If there's some nuance that you need to add to the yes or no, for sure, do that.
All right.
That's totally.
You know, I'll try to be less long-winded, but continue.
Okay. So, question number 4: does God do the objective moral duties?
Does God do the objective moral duties? No.
God is the objective.
But I mean,
he sets it.
You do realize the problem in saying that this is objective and then also saying that God doesn't have to do it, right?
No, here's the thing. You're basically talking about an entity that is not in the paradigm in which morality is there. God's morality is different from how we see morality, or what he's ruled for us morality as.
Okay, right? Well, can I ask you this then?
Yeah, sure.
Is math objective?
Is math objective?
No, math isn't objective. What? Math is objective.
So math as we know it is objective.
Yes.
But it's based on the rules that God has given.
2 plus 2 will equal 4 no matter who you are, right?
Well, that's not one second.
Wait, that's not true.
Let's keep it simple.
One second. All right, just one second. Math within itself, it should be objective, but once anything can be manipulated. So math within itself, if we're talking about the actual concept, but conceptually, yes. However, we see that it is a fact that something could actually be manipulated. And I give an example. There was a mathematician who actually made 2 + 2 = 5 by putting all these different variables, all these different stuff like that. You saw a whole bunch of graphs, parentheses, all the kind of things, and then what did you end up with? He made it equal 5. So
Did he actually do it, or
I
was
get
he
it.
wrong?
we do
Ali,
actually
I get it.
see.
Because I mean, like you're saying, 2 + 2 = 5, and I mean,
No,
Terrence Howard says 1 × 1 = 2, but Terrence
that's not what
Howard
I'm
is
saying.
just clearly wrong.
That's
Ali,
not what I'm
Ali,
saying. I'm saying that
Ali.
conceptually, yes, math is objective. However, one thing to also add is that it could be something that is manipulated. That could
Yeah.
be manipulated. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. But I think what Mac is trying to get to is a different matter. I don't think there's a hidden motive behind it. It's sort of
Oh, no,
let's
no,
run through
it's
it.
not.
But
No,
here's the thing,
it's not a
Mac.
motive.
No. That's fine. But here's the thing, Mac. The way we look at God, we don't see God as being subject to math. He's the one who gave the laws that establishes math for us. All right.
Okay,
So to
but
basically subject him to the laws that he's given to us is putting us in the wrong paradigm. Do you understand?
well, I mean, okay, when you say something's objective, right? To me, this means it's true no matter who you are or what you believe in. This cannot change. It's always going to be this way. 2 +
Yes,
2 will
it's going to be
always
true
equal
for certain,
4.
and I agree that it's going to be true for certain situations. But the way we view God is there's definitely certain things which are not he is not subjected to. Right, the laws of morality, the way they apply to creation as we see it, are not the same as the laws of morality that they apply to God, because God
Then morals aren't
has
objective.
no, they are
So
objective.
No,
They're
how are they
objective.
objective if they're
so
not
Mac,
true no matter who you are or what you believe
Okay,
in? That's the
let's
problem.
Mac,
so
and
how
this is why
who
Mac.
is God?
One
Can I
second,
ask a
please.
question?
Mac,
Just
one
no.
second,
Before
Biddu.
we
1
go,
second,
before we
Mac.
move away from this argument, Ali, let me just
No,
ask him a few questions.
I'm relaying
I know.
to him something that I said earlier. Mac, remember our definition of that's why we had us define God or this necessary being, right? If something is necessary, it cannot be subject to anything, meaning nothing. It is not beneath anything. When we say this necessary
Yeah.
being, the moment you make it subject to something, that's when it stops being necessary. So this necessary being is not held under any law, anything whatsoever. It creates it, it makes it, but it's not held under it, because why? The moment it's held under something, that means within itself, whatever he's held under has more power than him. So in
Yeah.
order for
Then
him to be necessary, nothing can be beneath him. So nothing can be
he's
above
not
him.
And that's true.
objective.
That's true. Plus, here's the other thing. The way I see it, Mac, is that when we're talking about God, God is the all-knowing, all-wise, right? If He has all the knowledge and He has all the wisdom, and He's giving a law based on that all knowledge and all wisdom, right? That law is already perfected. Okay, in the situation that we need to be in the situation that this universe has to be in the situation of this reality, he's given the law that is perfect for this situation that we're in. So we don't see that as the same way that you're viewing it. When you're talking of objective, by him being all-knowing and all-wise, it all automatically becomes objective, because there's nothing outside of that. There's no
No.
knowledge outside of that can be taken.
What does the word objective mean?
Objective means it's not subjective. For me, it's
It's
not
true
dependent
no
on.
matter who you are or what you believe in, right? It's
Yeah, exactly.
always
But for
true.
me,
Okay, can
but
we
You
for
pause
me,
for
can't
a second? Can
say
we pause for a second? Hold on.
yeah,
In what way does the creator or the independent being contradict what you perceive to be a true law? So let's say, for example, you have mathematics, which is a proof. and then you have the creator who has an attribute of being independent. In what way has this independent creator contradicted the rules of mathematics or the laws?
I'm not saying he's contradicting the rules of
Okay,
mathematics.
okay.
I'm saying
So,
he's
hold on.
contradicting the rules of objective morality.
Okay, but okay, this is the issue. Don't use morality. If you want to use morality, let's entertain that. If you have hypothetically a basketball game and there's a referee on the court, let's just assume that the referee is the rule maker. Is he also subject to the rules of the game?
It's not really a moral thing, is it?
But hold on. See, that's the problem. You're hiding behind the wording of morality. Morality is have no value, has no importance. If you see a baby and you kill it, I'm sorry, but that's not important. That's just a rearrangement of materials, a rearrangement of matter. What is important are the attributes that are associated to the independent being. So you're going to have to show us how the attributes listed in the Quran contradict this monotheistic independent entity. That's going to be the task.
Okay, is it objectively moral to save a drowning child if you can with no risk to yourself and you don't suffer any mental disability that's keeping you from doing
It's
it?
irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant.
No, it is irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant.
Mac, listen to me carefully. It's irrelevant.
Can you answer the simple question?
You know what?
Okay, I'll answer
It's
your question.
objectively moral for you and me. But this rule does not apply to God.
Yeah, thank you.
Then congratulations. Morality is not objective because it's not true no matter who you are or what you believe. You're basically saying 2 plus 2 does not equal 4 for God.
Mac.
Look, and Ali, I'm actually willing to give this that morality is subject to God. That's it. If that's what you're coming to, then you and I are in agreement.
No, that's not even okay. So Mac, remember all of our conversations, right? You asked me earlier, is morality objective or subjective? What did I tell you?
He said it was subjective.
You said morals are subjective, but morality is objective.
No, I said.
Or the other way around?
Yeah, I said morals
the other way around,
subjective, but morality is now. Why did I say morality is objective?
Because you said it comes from God, and basically you're assigning to divine command theory, which is not objective morality; it's divine command theory.
I said morality itself is, for one, you cannot say yes or no with that because you yourself don't go either way when it comes to is there God, is not a God. So you can't even say that. But two, I said that morality. You asked me if morality is subjective or objective. I said your morality is objective because our morality comes from the one that created us, and I told you the Creator knows your purpose more than you do because the one that made you is gets to decide what to do with you. It knows what's best for you, right? That's within the criteria of what I said our morality comes from. That's what makes it objective. And then I said morals are subjective because it uses every framework, every criteria besides the necessary being. That's what I said about morals. So now, when you're asking for is you're trying to put God, this necessary being, under the same morality that he placed on us to begin with.
I'm trying to put him under the idea of objective morality, which is not different for anybody, right?
You're trying to put him under what? No. Okay. You're trying to put him under what?
Objective morality. What is the definition of objective morality?
Mac. You just said you're trying to put it. Okay, please, Mac. You just said you're trying to put him under what? What are you trying to put God under in?
I'm trying to make him play by the same rules that he put on everybody else that is objectively moral. That's because it's objective.
So Mac, just a minute.
Basically, you're making.
You can't say it's objective and then say, but not for him.
Mac, you have a really bad problem of interrupting people.
So, Mac, you're trying to place God. You're trying to make God no different from us, basically. You're trying to make him contingent. That's basically what you're doing. Because why?
Yeah.
You're saying, you know what? Max, stop interrupting. You're saying God gave us morality because he gave it to us because he designed us. Wait, he should be under the same morality that he set for us to begin with. That's what you're saying. And with that, that's the flaw in your argument that you're making. Because what are you saying?
Can I correct you?
No, 1 second. If you let me finish. I'm going to finish, and you're not going to interrupt. you're putting God, you're attempting to put God under the same morality, under the same laws or purpose that he gave for us to begin with. And this goes two ways, right? Basically, what you're doing is you're trying to make him not God. Because why? The moment you put God under anything, he starts becoming God. Because we have to, when we talk about this unit, that's why I had you define what this necessary being, what God is earlier. Because why? The moment you make him anything other than what he has to be necessarily, when something is necessarily, meaning he can't be not this. If we're saying he's necessary, something being necessary is by definition, not contingent. The moment you make it contingent, it's no longer necessary. So the moment you make God under anything, what you're saying is there is a force, a law, something that is so strong, even God has to adhere to, meaning he stops becoming God. You cannot try to make your point without compromising who God has to be, meaning you have a flawed definition of what God is, because your definition of what God is not God. Stick to our definition. Stick to the definition of what God has to be. If God is necessary, keep him necessary. And I know
Can I
you can't
correct
do.
you on your
cannot
straw
make your
man of
point.
me now?
You cannot make your point without making God unnecessary. Go.
That's correct. And I have a feeling, Mac, you're going to make the same error right now, but go ahead.
No, I know he was.
Okay,
But
no, what I'm actually doing is actually using the term objective correctly, right? True, no matter who you are or what you believe in. Now, Muslims, Christians always tell me morals are objective, or morality, or whatever you said.
Don't
right?
use Christian standard to determine Islam.
Okay, I'll
Do not
use
do that.
yours. I'm sorry I
Yes,
said the word Christian.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, when you say morals are objective or morality is objective, and to save a drowning child is the objective moral thing to do,
you're making the same mistake. Mac, let me
you
help
talk
you.
about
Let me help
me
you.
interrupting, but then
No,
you interrupt me,
Mac,
and I'm not even done yet. Are you going to interrupt me? Am I going to get interrupted constantly too?
Let him speak. Let him speak.
Yes.
Let him speak.
Mac,
Ali,
here's what we're gonna
let
do.
him speak.
No,
Ali.
no, Akeem, please, Mac. Here's
Ali,
what we're gonna do.
I'm going to be
If
heading
you're
out
going
very soon. I just want to make sure that let's hear his point.
No, I have no problem
There's
with him speaking.
definitely a disagreement on how he's defining things, and we want to
Akeem,
make sure. Let's
I have
let
no
him
problem with letting him speak, but if he's going to speak, that tone has to go down because Mac, you are yelling. All right, tone down and speak. All right, you're not going to raise your voice. No, let's have a civilized conversation. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, but if you're going to claim for me interrupting, then you can't do the same thing to me, right? That's why I'm going to get frustrated and I'm going to get yelly. So if we keep that clean, it won't happen. Now, objective. What does objective mean?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm asking you guys, what does objective mean? You asked me what God means, I should be able to ask you what objective means.
For me, objective includes anything that God has determined. All right. So if you want to claim that that's special pleading, fine. But for me, objective includes that, and that's how I see objective, and that's what I was trying to point out to you, that your understanding of objective is drastically different from how I am understanding objective.
Yeah, your understanding is pretty weird. When I look up the definition of objective, it's true no matter who you are, what you believe in. Pause, put it in the side
Okay,
chat.
wait, Mac.
Feelings or opinions.
I'm gonna interrupt you right now, man.
Guys, Akwan, please.
Let him speak.
Guys,
let him speak. Let him speak.
Okay.
Just
okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Is that not the definition of objective?
Yeah, that's not the definition that I agree with.
Really?
Well,
I mean, but that's the definition in the dictionary, right? Like, I don't see your definition in the dictionary.
Wait a minute, Mac. Mac.
I'm actually explaining to you my definition.
Everyone,
right? I'm explaining to you my definition. For me,
Mac.
if you're coming to the conclusion that for us, morality is subject to God, so it cannot be objective. If that's how you're defining it, I'm fine with that. Okay, because for me, morality is subject to God's will. Does that make sense? And I consider that as objective.
Mac, who sets the criteria for objectivity?
Ali, I gotta
reality.
Wait,
Okay, no
Actually,
problem.
I gotta
that
go.
is
I'm
pretty
gonna
good
be
answer.
away for
Reality
about
is the objective for what's
Mac.
objective.
Mac, one
Just a
second.
second. So Ali, I gotta go. I'm gonna be away for about 40 minutes or so. Okay, then I'll rejoin.
Oh, dang.
Okay.
Okay, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum. So,
Assalamu alaikum, Professor.
so you said reality, right?
Yeah.
Where does reality come from?
I don't know. Like, what do you mean?
Please don't say perception.
Okay. Who made
No.
reality the way it is? Meaning, who or what made it so? Like, for example, it is objectively true that humans need oxygen, correct?
Yes.
Who made it so?
I don't know. I don't even know if who is a proper question to be asking that.
Or what made it so? How about that? Let's go with what. Who or what made it
I
so?
stand by what I said. I don't know.
What? Thank you. So if you don't know, why are you making any conclusion that objectivity is this when you yourself don't even know? Because you're saying
I know what
objectivity is true no
objective
matter
is.
what. But what you 1 second, Mac, stop interrupting. What you're saying is objectivity means it's true no matter what. But what you're refusing to even go on is you're not talking about who sets the standard for what is true. Meaning, yes, there are things that are true no matter what, meaning it's objective. But remember what I told you earlier. Why is it objective? Because it comes from the one who sets the purpose. He comes from the one who created everything. You yourself said that God is the creator, meaning the creator is the one who made reality the way it is. So if objectivity comes from reality and God made reality, congratulations, objectivity comes from God.
So can 2 + 2 = 5 for God and not for us?
Do you understand? Do you
Oh
understand
my goodness!
I mean, I understand,
Mac,
but it's totally irrelevant to the point that I'm making. That objective means God should be doing this too.
Wait,
Like
can I
that.
ask-
Wait,
That's the
wait,
point.
no,
Guys, let me repeat this again.
All right.
Okay, Mac. Let me repeat this again, Mac. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
You said that God. You yourself said. I asked you to define God. You said the creator, right?
Yep.
Right. So if we said the creator, wouldn't that mean that God made reality?
Obviously, yes.
Cool. And we asked you where objectivity comes from. What did you say?
Reality.
So objectivity comes from reality. Reality comes from the one who made reality. So wouldn't that not mean objectivity comes from God? Meaning the person who sets the standard for objectivity is not held under the standards to begin with, because he made those standards.
Why?
And I give you another example. Because he's above those standards, because he made those
why?
standards.
Okay, so if a judge makes a law, he doesn't have to follow that law?
Okay, first of all, that's a flawed point, because a judge by definition is under a law. That's what a judge is.
Yeah. But a judge makes laws. They create laws. So are they above the law because they created it?
Judges don't create laws. What do you think a judge is? A judge abides and interprets the law.
Yeah.
A judge.
That's all a judge does.
A judge is supposed to keep the law from being broken, because why? Even when he serves under the law, meaning he's trying to interpret the law. That's what a judge is, bro. It's called the judicial branch. That's what judges do, meaning they judge accordingly to the laws that they're held under, because they're already held under a particular law.
Google says that judges have the power to create laws. I wonder why.
What?
It's not every judge.
Is he talking? Is he talking?
No.
Okay, so can a judge get a law passed without the Senate?
One second.
Nope, not in America.
You know what?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing: in America, your president can break the laws 10 times over, and they're excluded from prosecution.
Don't let him divulge, okay?
Yeah.
Don't let him divulge. So Mac, right? Can judges change the law of oxygen? Meaning, can judges change the fact that you don't need oxygen anymore?
No.
Why not?
Because they don't have that kind of power.
Why not?
Because they're human beings without that kind of power. I don't know where you expect me to go with that.
Well, you actually just hit the nail on the head. You're using apples to orange argument, meaning the fact that you even brought up judges to begin with means you're actually giving a straw man because you're using
No, you
an
said
entity.
God can do this
Stop
because he
interrupting. Stop.
created this.
Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting.
Well, I'm sick of this long ass crap.
And
Hey, don't cuss
Go
out.
home then.
Piece of garbage.
If you don't want to have a
and this,
conversation,
see
go
guys,
back to sleep, brother.
see guys, and
And this is what you get when you have an idiot atheist come up who can't even decide what something means. I mean, do these guys need kindergarten or something? Subhanallah.
guys, Juan, guys, please next time I really wish you guys would have let. I knew what he was going, and I knew this is what he wanted. The moment I sensed that his tone came up, I knew this is what he wanted. So I would have appreciated if you guys would have let me handle this, because notice how I made sure don't let him, because what our having a conversation with atheists is this, and this is something that I actually learned from Brother Yahya and Brother Faisal. When arguing with an atheist, one thing about atheists, they're very arrogant, meaning the more you start showing them that their arguments are idiotic, they themselves will start proving you right. By why? By getting louder, by being disrespectful, by being rude. He himself is proving us correct because why? Notice how he ran away from the very point of which we're saying. We are saying that objectivity is about what is true, meaning it's not subject to change. But he's refusing to talk about where objectivity comes from, because I told him earlier, he said, oh, it comes from reality. Okay, then I asked him, who made reality? He said, he said, God. Oh, so wouldn't that mean the person, if objectivity comes from reality and reality comes from God, wouldn't that mean that God makes objectivity? He sets the standard for what objectivity is. And notice after that, he went to something different. That's when he knew he was up. And by the way, he's using a flawed argument. He's saying, in order to compare to God, because the difference is this: judges are held under laws. Every judge, every human judge is held under a law. And what law is he held to? The law of being human. Even certain
Hey, Brother
countries,
Ali.
judges are held under laws of being, meaning what? No judge can go 3 days without breathing. No judge can do that, meaning the objective law is
Yeah.
that they need oxygen to breathe. So even that alone, comparing a human judge to God is a false example, and I'm showing him that, and he's getting all worked up. And this is where when they start picking up their
Yeah. By
tone,
the way,
this is
brother Ali,
where I
check out this gaslighting punk in the comments. Check him out. Check this punk out, man. This is what I call a punk, a real juvenile punk. You know, check out his comment in the public chat.
public chat. Oh, you talking about Max?
This guy doesn't even know how to define reality. He says it's based on reality. Doesn't know where reality comes from. And I mean, look at this.
Wait.
Go to your
Wait, I'm not
dictionary
seeing it.
and maybe it's
I'm not
there in
seeing
the
it.
public
Where is
chat.
that? Oh, let me look for it.
Mac.
So I have a question.
What's up?
I could be completely ignorant. That's fair to say, because I'm still trying to understand all these new terms. Is there any such thing as an agnostic atheist?
No.
Like, how can you say God doesn't exist, but then I sit on the fence?
Well,
Exactly.
I
Like,
mean,
you
brother,
might
yeah.
as well
As
just
far as
call
I'm
yourself
concerned, all
delusional.
atheists are agnostics. You know.
I mean, you knew it was idiotic to begin with. When, for one, he says he's an agnostic atheist. That's why I had to notice, guys. I went back and told him, okay, what does that mean? He's just agnostic. That's it. So he's just agnostic. That's when okay, cool. Now we're moving on. But even remember when I even asked him, I said, hey, well,
Ali,
where could this go? What's up?
Sorry, Aki. Not to
No, let's go ahead.
cut you off, because you know me, I hate people cutting off, people interjecting. But
No worries,
if
Aki.
you're
No
gonna
worries. Go
say
ahead.
he's come out and said I'm an agnostic atheist, okay, cool, no worries, whatever. But if we're gonna apply him and say no, you're an atheist, like you're agnostic, you can't. Would it be correct to still apply that to him, considering he's arguing something that we don't believe about the creator? Like, I'd be better off calling him just an atheist,
He's
considering he doesn't
because
even
an
realize that the creator is outside of our reality.
I just
see
call him a numbskull and be done with it.
he's personally
I'm
that's
trying to be nice,
even he
Hassan.
himself. See, he's making the claim that we don't know what words mean, but at the same time, he doesn't realize he's using two words that are literally contradictory to one another. And agnostic
No,
means you
that's my
don't
point.
know it exactly, and that's the point. That's what I'm saying. So by the fact that he even said, "I don't know," that within itself would have been evidence for you to not make any single conclusions about it. Meaning,
Yeah,
because you can say you don't know, the simple fact that you don't know means you cannot make any conclusion about where objectivity comes from. About you can't even make the statement that object morality is subjective to begin with because you don't even know. You don't know either way. Meaning you can't have a stance on really anything for certain. So you're
yeah.
agnostic, meaning you think that God can exist at the same time God cannot exist. I had you define what God is, meaning the reason why I had you define what God is, because to you, this possibility could be true. That's why I told him what God has to be. Cool. And then ultimately, when I said this universal necessary being, he sets the objectivity for us, meaning because he knows our purpose, meaning he's our creator. Even he said he's the
Mm.
creator. If you create something, you dictate its purpose. Okay, if you make a phone, right? You set laws and rules for the phone. Do you have to abide by those laws you set for the phone?
But I'm not the phone, so it doesn't matter.
Thank you. You're not the phone. That's the whole point. If somebody makes if somebody makes a robot, right? If someone makes a robot and it says, "Oh, this robot has to be cleaned," you set things for you program the robot to do certain things. You yourself don't have to do what you program for that robot because why? You're not the freaking robot.
Mm.
It's just stupid
That's why I
arguments,
hate when they
seriously.
bring up the judge argument. Like, the judge is still under the law because it's a person or an entity in our
It's a
reality.
human. Thank you.
But
It's
you
in
compare that to
reality, and
something
that's the
that's
point.
outside our reality, it just don't make sense.
I think what we should have done is we should have used the word invalid more. So for example, if you take the analogy of the basketball court or the basketball game, once the game is over, the referee never scored any points, right? In fact, it would be invalid to say that he would score points or that he could score points. So depending on your position, there are certain questions that cannot be asked. But what we could say is that, because he was trying to use the standard of objectivity. Okay, if objectivity cannot be any other way, then what we would say is that the independent being has had a grasp over objectivity. There's no inconsistency between mathematics and Allah, which is what I was trying to say. What he kept trying to do is, which is what Ali was saying, was that he was trying to evaluate the independent by the standards or the criteria of the dependent, which
The
you can't do.
dependent.
That would be the dependent. It would be invalid to do that. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with blogging theology, but he has this tweet or this
Oh, I
post
love him.
Paul
where,
Williams, yeah.
where you can't ask who baked the baker, right? That's invalid. You can't bake a baker. If you are a projector, if you're a projector, the projector casts or he projects onto a screen or onto a wall. The projector is not also projected. So this is why the
Mm.
contingency argument is really powerful, because there's two slots and these slots are inverted from one another. So you have independent and dependent. That which is independent cannot be dependent, so it's invalid um, to use that standard, that quality, which is what he was trying to do. He was trying to obfuscate morality and objectivity, right? So that was kind of the thing. I was trying to get away from subjectivity, objectivity. So that aspect of objectivity, such as mathematics, he has to prove that there's an inconsistency between mathematics and the independent being, right? That
Thank
was the
you.
task for him to do.
And I didn't. Whenever I have a conversation with a lot of atheists or agnostic, I'm not going to say atheistic agnostic or agnostic atheist. That's kind of idiotic. But whenever I have a conversation with them, for the most part, they can't keep God, the definition of God, consistent and still prove their point. They can't. I mean, that's why setting a foundation is key. When you when we establish who God has to be, or who this, that's, and even sometimes the word God is a trigger word for them for some reason. A lot of them, not all, but no, let's use a lot of them. The word God is even a trigger word. That's why I prefer to use the necessary being or the universal entity, right? So once we establish what he has to be, meaning it's necessary, that's, I don't think he really understands what the word necessary means. Meaning necessary means the moment you make something contingent, the moment you make something dependent, the moment you make something above what's necessary, then it's no longer necessary. So in order to keep this universal or necessary being, the necessary being, he has to be above all things. Meaning, if he's above all things, he sets the standard for every single thing, including us. Meaning, he is not held under any law that he provided for the things that he created, the same way that we are not held under any law for the things that we create. Only difference is with us, there are laws above us. With God, there's no law above him.
Yeah.
That's the
If
difference.
you notice, Brother Ali, I thought it was quite telling when you asked him earlier to actually define the creator. He gave you two really vague answers and then laughed it off.
Yeah. Yep.
That
Like
shows how insincere he is.
if that's you're gonna be like your conversation and input to what the creator is, why are you even here talking about anything? Just go enjoy your life.
You know,
He
I
actually
do
said it
in advance.
himself.
I think.
Sorry, he said, I
No, no,
want to put him
go ahead.
in the position that he put us under. I don't know if you remember him saying that, but
Yep.
that's
Yeah.
exactly what he said.
I,
So it's really
I called him
arrogance
out for
here.
that.
Yeah, yeah,
You could
and
try, but not gonna work out too good for you.
no, but that just shows where his problem is. He doesn't want the answer. This
Yeah.
conversation, it comes to a quick conclusion. So yeah, I think Mohammed Latif has been waiting actually. If you guys want to
Oh,
get to
okay.
him.
So I just finished by saying this before because okay, I don't know, man. This, I need to give this guy like 10 minutes to speak or something because I've been interrupting him. I've been not giving him the mic all freaking night. So yeah. But I'm just gonna say this and I'm gonna keep quiet. So lack of consistency. It's in advance. I do apologize to you brothers for being for being a little bit stern. Trying to, but I really wanted this conversation to stay between me and him because for one, I did not want you brothers to waste your time. I really didn't. And two, I noticed that he was trying to take in some of what you guys were saying to divert. I noticed that he was trying to go to something else. That's why I said, no, let me handle this, or at least let me speak with him. Because why? He's using what some of you brothers said. He's trying to use that to divert into something else. So, and again, I do apologize in advance for that, brothers. Messages of apologies. But I just wanted to keep the conversation going between me and him. And once I realized that his lack of reason or his lack of coherency, I treated him no different than a Christian. With all, because when you said that you don't know, but then I don't know, but I'm gonna stand on this conclusion. That's faith. That's blind faith. So at that point in time, there is no difference between you and a Christian. So literally, I'm saying, you know what? Okay, now let's go back and repeat because everything you're saying, I told him you're basically saying is you want to put the same criteria upon God, meaning you don't approve of this concept of a being higher than you, of your creator. You're saying, you know what, God, you made me, but it's not fair that I get to, you gave me rules. It's like saying, Dad, you gave me rules, but I don't care. I think you should follow the same rules you gave on me. Can you imagine that? No, for everyone who's a parent here, brother Yahya, brother, I know brother one, brother Faisal, I don't know if you both are parents, but can you imagine setting a rule for your child and your child telling you to follow those same rules?
Yeah, I think that's the issue is that when we use that word, when we word it that way, it comes off a little too human, where they could lean into their
Yeah,
naiveness. And it's the word. We
yeah,
have to use the wording and we have to use the right examples and analogies. So invalid. We have to use invalid, and
I
we have to
agree.
give
I
examples of
agree.
invalidness, because it will just turn into, if you can do it, then I can do it. Oh, how come I can't do it if you can do it? Well, we're not the same thing. We're occupying two separate roles, and these roles are not, they're not, how do I say? Well, one is dependent on the other, and the other is absolutely independent. So therefore, the
Exactly.
reality of each paradigm is separate, right? Certain things are just not possible. It's impossible for the independent to be dependent. So therefore, your line of questioning
Hmm.
has to change along with it.
All right. Okay. Let's put it in there. Brother Muhammad Latif, are you there, Afi?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Sorry,
Um,
I do apologize again, Habibi, but sorry, you have the floor now. Okay. What you? Assalamu alaikum. What did you want to say?
Walaikum assalam. I wanted to ask, why was Paul so obsessed with the alleged crucifixion and the resurrection? Why?
Well, if you look at his works, because he needs it. So because it starts, it starts from the fact that Paul viewed the law as a curse. He himself says it. Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law. So he saw the law as something, because in if you look at certain verses in the book of Psalms, in the Psalms, right? Psalms talks about how the law, the Torah, was sent to be a guidance for you. It talks positively about the Torah, about the laws that God has given you, the commandments that God has given to the Jews. It talks positively about them, how it's meant for guidance. It's something you should follow. Even in Deuteronomy, it actually says that God did not make this too difficult for you. He created you so that you may do it. So, but Paul had a different view. He viewed the law as a curse. So, what did he do? He looked to Jesus as the end of that curse. Because, for one, remember, Paul was not there at the quote unquote crucifixion. He wasn't there. So he's hearing stories. Literally, it's hearsay. It's hearsay. He's literally hearing hearsay. And what does he start doing? He says, you know what? He starts adding it to his altering views. And honestly, since Paul literally lived amongst the Gentiles, now what? So now Paul may, and this is something, my opinion, Paul may see it being unfair that the Jews are separated from the Gentiles, meaning the law of the Jews is just strictly for them, and the Gentiles, meaning Gentiles that wanted to become Jews, etc., etc. So he may see it as a hindrance, like, you know what? Why is it just for the Jews? Why is it just for the Jews? Why is it just for us? And on top of that, considering the fact that he saw the law as a curse to begin with, so Jesus would have been his perfect solution. For one, he's hearing stories about Jesus. He's hearing, oh, people talking, oh, this guy claims to be the Son of God. Now here's the problem: when you hear a Jew say the Son of God, what do you hear? The Son of God to the Hebrews are righteous men. The men who are basically pious people, but they're men. Paul, a Hellenized Jew, would view the concept of the Son of God differently. To him, he would he would be he would be exposed to the understanding that the Son of God is someone of divinity, because that's what Greek Hellenism is. Because why? In ancient Greece, there's a concept of a human literally going through a human life, but because he does extraordinary things, when he dies, he becomes God. He becomes a God, or a concept of God. They believe that with the person who founded Rome, Romulus. They believe that with the with other people as well. So it's a mixture of Paul being a Hellenized Jew, Paul seeing the law as a curse to begin with, and on top of that, if you want to put the jinns, maybe some shaitan, yeah, sure, but it's a mixture of Paul, the laws of curse being Hellenized, and also seeing no difference between Judaism and paganism, meaning he wanted to intertwine the two to make it applicable to more people. So these are the things and these are the possibilities that could be. And by the way, okay, when you said that Paul was obsessed with the crucifixion and resurrection, that's all he was obsessed about. If you read the works of Paul, Paul did not, Paul barely talks about what Jesus did during his lifetime. He barely talks about the human Jesus. He read, go out and read Paul's works again. He barely talks about Jesus's his humanness, what he did when he was on earth. All he, all he refers to is the crucifixion and the resurrection for the most part. That's all he cared about.
Yeah.
That's it. Because why? He needed that to use it for his cause.
That was actually a very good critique. He never ever mentions any teachings of Jesus ever, not even one time. But what I would say is, in Judaism and also in Islam, you have this concept of like not we don't have a burnt offering, but in Judaism you have a burnt offering. So you burn something, whatever, whether it's meat or this or that, and when you do that, you get absolved of your sin. So if Paul was tasked with the idea of like eliminating the law or modifying Judaism so that it'd be more palatable to a Gentile audience, you know, he probably just created a super sacrifice, a one and done, you know, because it was a familiar thing. I don't know, really. There's really no clear answer. It could be anything really. But what we know is if you take what's clear in the text, he contradicts it, and that's the problem with Paul.
Yeah, and so
one
the
thing
issue
that
is
I
really
think
trying
we
to.
should also be questioning was, sorry, go ahead.
As was the issue is that we not. It's hard for us to talk about the intentions of people because we weren't there. We're not in their head. All we can go by is what they left or what the history says, which we have to take with a grain of salt anyway. But just know that Paul would not have been any different than anybody else who had been writing at that time at all, because there are many people who had different beliefs about Jesus, had different views. His work was just the one that survived, so he would not have been different than anybody else. But go ahead, Ahi.
Yeah, I think we should be actually questioning whether or not Paul was a Jew in the first place. I mean, if he was in fact Jewish, I'd like to know his tribe. Was he from the tribe of Benjamin, the tribe of Levi, the tribe of Judah? Which tribe was he from? I mean,
he claims
I'd like to
Benjamin.
know that. He claims Benjamin. Okay.
He claims Benjamin.
And then the
Yeah,
Ebionites were
but he
saying,
claims that's the point. He's claiming that.
yeah.
Who's backing up the claim?
Well, the Ebionites are saying he wasn't a born Jew. They were saying he was a Greek.
So, you know, again, who backs up his claim? You know, the church fathers, the Catholic Church, the Protestant Church. Okay, they're backing up this claim on basis of what? His own writings, not something independent, not something outside of Paul's own narrative.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, the Ebionites would be considered independent because if they considered him to be an apostate, they were going to have a super or hypercritical analysis of his existence. So, if you have during the time of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, during that time, if you had a Christian go to investigate Muhammad, that assessment would yield some interesting results because he's going to want Muhammad to be false, right? So if the Ebionites want Paul to be false, and their assessment was that he was a Greek, and not only that, they also said he was not circumcised from birth. I would say that is the most critical. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he was either a full Greek, half Jew. I would say he's one of those two.
yeah, no.
By the way,
Again, this is someone who, yeah.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that this is the thing. Like, and I actually said this to a good friend of mine. He's a Christian. I said, "Look, you don't even know who this man is. Like, everything you have of him is from his mouth. There, the independent sources, which are basically people you don't trust, say otherwise, and that those would be the Ebionites, or even some Jews at the time. Like, all you have is a claim that a man in Tarsus named Saul came over who came over to the Levant in the Middle East. That's all you basically have. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Who was he before? Who was he before that? All you have are his claims. You don't have much to actually verify who this person is, and yet you're telling us and everybody else that he's truthful, that he's someone to be relied upon. How can you make that claim without us scrutinizing it? But uh, you know, they don't want to hear it. It's like their brains shut off just like that.
And the funny thing is, they try to say that the crucifixion is historical, or they believe in the Bible because it's historical. Well, here's the problem: if you're making a claim of history, then that means all those books that are not part of the Bible, they're not fair play. You can use those books now as historical sources. Why? Because the only reason why those books aren't you're not using those books is not a matter of history, it's a matter of theology. You don't believe those books are inspired. That does not mean they can't be used as books of history. So if you're trying to make a historical claim that this happened, then that means all those other gospels, all those other acts, all those other apocrypha, all those things are not fair play. Meaning, let's not use history. Let's look over all those books, see what the majority say, and now see if it's actually something, even when it comes to historical accounts. Because if you use historical accounts, you can't put your theology in there in the first place. Because if if you do, then it's no longer history, it's theology. It's history through theology. If you're removing your theology or or any theological matter away from it, then so the Gospel of John is no different than the Gospel of Thomas. The Gospel of Mark is no different than the Gospel of Peter. The Gospel of Matthew is no different than the Gospel of the infancy gospel. It's no different now at all. So it's something where they go back and forth. On one hand, they believe in history, but when history does not seem to go with them, now it's a matter of theology. I remember asking somebody, I said, "Hey, why do you believe in the Bible?" He used history, historical accounts. I asked them hypothetically. I said, "So if history actually goes against what the Bible say, will you believe history or the Bible?" He said the Bible. I said, "Then you don't care about history then." Then it's not a historical claim, it's a theological claim. Because you're telling me if history goes against you, you still believe in it. That's not historical, that is theological. So even with that, I would even say Christians don't really care about history anymore. So
Hey,
all that
quick
talk about
question.
historical claims, it's not really valid. Go ahead, okay?
Sorry, just a quick question. Out of all the biblical scholars today, is there any of them that actually believe that the crucifixion is historical event?
No,
None.
biblically, um well, let's the historical scholars, they will not say anything for historical certainty. They will not say
Not
that.
even like
All
not so much like historical scholar, but even a biblical scholar.
Oh yeah, a biblical scholar, last they will say that this happened because they'll use the records. Because unfortunately, one thing that goes for this view is the fact that most of the records approve of what they already believe in. That's one thing that if you look at to the biblical history, they will say that. I mean, even most infamously or famously, Bart Ehrman, he does say that Jesus was crucified. Now, why does he say that? He does not say that because he thinks that's what the case is. He says it because that's what the records that have survived said. So he holds to that point because of what the records say.
So with all the text that exists, whether it be apocrypha or canon,
Uh
what's the earliest documentation that says anything about the crucifixion of Isa alayhi salam?
huh. You may need to ask me some about that, but from my understanding, not the Q. It may be Q. actually, but I don't know if it talks about the crucifixion or not. I'm not so sure. You know what? Rather than say anything, I'm not too certain about that. I'll go do some research, or when Wissam comes, we can just ask him, because I'm not too certain, and I don't want to give you any false statements or things that are
I
not
don't know the
100%.
dating on it. I don't know the dating on it, but Pontius Pilate has a document, and in that document, if you read it, you actually find a very weak Rome, you find a very weak Pilate, and you find a very the crucifixion basically isn't even like, it's not clear in that text. It actually says that the whole scene was very hurried and ambiguous, and that no one really knows what happened. Like that would be a document from Pontius Pilate to Rome.
That's 5th century, I think.
Is it? I'm not sure the dating on it, but if it's true or if it's historical, I mean, it would go into the assessment for historicity.
And Q doesn't contain the crucifixion. I think it's Corinthians. Paul's the first one to talk about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Q. And I
Professor,
don't know how
Salaam.
early. I don't know how. Wa alaikum salam. Oh, sorry. Salam alaikum. I'm off today. That's not funny. That is not funny. That is not funny.
You have a
Right,
bone to
you're
pick,
about
right?
as off as a prawn in the sun, brother.
You're not working
I
tomorrow,
I'll
right?
just say,
No, I'm not working tomorrow.
Whoa! You can't have that with you. You know that, right?
Nah, it's too late. It's too late.
yeah, by the way, Pony's
Just
off
for
now.
that. Just for that.
Wait, what happened?
Goodbye.
Good thing I'm not going to the office today.
We don't support. You know the boycott,
Wait, what happened?
right?
What boycott?
You didn't even notice?
What boycott we're talking about here?
What you were drinking?
Don't shoot. What about it? What's wrong?
You know they're supporting
What?
Israel.
Oh.
Starbucks.
Oh no, I did not.
Yeah. That's
what?
That's why there's a boycott.
Okay.
Snap. Oh my. Oh nah. My yeah. No. My yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah.
I suggest get some coffee for yourself, like beans, and roast them nice. Make yourself
Yeah, make
coffee.
my own
I love
coffee.
coffee myself, so yeah.
Yeah, make my own
I
coffee.
prefer.
Yeah.
I prefer that, anyways. Yeah.
Thank you for the heads up, Akhi. Appreciate it. But no,
Brother
dang.
Hassan has the Jesus effect right now.
You know what? Let me burst this bubble real quick. He also has that Charles Manson look.
Oh snap!
Yeah, I know.
Ali, do we have sound effects? Like hallelujah.
Oh, I don't think we do. Let me double check. Do we? Oh, come on, please tell me we do.
You know what? I'll
Ali.
just do everyone a favor, and
I got a coffee for you.
What's
Oh,
up?
by the way,
What is that?
Yemeni calls this the pineapple. This style of mine.
Oh, okay. By the way, what happened with that Mac guy?
Oh, he's a disrespectful little runt.
He realized that he was cornered and got disrespectful, as most atheists do. And well, you weren't here, but I gave you and Brother Yahya some credit, because I learned it from y'all about how to respond to atheists, because I'm expecting the arrogance, the blow up to occur, because that arrogance got once he started figuring out that his own points I'm relaying to him is idiotic and nonsensical, then he got impatient, he got upset, he started yelling, and then he said, "I'm doing." Then just have him out here.
You know where he was going with
he got
this,
too
right?
emotional.
I mean,
the
thing is,
drowning baby example that he was giving. You know where he was going, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that if it's objectively true that you have to do it, why doesn't God save him? and so on and so forth. So that's
I was
that's
going to
really,
ask him
really
that earlier.
and
If he
and my
thinks
point,
God's immoral for not saving the baby, or anyone dying for that matter.
yeah, and my point really was in this particular situation, like, and I think all of us were talking and speaking the same thing essentially. But the point is really, at the end of the day,
Yeah.
if that's how you see it, I don't care. The reality of the situation is anything that is objective, that we consider as objective, is subject to God's will. That's how we Muslims see it, right? Objectivity depends on God for us, right? God is not subject to the rules that He's created for us. He has rules for Himself. Allah has basically ruled for Himself that He's going to be just. Allah has ruled for Himself that He's going to be truthful. He's ruled for Himself that certain things He's ruled for Himself, right? And these are given in various places in the Quran, right? That His mercy is going to be more than His wrath. His mercy is going to be more than the justice, right? So all of these things are rules that Allah has made compulsory on Himself. Right? We don't have the capacity to decide what Allah is or isn't. Right? Allah is. There are certain things which are logical. Yes, there are certain logical laws. The law of identity. Yes, Allah is not someone other than Himself, and those type of things that you would use to understand Him. But this whole objective thing, we need to change the paradigm in which we're having this discussion with them, because don't accept their paradigm at all.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I would
feel like
actually
Brother Han
say
says-
that's.
Go ahead, Hassan, please.
I would actually say that this guy Mac. To be honest, like I had a conversation with an atheist. I think almost a month ago on Brother Yusuf Discover's channel, and as respectful and as willing he was to consider the fact that there is a God, and that morality is objective. Morality is objective and subject to the rules laid down by God. Now I get this guy Mac, who's the polar opposite. And again, my respect for atheists goes down again because of a guy like Mac. And I would just like to say to atheists, if you're gonna champion someone, at least because I know certain atheists do champion people like him. If you're gonna champion someone, at least make sure it's someone who makes sense. Like Graham Moppy or someone. At least someone of standard.
Plus, Brother Hassan, the thing that we should understand really over here is where I wanted to get to is basically agree with him that, okay, it's subject to, if you want to say it's subjective, right? Our understanding is different from yours. Anything that is subject only to God, we agree that it is objective. Okay. Now, if you want to call it subjective, fine. But now I want to understand from you, what is your basis? Do you even have objective morality? If not, if it's subjective morality, yours versus mine, then it basically comes to the question, we should be discussing a different question then, right? And that's essentially where I wanted to go. And that's why I wanted to just move through it, because sometimes it doesn't matter. We don't even need to go into the details of what the situation is, because these are just sort of red herrings. The questions that he was asking, it was leading to a point, and we need to come to the point and basically move on. And allow him to basically give him the sort of, just be respectful enough with him to accept that, okay, you're not setting traps up for me, okay, and this is a genuine conversation. Let's see where that genuine conversation leads us, and then basically take the conversation in the direction that we need to take it. Because sometimes they wouldn't be open to us, open to the questions that we're going to ask them, unless they see us answering questions that they're asking us. All right, then there needs to be some sort of a give before we can actually take this from them.
Fair enough. True.
It may be my sadistic side, but I really do
It
enjoy
is definitely
making
your
people.
sadistic side. Don't
I
maybe.
knew it.
Okay,
I mean,
I
Brother Faisal, you're
enjoy.
basically getting me to that point now because I have the same sadistic side as Brother Ali does. Ouch.
Bro,
Two birds, one stone.
I en- I enjoy. I really enjoy seeing arrogant people
Getting humbled.
prove get, humbling themselves by just talking. I really, it gives me a satisfaction. I'm saying you are arrogant, and you realize the things you are saying, you're exposing yourself, like you're proving your
Yeah, they do.
idiocy and you're arrogant about it, and you don't even realize it. I love watching that because for me, I don't. One of my biggest pet peeves is people who are arrogant and ignorant. Arrogance, ignorance, for real. And to me, it's like when you're willing to not humble yourself and even think you just to the point you're raising your voice, you're doing this, you think people are beneath, you think people are idiots for. I'm saying, okay, now this guy. I need to show this guy that what he's saying is nonsensical. And when they start realizing it and they start flipping out, like they can't handle it. Oh wait, my ego, or I'm gonna start yelling. I'm gonna start being rude and disrespectful.
You know, Ali, do you
I
know
like that
why? Why? What is the reason why Allah or God? I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off here, but here's a question to the panel. Why is it
No,
that
you're fine. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Allah is the one who has the right to give the laws to humanity, the morality to humanity?
He's the creator, the sustainer.
Because he
He's the
created
creator,
morality. He
right? But
created humanity.
sort of there's an attribute of Allah that we need to discuss as well, right? So creator,
Uh,
being the creator is definitely one of them. There's a second attribute that is extremely important.
The most just.
the
No,
sustainer.
that's not. That has nothing to do with
Hmm?
it.
This is
No,
The
but
most what?
the sustainer.
No,
no, no, no, no, no, no, no.
I'm betting it's one obvious that we just can't think
it,
about
it's
at the
the it's
moment.
the most obvious one.
It,
It always is.
he's Allah.
He's the most powerful. He's the all powerful,
Yeah,
right?
he's
No
Allah.
matter. See, this is the one that is most consistent with every other standard that they can come up with. Why is it that we follow the
Um,
rules
hmm,
of the country? Why do we follow the rules of the country? Because they're in a position to implement those rules. They're the executioners, right? They're the ones, if you mess up, they can come and get you, right?
hmm,
That's what it boils down to.
They're in that
Morality or
position of
these
power.
rules, ethics, no matter how you look at it, whichever ones, the laws, the rules, the regulations, whichever way you look at it, all of these to me sort of just fall within one big bucket of things, right? Rules that you have
yeah.
to follow. Why do you follow those rules? Because there's a power that is enforcing those rules. That's the reason why you would follow them. So if there is no power enforcing those rules, then it doesn't matter. It's the law of the jungle again. But there's always a power behind any moral standard that you're going to follow. If there's no power behind it, like, why is the humanist argument nonsensical? Because there's no teeth in there. There's no bite.
Hmm,
Who
yeah.
cares? If you cannot even enforce it, who cares? Right?
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
follow the
I
laws
was.
of
Yeah.
do you follow the laws of North Korea in the United States? No, you don't care about those laws, right? But
Hmm,
if you're in North Korea, those suddenly become relevant. That's the thing. So
yeah.
this whole morality argument, that's where I
And
wanted to
that's what
lead into,
we
because
talk. That's how we talk about deterrence.
yeah, and at the end of the day, this whole morality thing, it's a huge red herring, right? It doesn't matter. You have nothing to stand on, and you're here to criticize other positions, right? We actually have a position that we stand on and we can agree on. The other thing with morality is that you cannot have an individual view of morality, because that just goes against the very concept of morality. It needs to be a shared concept. Morality needs to be a shared concept. If it's not shared, if you're the only person with that moral standard, I don't care what you say. Keep your mouth shut. It doesn't matter what you're saying, right? So it's extremely important when we have these conversations that we shift the paradigm. Just grant them, okay, you want to say that it's subjective? We agree, it's subjective. I just consider it as objective, and there's a way that I can justify that. Because when you're looking at two parties that are part of who've been given a rule, certain rules to follow. For example, one of the examples that one of the brothers mentioned, I think it was Brother Faisal or Samir, they mentioned it. If two teams are playing on a field, right? There's a referee or there's a law-giving authority or rule-setting authority, like FIFA would have set the rules for a football match, right? And football here is, for the North American audiences, it's soccer. For the rest of the world, right? But if it's a football match, FIFA set the rules, and the referee is enforcing the rules. Okay, so what's relevant here is that for the two teams, it's objective still. Okay, the two teams are as long as there's no favoritism happening or no fixed matches or any other thing, right? Which FIFA is sort of pretty infamous
notorious for.
Yeah, but let's say that's not happening, right? Everything is in good faith. In that situation, the rules are not going to be applied equally to both parties. That is objective. That's considered objective. Even if the rules are not going to apply to the referee of the match, the rules are not going to apply to FIFA, right? So that's a completely, it's a complete straw man of what morality is supposed to mean. And it's still considered as objective, right? So I wanted to get to that with him. Unfortunately, I had to run. But
But one thing that I would like to say, I was sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
One thing I would like to say, like when you were asking us, when you asked us the question, like about the attribute of Allah or the name of Allah that would best describe it, the situation where we have to describe, where we have to, assign the
right?
Yeah, justifiably on that side. I was thinking more on the lines of Al-Malik, because at the end of the day, we have to consider that side, that side really, because Allah Azza wa Jalla obviously is the most powerful, but He is the Lord. He is the King. What happens in a monarchy? Who makes the rules and laws in a monarchy? A king does, and the King of Kings would then, of course, be Allah Azza wa Jalla. He is Master and Lord and King over everything, over all existence. So, that being said, I think that might be a certain way to perhaps look at it. That whatever Allah says goes, and no one else, and no one other than Allah gets to choose. That's the way I would have.
Yeah.
I think I could summarize it.
So I agree, but at the same time, I would say that comes secondary, because at the end of the day, the reason why those rules are relevant is because there's a power behind that enforces those rules. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's the creator. It's like, why is it when you go to your workplace, you're not going there to just play around, right? You do your work because there's a power behind which makes. I know we've got exceptions here, but like, why is it, for example, when you're on the road, you're not going at 250 miles per hour, right? On the highway.
My car doesn't go that fast.
240. I hit 240 once. I've hit 240 once.
Get a Bugatti.
I've hit 240.
Thought about it.
Anyway,
He definitely thought about it.
At the end of the day, the point is that it boils down to the fact that those rules are being enforced. If the rule is not being enforced, whether it's your Malik, and I'm not trying to undermine any of the attributes of Allah here, right? What I'm trying to do is basically make it relevant. Nauzubillah, right? And I'm just trying to make it relevant to and comparable to the situations that we will find these atheist people in, right? So what makes it most relevant is the power, that Allah has the power to enforce these. Now, they can argue we don't believe in Allah, and then we can have that argument, right? Because that just takes it to
that's a different
the
paradigm
point.
then.
Yeah, exactly. And now we can have that conversation with them. But essentially, morality, we need to take that argument and move it forward to the point where we can start having that conversation about Allah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But you know what? I have to ask this. I have to ask. Yahya, what's the fastest you've ever been on a car?
Oh wow, this is becoming a question of the day.
I just want to ask how. I want to know how fast he's ever went, because the fact that he sounds like he meant it when he said, "Oh, it doesn't go that far," meaning he tested it. You know what? Now I gotta ask him, what's the fastest you've ever been on a car?
Brother Yahya
Another
is
random
like
question.
a completely different paradigm. He's gonna say, "I don't drive a car; I drive a truck."
Yeah. And by the way, I should correct myself: 240 kilometers per hour, not miles. My correction.
Oh, I was about to say. Woo!
Can you guys hear me?
Wait,
Yeah,
what is that?
now we can.
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you, brother. Yahya.
Boy, you traveling, man. That is traveling. That is a lot.
Who are you talking about?
150 miles per hour? Golly.
What?
Who?
I think
450.
he's got some connection issues. No, 150.
450.
That's still a lot, bro.
Oh, okay.
150.
150.
Okay,
That's a lot.
let's just keep that. Let's just keep that off. We're not like keep the
Pakistani
fifth.
highways, bro.
Keep the fifth. If you're in the US, keep the fifth. That sort of thing.
Yeah. I mean, look, look, I can say it easily because I did actually get pulled over and I got fined for it, so I don't care. It's in the open.
You know what? I'm gonna keep my I'm gonna keep the dumb stuff I did, which we're not gonna talk about. I'm gonna keep it to myself.
Yeah, exactly. You're not supposed to publicize it.
Yeah. I plead the fifth. Capital F, capital I, capital F.
TH.
Nah, I don't know if you watched the Chappelle show, but Dave Chappelle spells it F-I-F, fifth.
Okay. By the way, Juan, how many of you have seen that debate with between why is the name Mehdi Hassan? Sorry, Mehdi Hassan and
Elon.
Mouth of you know that mouth of Netanyahu. That you know how in Lord of the Rings you have that mouth of Sauron. So the mouth of Netanyahu.
Yeah.
I don't know his name. He has a name, but it's
Elon something. His name's Elon. I can't remember his last name.
Okay, fine.
Elon, let me.
Yeah. So Mehdi Hassan was brutal in that debate.
Oh yeah.
Elon
oh yeah, for sure.
I personally feel that Mehdi Hassan is, if not the best debater in the world right now, then probably at least among those few that are out there. One of them, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's certainly an excellent debater. There's no doubt about it. He's a reasonably very good journalist as well. Levi. Yeah, okay, Levi. Elon Levy. But yeah, I mean, he's a very good journalist as well. I've actually been observing him for years now. Um, whatever our differences with the man, he is certainly a champion for the people of Palestine and Lebanon, in the sense that he does speak up for them.
Mm-hmm.
And credit where it's due. May Allah increase him and guide him to the right path.
I mean,
Amen.
I mean.
Mm.
You know, the one thing I've noticed, because I've noticed sometimes when he debates, I like his demeanor, because for me, I'm not, I don't want to come across as someone who's a quote unquote expert debater, but I'm someone who's been on a couple of debates throughout, as I grow up in school and college and everything like that. So the a lot of the um the examples I would actually show someone like Mehdi to someone who's trying to get into debating, as far as approaching how to approach the debate, listening, because when you're in a conversation when men is having a conversation or debate, when someone says I'm listening to every word you're saying, Mehdi does that to a T, meaning be careful, because he is the definition of every word you say can and will be used against you. Meaning he's focusing on every single thing you say, and even you'll be surprised. Wait a minute, he remembered that? Yes, he did. So a lot of the examples on how to approach a debate, how what knowledge to already have, how to your demeanor, because even when he speaks, the tone of body language, the tone of which he speaks, the loudness, he's loud but not too loud, he's direct but not too forceful. So I actually do agree, for Faisal, because for me, I would say that a lot of his mentality and his debate tactic, he can show his anger logically, not emotionally. Because notice how you can tell he feels some type of way about certain things, but he never shows it through his emotion. At least I haven't seen him. He shows it with actual facts. Doesn't raise his voice, but he shows actual facts in order to demonstrate what he is trying to portray. He never really, from what I've seen, he doesn't do it in a kind of emotional sense. And that's the thing. He beats you with facts, things that even you can't argue. So that's the approach that I would like to at least give a lot of people who are getting into debates, including myself, who even I'm not I'm not new, but I am someone who's always trying to improve myself.
So all of a sudden, Ali has put himself on the same stage as Mehdi Hasan.
Oh,
Bravo.
what the heck? No, come on now. What? I did not say
Alhamdulillah.
that.
Okay.
No.
Anyway,
Look at
but
That's
that
just
there
saying,
time.
was
brother.
there was definitely a few mic drop moments in there. I loved the fact of how he chastised the audience who were sitting there, and they were willing to justify Israel's position. It was really a mic drop moment where he basically told them very clearly that you guys are psychopaths, and that's how we should approach these sort of
Yeah.
things. Just
Mhm.
Brother
call
Faisal,
them out on these things. Yeah.
did you want to bring it up?
Oh, let me check.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's no one to bring up, then we might as
Um,
well review something.
Uh, brother, just a minute, brother Muhammad, are you still there? Muhammad
yeah,
Latif?
I'm still here.
Yeah.
Oh
Did
my
you want to
God! Did I do it
ask
again?
anything else?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
wanted
yeah,
to
yeah.
ask,
You did again. Yeah.
in Mark 21, Mark 15:21, it looks like someone else is getting crucified, not Isa alayhi salam. And Simon, it
Mark
looks like.
21.
Mark
Mark
Hmm.
15:21.
Mark
You know what?
15:21.
You know what?
15. Okay.
Brother Muhammad, you have a good point there, because that's actually has been used to show that Isa alayhi salam was not the one who was crucified. Because for one thing to remember is that chronologically, it was the Gospel of Mark that came first. And what happened? There are people at that time who did not believe that Jesus was the Messiah. the one who got crucified. There's actually, and at that time in the late first century, there were this group of people called the Basilidians. The Basilidians actually believed that it was actually Simon of Cyrene, the same person who it's talking about in Mark 15:21. The Basilidians claim it was Simon that was crucified, not Jesus. And the founder of the people of the religion, his name was Basilides. Basilides was he claimed himself to be a disciple of a disciple of Peter. So, and he's saying, no, it wasn't Jesus. It was this guy named Simon of Cyrene. And it was a problem. Why? Because the Gospel of Mark, Matthew, and Luke talk about Simon of Cyrene, but the Gospel of John trying to, because the Gospel of John came last. The Gospel of John completely removes Simon of Cyrene to begin with. Why? It's trying to correct it, meaning at that time the Gospel of John was written around the from 90 to the year 110, right? Anywhere it's dated anywhere from that time, right? It's trying to correct. It's seeing that people have been, wait a minute, some people actually think that it was Simon. Let's fix that. So that's why if you look at the Gospel of John's account, Jesus walked or he carried his own cross. It wasn't Simon of Simon. Simon of Simon is nowhere in depiction in the Gospel of John. Why? It's trying to edit and fix that issue to try to remove this doubt, remove this conclusion that this doubt that maybe Jesus was not the one who was crucified. So you have a point there, and that's why the Gospel of John tried to fix it.
Uh, yeah, and Basilides he gave a isnad, right? So it's historically stronger than the biblical claim.
By the way, Ali,
Well,
we have the Gospel of Mary the Magdalene, right?
Mary Magdalene. Do we have it? Let me see. I think we do.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, because according to Mark, Mary of Magdalene is an eyewitness to the crucifixion.
I heard some scholars doubt the women were even there watching it.
Yeah, because it's conflicting statements.
Two different stories.
Not two, four different stories, to be honest, right? But if you're looking at Mark alone, and if you just take that, then based on that statement alone, shouldn't the Gospel of Mary of Magdalene be a canon? I mean, this is an eyewitness. Wouldn't you value the statement of an eyewitness more than than you value the statement of someone who was not an eyewitness?
What the heck?
What does the Gospel of Mary Magdalene say?
Yeah, assalamu alaikum,
about the
brothers.
event?
Gospel of Mary Magdalene. Brother
Walaikum
Ridwan,
salam.
you're leaving already?
Oh, yeah, man. Well, salam, brother.
All right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, 1 second. Let me see if actually does talk about Simon and Cyrene. Let me see. Oh, if only Wissam was here. Crap.
Hey Faisal, when you mention the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, is that been removed? Stated as false.
Yeah, it's one of the Gnostic Gospels, right? It's not.
So if she's claiming she was an eyewitness, but
No,
the
she's not
people,
claiming. Mark is claiming that she's an eyewitness, right? So let me.
yeah, I was gonna say if you go down to verse 40 and 15, It states that she was there at the crucifixion. Same as Mary, the mother of the younger James and of Joseph.
Verse 40 and 41, right?
Yeah.
They were also, yeah, that's what I was saying. And marrying the mother of James.
But how can you have a gospel in your canon say that, but then you remove her statement saying that they're irrelevant?
That's a point. That just shows the
It's just
inconsistency.
stupid.
It just shows the inconsistency of these Christian scholars, right?
Yeah.
I really want
So
to
what
know
is it?
this
What does
now.
Mary
Wait a
Magdalene
minute.
actually say about the crucifixion?
You don't know?
No, I haven't read the Gospel of Mary of Magdalene.
Well, the Gospel of Mary Magdalene actually, well, it does talk about Simon the Cyrene. I'm just trying to figure out if the Gospel actually says Simon the Cyrene carried the cross too.
Yeah, so that's the narrative I've always had that we got taught growing up. When he was on his way, he fell with the cross, and then the guy steps forward to help him out, and they're like, "Well, you carry it now, when Jesus can just walk behind you."
Yeah, and that's why John doesn't talk about it, because at that time there are different beliefs that maybe it was actually Simon that got crucified.
Yeah, I don't see. Even for me,
And
like
so
I've always,
and it's
like personally myself, even though I
what?
grew up in the church, I've always had issues with, even if I was to use the Bible, Pontius Pilate, when he washed his hands of it and to do whatever. Like I don't think he would go against anything, even though he was the leader. Like I don't want to have anything to do with it, and then crucify him behind closed doors and release some heretic that's trying to take down your kingdom.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
Jesus
doesn't.
was barbarous.
Like I've always assumed that he might have like doctored up, considering he was beaten to a pulp and you couldn't actually tell what was what. Like I would have seen, okay, maybe
None of the gospel accounts make sense. When you're reading through them, it's almost as if it's children's tale, right?
No, I'm just thinking for me, like how, considering I've never like believed it truly that the crucifixion actually happened. Now, if you like, for me thinking back at it, Pontius Pilate at the time when they brought Jesus to him,
And
I
there's
would have, for
and there's the
me,
biggest
Pontius
rebel,
Pilate. Not
and
just
you
think
have the
for
biggest
me.
rebel and Jesus, these two people,
No,
from the
but that's
point of
my
view
point.
of Pontius Pilate, right? Yeah, I get it totally.
If I'm Pontius and I'm saying I don't want to crucify this guy because he had nothing to do with it, I'd rather
Yeah,
deal with this guy who's trying to take me down,
yeah,
and then doctor
exactly.
it somehow to make him look like Jesus. Like, and considering there's nothing
But
like,
Yeah, it's like the British.
straight up in the Bible. It's just weird.
The Britishers before the War of Independence, they have the opportunity to get rid of George Washington and Bill the Bard, right? And people are coming and asking for, okay, get rid of Bill the Bard or George Washington, and these Britishers are asking, who do we do? Who do we deal with? George Washington or Bill the Bard? Like, what kind of nonsense play are you putting forth for everyone?
Yeah.
You're telling me that a political decision is being made by someone. I mean, Pilate would be doing everything within his power to make sure that the one he wants to get rid of is the one that they get getting rid of.
Yeah.
You know what? I have a question for you, brothers. Okay. So
is it a short or a long
imagine,
question?
right? Oh, it depends. So imagine if imagine during the time of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, right? There was two people, right? There was Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, and there was, I think, wasn't Abu Bakr's name also Muhammad, or was it something different?
No, it wasn't.
No. Abdullah.
You know what? Okay, cool. Abdullah. Okay, so let's just say it was Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and another guy named Muhammad, right? And both of these guys are saying, you know what? Oh snap! Well, I'm a prophet, and the other one saying I'm also a prophet, right? So the Romans or the Persians, let's use the Persians. The Persians came and, hypothetically overtook the Muslims, right? And now they have a choice on who to kill. Like, who's your leader? And then it's, oh, this guy named Muhammad, right? Okay, so there's two different Muhammads, right? There's one Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who claims to be a prophet of Islam, and then there's another Muhammad who is actually the one that led the battle against you that you just beat. Would it make sense for the Persian guy to execute the one who claims to be a prophet, or would it make sense for him to execute the one who just led a battle against you and lost? Like,
So
logically speaking, which one makes more sense?
Do we have to answer that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because of what Yahya said, yes, you do.
What did I say?
You said it's gonna be long or short.
I meant the question, not the answer.
Yeah, I'm
Come on,
exactly.
Ali,
I'm
move
keeping
on.
receipts.
We're asking this so that you
Okay.
can move on. Answer it for us.
The point of the matter is, and this is the same logic that we're using, okay? Because even at the Romans, for one, Pontius Pilate was known to be someone who was brutal. He was a dictator, a brutal governor, right? You have two people. You have one who literally just led a revolt, a rebellion against you. He lost, but he just led a rebellion against you, right? And then you have the other one who's claiming to be who? The Messiah, right? Not a political leader whatsoever. He's claiming to be a prophet, right? So if you're the Roman governor and you're occupying a people and you don't even care about the religion, one way that's shown that you don't care about the religion, simple, you're letting them practice it. If you're letting them practice the religion, you obviously don't care about it, right? So one person is claiming to be a religious prophet, another person just led a revolt against you, right? Which one wouldn't it make more sense to actually crucify the guy that just led a revolt?
Already said that and we agreed, Ali.
Oh no, I'm not done yet. So and the worst thing is, and this is where we talk about the narrative that they want us to believe. The worst thing is, no, let's choose this guy who has no political power to use him as a demonstration of not claiming to be a prophet. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And by the way, what are their names? Oh yeah, both of their names are Jesus. So
Jesus, son of the Father. By the
Jesus,
way,
son of the Father, and Jesus, the son of Jesus, son of God, Jesus, son of the Father.
Yep. Now, I actually want you guys to realize one other thing. Let's take a look at it in another way. Now, if you were Pontius Pilate and you realize there's a guy going around who has a following and who's claiming to be a prophet, as a politician, what is the first thing you're going to do?
Investigate.
I'd want to talk to him.
No.
And, yeah. Why do you want to talk to him? And what exactly would be your purpose behind talking to him?
To find out exactly what his
get him on
plans
your side. That's the thing. If someone is going around and people are believing that he's a prophet or he's gathering a following, what you are going to try to do as a politician is get him on your side so that you can control the narrative. Right?
Yep.
Where is that happening in the Bible?
You know what? The sad thing is, the first thing that popped into my head was Mirza Ghulam Ahmed. That's the first thing that popped into my head.
It is. Because Mirza Ghulam Ahmed, what did the British do?
Yeah,
they did
Got him on the
exactly
side.
that. It's a perfect example, and actually, I was actually going to bring that up, Ali, because
my bad.
We've seen these type of things happen, right? That these politicians use people who gain influence because that's their way of getting to the people. Right? That's the easiest way. If you win this person over, just give them a little bit of dough under the table, and that's it. Right? This guy is getting rich. All of his people are going to vote for you. You're happy. They're happy. Their people are happy. Everybody's happy. Right? It's the easiest way to exert control. Right? And we're not seeing any of that happening in the Bible. So it's not a natural story. When you read through the biblical account, it's not a natural story. It's just it doesn't read as an honest story.
Yeah, it's not organic.
I do.
Yeah.
It's not organic. Exactly.
I do find it interesting. If I'm not mistaken, the narrative is basically Rome is in power, Pontius Pilate's ruling, yet somehow these group of religious guys that are meant to be under his authority manipulate him to crucify somebody.
Yeah.
And then that turns into salvation for the entire world somehow. Like,
yeah.
The fact that a conquered people, because that's who the Jews were, a conquered people can influence a politician to go by their whims. That in itself is so fantastical and illogical. One has to actually question where are you pulling this out of?
I wouldn't put that on all the Jews at the time. I would stick to those who are in authority, who dealt with Pontius face to face, not the general Jew that was walking around on the street.
No, but even the Sadducees, but that's the thing, brother. Yeah, even the Sadducees were at the mercy of the Romans. They answered to the Romans. They didn't have influence over the Romans.
They
had
had
influence over the
power
rest of the
because of
Jews.
the Romans.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
had
no,
Yeah,
but
power
that's my
exactly.
because
point.
of the Romans, right?
Like, they're the ones doing the bidding in court with Pontius.
Yeah.
I would attribute that mess to them,
So,
not to the random Jew walking around on the street.
so when
Unless
you
they
think
actually
of the
agreed with
Sadducees,
it, but different
the
story.
when I'm thinking of the Sadducees, the picture that I get in my mind is that sleazy fellow who's always doing the yes man. If you remember, so
Anthony Blinken.
Pop culture reference, Lord of the Rings, that guy who was working with
Gollum?
Saruman. No, with
No,
Saruman.
no, 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 no. I
Oh,
think you're
him.
talking about
Yeah.
Grima Wormtongue. Grima Wormtongue.
Yes, exactly. So that's the kind of person, the sleazy type of guy who's sort of doing all the yes men type thing, right? And scheming behind the scene. Those are the kind of people that you see there. And this is a very caricature, character that has been built. Real characters are not like that, right? So that's why when you look at this whole thing, it just reads so artificial.
You know what, Brother Faisal? You're hip to Lord of the Rings. We need to chat privately because we gotta talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the other thing, and there was one other thing I wanted to go over. There's this what was his name? The guy who hosted the debate of Brother Hijab and what's his channel?
Oh, the Christian guy.
Capturing Christianity.
Capturing Christianity, yes. So he had this new video come out, if you remember, about the reason why the Prophet, peace be upon him, is not true prophet of God, right? I'm gonna bring it up.
Oh, wait a
because,
minute. I see a question. Okay, somebody posted a question on the chat.
Can we use what happened to Jews by Romans after crucifixion as an extra evidence as they committed a grave mistake by trying to kill Jesus of Islam?
I mean, okay, to be very frank, do you think it matters to the Jews? I mean, their belief system is. I mean, you can perhaps use it in an indirect way, but Would it have any effect on them? Allahu alam. You know.
This is funny. This is funny. I'm sorry. I had to laugh. 1 second. Let me post it.
What now?
Come on. This one.
Okay, sister, I sort of agree. I agree, sister.
Smithers. Oh, I guess
Smithers.
I'm a Simpson star.
Yeah.
Wait, is this Smithers a homosexual?
Oh, for God's sakes.
Yeah, he's
Astaghfirullah.
actually in love with Mr. Burns.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh my god, that's very funny. That's very funny.
Yeah. So anyway, let's. I'm actually going to share a screen, Ali. We're going to go over the this capturing Christianity video. Brother
Awesome.
Dean actually did a good response to it, and we don't need to go over in details, but it's a quick one that we will do, and we'll have a look at what he's trying to do. All right, you can see the screen. Let me know.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna see if this is too fast. Let me know, and then we'll.
How Muhammad completely, and I mean completely, disqualifies himself as a true prophet based on his own claims in the Quran. Forget every other argument you think you have for Islam. This one point alone is enough to show that he's a complete fraud. And once you see this, there's literally like no going back. If you've ever wondered whether Muhammad was a true prophet sent by God, you need to stay for this entire video because we're going to put him to the test. All right, so let's get right into it. So if there is a God and he does send us messengers to help guide us, then he's going to give us ways to tell like which ones are the real ones, which ones are the fake ones. But Muhammad makes a claim in the Quran that no true prophet ever would. And once you see how this plays out, it's actually just over. Like it's done. Like he's out. He's done. In this video, I'm going to walk you through a very simple test, a test that shows Muhammad's claim to being a prophet doesn't actually hold up. What's actually really cool about this test is that it doesn't rely on the Bible or on the New Testament or anything else. It's a sort of internal check to see whether or not a prophet is real, and Muhammad fails it miserably. All right, so let's break this down. So if God does send a prophet to guide us, there's a lot of different ways that he could use to make them stand out. Miracles, for example, would definitely help. Or maybe these prophets could predict the future, giving us proof that they're connected to something beyond the natural world. These wouldn't necessarily prove that they're a prophet, but it would definitely help. But there's actually another way that I think is a little bit more reliable. So if God sends a series of prophets, he can have the earlier ones tell us what to expect from the later ones. And that way, when the next prophet shows up, we already have some clues about what to expect. Maybe it's like a name, maybe it's a specific place that they're from, or even certain characteristics that we should be on the lookout for. And of course, not every prophet needs to be foretold. The first prophet, for example, wouldn't have anyone to predict them. But if you are foretold by an earlier prophet, it's definitely something that you want to make clear because I think that would be really, really good evidence. And here's where the problem with Muhammad starts to come in. Just like a con artist could lie and forge a signature, a fake prophet could also lie and say what they were foretold by an earlier prophet when they actually weren't. And so how do we figure out who's actually telling the truth? Well, I've got a very simple 4-question test that will expose anyone who tries to lie.
Watch him bring the Injil argument.
Like, shouldn't prophets worth listening to be able to pass a basic test? But before we test...
Sorry, Akhi, what were you saying?
I'm watching bring the Injil argument.
Oh, the Injil argument?
Yeah, is he gonna bring it?
No, that's not what he's gonna bring.
No,
Okay, so
it'd be too easy then.
apparently this is a complete new argument from him, according to him, right? And let's just hear it out, and maybe some of the other Christians will bring it up. But we've already responded to this, so we're not going to go into too much detail, but I think we can probably recommend some of our previous videos that we've done and presentations that we've done, which would really help.
Test out Muhammad. Let's actually put this test in action with another guy that I think most of us will be familiar with, and most of us actually consider to be a false prophet, namely Joseph Smith. So let's take a trip back to the early 1800s to a small town in upstate New York. The year is 1830, and a young man...
By the way, Brother Yahya, you have some history with Mormons, right? I think you may be away.
man named Joseph Smith is claiming something very big, something that would eventually lead to the founding of the Mormon Church. Smith wasn't just saying that he had a message from God. He claimed that
Yeah.
Brother, I was just asking. He's going to use Joseph Smith as sort of an example before he, and basically debunk the Joseph Smith claims first.
Yeah.
And then he's going to do the same with Prophet peace be upon him, and we'll talk about the second one. But you know the history of the Mormon Church, right?
I know the narrative that the church puts out. Yes.
Okay. Because I'm not well versed in it, and I haven't gone through their Bible, so I'm just
good.
I
if
mean,
there's anything you want to add, just let us know.
the only thing I will add, and I mean, I've got nothing against Mormons. A lot of them are quite a lot of like lovely people, and they basically just stick to themselves.
Yeah.
There is a lot of hearsay, and this is my opinion from outside of the church that is not true, that's put on them.
Okay.
And it's
Yeah,
not
that's
the
fine.
narrative that's put out. So
That's fine. And the reason why I'm just bringing it up, and I wanted you to pay attention, is because he's going to make certain claims. If there's anything that you feel that
if he says something that's false against the church, then I'll pull him up on it.
Yeah, sure. But I think he's probably getting this right. So let's take a look at this.
Yeah.
His arrival was foretold thousands of years ago by none other than Joseph, the son of Jacob, in the Old Testament. Now, imagine that you're hearing this claim back in the 1830s. You'd be fairly, to put it lightly, you'd be probably a little bit intrigued, right? Like, there's a modern day prophet predicted by an ancient biblical figure. Naturally, you'd want to open your Bible and see if this was actually true. So Smith pointed to Genesis 50:33 as the prophecy supposedly foretelling his coming. So you grab a Bible, flip to Genesis 50, and you find nothing. As we can see here, the last verse in Genesis 50 is actually verse 26. There's no verse 33 in this chapter at all. No prophecy about Joseph Smith. And here's where things start to really unravel for our friend Joseph. You'd expect something as important as a prophecy about a new modern day prophet to be preserved somewhere, right? Like, it's got to be somewhere, but it's not. It's nowhere to be found. This prophecy exists only in Joseph Smith's personal translation, the Joseph Smith translation, or JST, which he himself produced in the 1830s. There is no ancient manuscript or historical support for this prophecy. But to make this problem abundantly clear, let's run Joseph Smith through our little test. There's 4 questions in this test, and they're each designed to test whether or not he's a true prophet. And again, we're going to perform the same exact test on Muhammad in just a couple minutes. Question 1. Did a previous prophet predict your coming? Smith's answer, yes. He claimed that Joseph, the son of Jacob, predicted his arrival and that the prophecy could be found in Genesis 50:33. As we've already seen, this is pretty problematic, but let's go ahead and move on to the next question. Question 2. Can we check this prophecy? Is there a record, some sort of record that we can verify? Smith's answer, unsurprisingly, no. He said the prophecy existed, but that it had been lost. And here's where things really start to fall apart for Joseph. If you open your Bible, even the King James Version, which was the most widely read Bible at that time, and turn to Genesis 50, you won't find verse 33. And you especially won't find a prophecy about Joseph Smith. In fact, if you check other ancient biblical manuscripts, the Masoretic text, the Septuagint, or even the Dead Sea Scrolls, there is no sign of this prophecy anywhere. It's completely absent. But it doesn't just stop there. Like, if you check any source, whether it's Jewish, Christian, or even pagan historical records, there is no mention of this prophecy at all. It's not found in the Jewish tradition, in early Christian writings, or any of the pagan historical accounts that often interacted with the biblical text. This verse only shows up in Joseph Smith's own translation, which he produced in the 1830s. It's a verse that exists only because Smith himself added it. This is a ridiculously large red flag. Prophecies like Isaiah's prediction of the Messiah's virgin birth in Isaiah 7:14 or the suffering servant in Isaiah 53 were preserved across centuries, appearing in multiple sources, whether Jewish, Christian, or secular. But Joseph Smith's prophecy, it doesn't appear anywhere outside of his own translation. Joseph Smith's answer to question 2 is extremely alarming. But let's give him the benefit of the doubt and move on to the next question. Question 3. Is there another way that we can confirm this prophecy? Smith's answer, yes. He claimed that God had re-revealed this lost prophecy to him personally. And this isn't necessarily unusual for Smith. He often claims special revelations. For example, in the Book of Mormon, Smith claimed to have received golden plates from an angel, which were then conveniently taken back to heaven, leaving no evidence behind. In this case, Smith said that although the prophecy had been lost, God gave it back to him through divine revelation. This now brings us to our 4th and final question. Question 4. Who told you about this prophecy? Smith's answer, me. Joseph Smith claimed that God re-revealed the prophecy directly to him and no one else. Here's the point, okay? No true prophet would actually answer me to question number 4. It's an absolute watertight, nailed down, ironclad sign of a fake prophet. Anyone who answers me to question number 4 has forever disqualified themselves from being a true prophet. No matter like what else they've ever claimed or said or done, they're fake. They're out. So here's why. Joseph Smith is claiming that God oversaw and approved the following sequence of events. Number 1, God decides that Joseph Smith is the chosen prophet, and to make sure everyone knows this, he has Joseph, the son of Jacob, foretell Smith's arrival thousands of years in advance. The prophecy is then written down in the Jewish scriptures for everyone to see. 2, somehow God people completely forget about this prophecy. Despite generations of reverence for the scriptures and their prophets, the foretelling of the world-changing Joseph Smith vanishes from memory somehow. No scrolls, no records, nothing remains. Number 3, but God still wants people to believe in Joseph Smith, so he decided to re-reveal this prophecy because it had been lost. But instead of revealing it to historians or scholars or even just other people that could verify it, 4, God re-reveals the prophecy directly to Joseph Smith. God's big plan to verify Joseph Smith as a true prophet of God is to have the very guy the prophecy is about say, hey guys, I mean, I was for sure foretold. I mean, you just got to trust me on this because, I mean, well, only I know about it because God told me directly, guys. Just trust me, guys. Okay, look, if we believe that God is not a complete moron, we would see that God would not do this. Like, he wouldn't set things up in this way. It completely defeats the purpose of the foretelling in the first place. And then it also makes Joseph Smith indistinguishable from a fake prophet. God would never send a true prophet with the message, guys, I was foretold, but only I know about it. Because a fake prophet could do the exact same thing. This is why Joseph Smith disqualifies himself. He claims a prophecy about him was foretold, but then the only record of this prophecy is his own word. Guys, this is not intelligent. This is extremely dumb. All right, let's now move across the world. Let's go to 7th century.
Yeah, before he goes on, so I'm just going to repeat the 4 things he said, and let me know what you think about the premises that he's trying to position here. Did a previous prophet predict his arrival? Right, that's the first premise. Number 2, can we check this prophecy? Any record to verify? Number 3, is there any other way we can confirm this prophecy? I don't think there's any distinction between 2 and 3, right? And then number 4, who told you about this prophecy? Now, really interestingly, this is very close to what we Muslims have in the science of hadith, right? What's the matan? Did the previous prophet predict his arrival? Right? What's the matan? What was the prediction? And number 2, 3, 4 that he's talking about, it's about the chain of narration. Can we establish who's giving that prophecy? Can we establish the prophecy? Can we basically confirm the prophecy through any other chain? Do we have any records to verify it? Do we have any ways of ensuring this? Now, fine, I'm not gonna argue too much about these 4 questions, although I think there's still something missing here, right? When yes, if there's a prophecy, you can check the prophecy and if there's any record of it. There's no who told you about this prophecy, and is there any other way we can confirm this prophecy? Fine. In the sequence in how we should be verifying it, I sort of disagree. Plus, I think something is missing here. Right now I cannot place my finger on, but I'm actually gonna bring it up again. Right now, when it comes to Joseph Smith, we've seen a very strong evidence of why Joseph Smith is not a true prophet. And what do we Muslims say? Juan, I mean, what would you say to his conclusion as well? I'm gonna agree. Joseph Smith was not a true prophet. Everything that you said, although I think there's probably more that we should be putting forward to establish the case. It's a very flimsy case right now, but I don't think the end results would change. Okay, so let's see how he's going to apply the same rules and the same criteria to the prophet, peace be upon him, and let's see and let's talk about where he's getting it wrong.
But Faisal,
This is
before
gonna
you
be
go on,
fun.
Yeah, okay.
I have just a couple of questions. So in the last premise he put up, when apparently Joseph Smith was asked who told him that he was a prophet, why would anyone in their right mind say myself? Like, wouldn't they
Who
turn
told
around
you
and say,
about
well,
this prophecy, right?
God told me that I'm a prophet.
Yeah.
See, but that don't make sense. But
that's the thing.
Regardless, like I could apply his same questioning and his same criteria to Paul.
See the piece where, and I actually remember where I found the big error that he's making. Remember, at the start, he basically said that we can ignore miracles, we can ignore prophecies made by them. No, you cannot. Those are definitely proof of prophethood, because how, like, if you're making the claim that God has made me a prophet, the only proof that you have are these miracles and prophecies. Without those, you don't have any proof. Okay, because those are the two ways God's power is. Miracles are basically proof of God's power, that God is protecting you. He's helping you out, right? Miracles are proof of that. Okay, and God's wisdom, the miracles and knowledge, right? The prophecies are proof of God's knowledge and wisdom, that he's revealing certain information to you that is unknown and from the unknown, right? And it's going to be useful for the prophet in in the scenario that he finds himself in, right? So all those prophecies, the miracles, are extremely relevant, and he's basically brushing them aside, which is nonsensical, especially because for most of the Christian Bible, it's about Jesus' miracles and Jesus' prophecies. Not the prophecies he's fulfilling, but the prophecies he's also making, right? Which he conveniently fails to keep up with, right? He makes prophecies, and according to the Bible, not not according to the Quran or Islam. Okay, so this is definitely the piece which he's conveniently just setting aside as proof of prophethood, when it is a proof for prophethood. Okay. So let's go ahead and see what he's talking about when it comes to this point itself, because it's a complete straw man.
Century Arabia, and this is the time of Muhammad, who would go on to found Islam. Like Joseph, he claimed to be a true prophet, the final messenger sent by God, not just to his own people, but to all of humanity. But Muhammad didn't just stop there. He also claimed that Jesus himself had foretold his coming. Muhammad said that Jesus, the very figure revered by Christians and known by secular historians for hundreds of years, had prophesied his arrival. According to Muhammad, Jesus predicted that a future messenger would come after him, and his name would be Ahmed, which is basically just a variant of Muhammad's name. This claim was codified in Surah 61:6 of the Quran, which we'll take a look at in just a second. So let's put Muhammad's claim through the same 4-question test that we used for Joseph Smith. Question 1. Did a previous prophet predict your coming? Muhammad's answer, yes. He claimed that Jesus, the son of Mary, foretold his coming by name. In Surah 61:6 of the Quran, Jesus is quoted as saying, I am truly Allah's messengers to you, confirming the Torah which came before me and giving good news of a messenger after me whose name will be Ahmed. Now, obviously, this is questionable, but let's give him the benefit of the doubt, just like we did Joseph, and move on to the next question. Question number 2. Can we check this prophecy? Is there a record that we can verify? Muhammad's answer, no.
Okay, so the first one where he's talking about is, did any of the previous prophets make this prophecy? And the statement that he made, that the Prophet, peace be upon him, is only talking about Isa al-Islam, right? That is factually untrue, because it's not just the Prophet Isa al-Islam who made that prophecy. Every prophet who came throughout history, right, they confirms the coming of the final prophet. So
But
it's untrue. Yeah, go ahead, Ali.
Sorry. What I forgot who said it earlier, but it's the Bible confirming the Quran thing again, because he's using a false premise. He's saying that the Bible is the authority. The Bible is the authority to where he's supposed to be mentioned. So he's already saying that. Well, wait a minute, Muhammad, peace be upon him, Muhammad said that it's mentioned in the previous scripture. Well, he's using that same thing again,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
it's always with these faulty premises. Always.
Yeah, and that's perfectly spotted here, because he's making the assumption here that what he has can actually be traced back to Isa alayhi salam or any of the other prophets, and we know that it cannot. Okay, so it just disqualifies this statement completely. Plus, the other thing that we need to understand is that it wasn't the Prophet peace be upon him alone. Sorry, it wasn't just Isa alayhi salam alone who confirmed the coming of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? It was the other prophets as well, and we see remnants of those predictions in the Bible, right? And we've done a number of um, uh, presentations on this matter. Right? We have the Song of Solomon's. I think it's Song of Solomon 15. Ali.
Yeah, actually, it's Song of Solomon, verse 5.
What?
Sorry,
Song of
chapter
Solomon
5.
15, chapter 5.
Yeah,
Are you sure?
it is. Let me double check. I think it's chapter 5 actually. Yeah.
Isn't it
Hey,
15 and 16?
Brother Faisal, I
Yeah,
have
it's
I
5.
have a
It's 5.
question.
Okay,
It's
5.
5.
Go
Or
ahead. Brother Yahya?
two quick questions.
Yeah.
Who decided that in order for someone to be a prophet, they have to be foretold or whatever by a previous prophet?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm actually going to come to that. I'm actually going to come to that as well, right?
Because
Because
my whole this is just me.
yeah. So
I could care less whether Muhammad is like foretold by a previous prophet. That's irrelevant to me.
so Brother Yahya, I think for us Muslims it is relevant, because the Prophet peace be upon him himself said that, right?
Yeah, but
And
no. The reason why I say it's irrelevant is because they can't show me actual documentation from back then when that prophet
yeah,
apparently said it.
Mm.
I'm not saying it's irrelevant to me, even though the prophet said it. Like that
yeah,
part's irrelevant. That's relevant to me. But the fact that they can't show me the actual document that was written at the time when the prophet then said it, that's irrelevant.
yeah. But he did premises as an argument that the
Eternity.
Quran is making, right?
Yeah, but
So
even that, you can't. He's gonna say that because he thinks Muhammad peace be upon him wrote the Quran, which is wrong.
yeah, I agree.
Then
Thank
I agree.
you.
That's
why
another
even
point.
bring that? Like, I just throw that argument out the door because that's false. Like,
I
start
totally
again.
Yeah.
agree. Totally agree. But like, there's just so many layers that with this is wrong, and we just want to make sure that
Yeah.
we've covered all of those. So
You know
the
what?
other thing
Add
is,
one more layer, because why not be petty? It's the fact that it's what I mentioned earlier with the historical claims, right? He's saying if you're using history, okay, he's not going to use history, because what is he saying? He's saying the only historical method to use is the 27 books of the New Testament.
yeah,
Meaning,
Yeah.
if it's a historical claim, all those books that wasn't accepted into the canon are not fair play. You have to use those books if you're talking about a historical argument. Now you have to talk about, what does the Gospel of Mary Magdalene say? What does the Gospel of Peter say? What does the Gospel of the Ebionites say? What do they say? But
Yeah.
if you're not using those Gospels and you're only limiting it to the 27, then that's not a historical claim anymore. That's a theological one.
yeah, exactly. That's a very good point. But here's the thing: even if I grant all of this, right? Who says there are no prophecies that can be read in that specific sense that it is the Prophet peace be upon him, right? We've got the Deuteronomy. We talked about Songs of Solomon. Then there's Deuteronomy 18:18. Ali, help me out with the references.
Okay.
Correct? right? Then we also have
Deuteronomy 18:18. You also have Isaiah 42. That you have
Isaiah 42,
you have Song of
Song of Solomon.
Solomon.
We
You
have
also have the
the statement about the Paraclete.
You have Daniel 2.
And the Johannine epistles, yeah.
Yeah.
You have
And
Daniel
then
2.
Daniel 2 and
Daniel
7.
2, yeah.
Right, Daniel 2 and 7, right? The second one where Daniel explains his own dream. So these are there. How are you basically making a statement like that? There are prophecies. Just because you've misunderstood them doesn't mean that they're not there. Okay, so so that's the other way of looking at it. I agree with all of the other things that the brothers are saying, but I just wanted to add that even if I grant him all of that, there's still that you have to look at the Old Testament and the New Testament and come up with something from there. There's enough within these texts to actually show that you should be looking at the prophetic view upon him, right? And that's the person. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to his second premise.
I was foretold in these exact words by Jesus. However, all records of these exact words have disappeared. There is no document and no memories of this foretelling. We should actually take a moment.
Now, here's where this gets theatrical, but I'm just going to ignore that. But the point that he was making, he's basically saying that the Quran is saying that Isa alayhi salam, that the Prophet peace be upon him was mentioned by name in the Injil that was given to Isa alayhi salam, right? We believe in that as a theological point. We don't have any proof of it because the Injil doesn't exist anymore, right? Now, where this is getting interesting is in how this is being presented as the only prediction that's there, because according to us Muslims, every prophet who's come before has made that prediction that the Prophet peace be upon him would be coming as the final prophet, and he would be the seal of the prophets, right? So this is a complete straw man, a caricature of the argument that the Muslims have, and it's dishonest of him to actually put it the way he is. Now let's see the theatrics as well, because I think we need to appreciate this new liar coming on the stage. That's all.
I'd like to see him talk to his son.
He won't.
Oh, he would never.
And talk about how ridiculous this is from a historical standpoint. Let's start with the New Testament, which was written within 10 to 40 years of Jesus' death by people who either knew him directly or close to the disciples. These are very...
yeah.
Aha.
Did he just say? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he just said that. Remember, he just said that. That's how dumb this individual really is, right?
You know what?
Very early.
I'm gonna join the show. Keep going. I like this.
Yeah.
Sources, much closer to the actual events than the Quran. You would expect something as monumental as a prophecy of a future prophet named Ahmed to at least appear in these very early documents. But as we examine the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, we find nothing. There's no mention of a future prophet by this name or anything remotely like it at all. But that's not all. This period wasn't just limited to the New Testament writings, obviously. There were many people writing about Jesus during that time. We have early apostolic documents and letters from the first Christians, people who knew the apostles or lived within a generation of Jesus. These include the Didache, early 2nd century, a teaching manual attributed to the apostles, the epistles of Clement.
So early 2nd century, do you think those people would know the apostles personally?
Well, they do think that John wrote John in the late 90s, so sure.
Yeah, so he lived almost 100 years or so. Great.
Probably.
Yeah, in a time when people were being killed left, right, and center by the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
And the living conditions were amazing enough that people would seriously. It's just baffling the kind of statements they make without fully understanding the situation that they're talking about.
It's divinely inspired.
It is, honestly. And let's continue. Let's see what happens.
Late 1st century, written by a prominent Christian leader who also knew Peter. The letters of Ignatius of Antioch, early 2nd century. Ignatius was a student of the Apostle John. The Epistle of Barnabas.
Ignatius was the student of Apostle John. What do we know about
Ignatius of Antioch? Oh, lovely.
Ignatius of
Great.
Antioch.
What do we know about Ignatius? That how often does he talk about John's gospel?
Barely. If anything, not really anything at all. As a matter of fact,
he's not
even
done that even once, right?
Even John's other disciple, Polycarp, doesn't mention the Gospel of John either.
Yeah, exactly. So you're basically assuming here that this is the Gospels here are something that we can rely on when later students don't even care about the document that allegedly their teacher has written down. They don't even refer to it. They don't even consider it as an authority. Okay, so let's see what else he says.
Late 1st to early 2nd century, a widely read document in early Christian communities. The Shepherd of Hermas, early 2nd century, a popular Christian work that circulated among early believers. None of these writings at all, many of which were composed.
Yeah.
You see the slyness. He said a popular Christian work. Nah, it was actually thought of a scripture for a long time. It's in the Codex Sinaiticus. So
yeah,
it's that kind of language. Oh, it's popular Christian work. No, it was seen as scripture. That's no longer in the.
This is where these Christian apologists, they just turn into a snake, the very creature that they want to revile, because apparently it was the serpent who misled Eve, Nauzubillah, right? Our mother, right? But that's the very creature that you're actually resembling. I mean, let's see what else he says.
Sounds like a fish.
Oh my God, sister. To me, this sounds like a Pokemon reference. You know?
Oh wow.
Magikarp, Polycarp.
Oh wow. Brother Faisal, I have to say, I used to watch Pokemon as a kid, and I didn't even think of that. How did you get to Magikarp?
Oh, it just came to my mind because my daughters, they got into this recently.
You know what?
Oh, Allah Mubarak. Nice.
Brother Faisal is officially the cool uncle. Seriously, talking about Lord of the Rings and Pokemon. Oh my God, I want to go to your house and play.
All right, Afan, let's stay on topic.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so let's see what he says now.
Within a few decades of Jesus' death, mention anything about a future prophet named Ahmed or any prophecy about resembling what Muhammad claimed.
Now, we just talked about the prophecy in the New Testament, right? It's the Gospel of John, right? And the fact that you misunderstood it as Christian, that you're basically assuming that it's the Holy Spirit is a non-physical being that's being talked about, doesn't make your current statement true, right? It's just your lack of understanding. It's your comprehension skills, right? The fact that you cannot understand what you're reading. So anyway, let's move on. Let's see.
These were some of the earliest Christian documents written at the time when the memories of Jesus' life and teachings were all very fresh on their minds. If Jesus had made such a world-changing prophecy, wouldn't somebody have written it down? Somebody. So let's go even.
We all know that Salman al-Farsi, radiallahu anhu, he was aware of the signs of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and he tested the Prophet, peace be upon him, before he accepted Islam. We know of the coming of the interaction between the Prophet ﷺ and the monk, right, on his way. I mean, definitely this is there's some sort of a contention on whether or not this is how authentic the source is, right? But at least we know as a historical point, this is accepted that it's part of the events that transpired when the Prophet upon him was a young boy, right? On his travel to Damascus, right?
Wasn't it
And then we
also
also know
Abdullah bin
about
Salam?
Abdullah bin Salam, right? He confirmed that the Prophet peace be upon him is a true prophet. The father and the uncle of Safiya radiallahu anha, they confirmed, right, that he's a true prophet. Okay, and she overheard them speaking about this, and their reason for rejection was very racist. Then we also know about the Jews being in Medina. The very reason why they were in Medina was because of those prophecies, and they understood that the Prophet would be coming in that region. And that's the interesting thing is the only individual who's claimed prophethood in that region is the Prophet peace be upon him. Nobody else has ever done that. Okay. And then
Brother
we also
Faisal.
have Waraqah bin Nawfal,
Ooh.
yeah, who confirmed that the Prophet peace be upon him was a prophet. Go ahead, brother. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to ask that story about the two Jewish gentlemen that went to look and see whether Muhammad, peace be upon him, was a prophet, and then we're talking about it. That was narrated through one of the guy's daughters, wasn't it? Who ended up becoming his what, like the prophet's wife?
Yes. I think it was. If I'm not sure, it's Safiya radiallahu anha. It's
yeah, I know
narrates
she
that
was a
story.
wife. I'm not sure exactly which one it was.
Yeah, so I think it was Safiya radiallahu anha who mentioned this, but I'll double check and I'll confirm that. If anybody in the chat remembers, they can confirm that if it was Safiya radiallahu anha who narrated that story about her father and I think her uncle who were talking about this, right? So anyway, there's all of these. If you're telling us that you're going to do an internal critique, because that's how he positioned this. He didn't say that he's going to use the Quran itself to confirm this. Give me one. Yeah, so all of this is sort of he's just ignoring all of this. Plus, he's unaware of this, so he's showing his ignorance and he's showing his dishonesty in this matter. Anything anybody wants to add? Because I think
I would like to actually see the same criteria he's using there on Paul.
Yeah, well, let's do that after this.
Like if you're wanting to use that as a criteria against the final prophet,
yeah,
apply it to everybody.
Let's see if Paul meets that criteria. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, let's go ahead.
I was gonna do that actually, because one thing I was gonna say is that like Christians cannot make the argument without opening the door for some other falsehood. So if they're trying to use this criteria to say that the Prophet ﷺ is not a true prophet, they're not realizing they're opening the door to discredit Paul. But let's do that afterwards.
Even deeper, we check early Jewish historical texts like the Talmud and writings from Josephus, a Jewish historian who documented events from the period. Again, nothing. We also look into pagan records from the Roman Empire, which heavily interacted with both Jews and early Christians. Still, no mention at all of a prophecy about Muhammad or Ahmed. So we ask, if this prophecy was real, why do none of our earliest sources, written within even 10 to 40 years after Jesus' death, mention it? These are the sources closest to the events, and instead the prophecy only appears in the Quran, written over 600 years after Jesus. This time gap should make us, to put it gently, skeptical. Generally speaking, earlier sources are more reliable than later ones, especially when it comes to historical events. Just like in the case of Joseph Smith, Muhammad's answer to question 2 is extremely alarming. But likewise, let's try at least.
Yeah, this is what baffles me about Christians. They conveniently turn into atheists, right? And there's honestly no reason for them to do that. Are you ignoring the claim that the Quran is from Allah, the Quran is from God? And this is this is very convenient, the temporary amnesia that they have, where they lose their religion and all of a sudden it comes back.
Please try and give him the benefit of the doubt and move on to our next question. Question 3. Is there any other way to confirm this prophecy? Muhammad's answer, yes. He claimed that God re-revealed the exact words Jesus spoke, and these words were then passed down to him and recorded in the Quran. But the only source for this prophecy is in the Quran itself, a book literally written by Muhammad. We're left in...
I knew that was going to come.
Yeah, I thought so. I stopped because of that very reason. Yeah, but it's like a city point. Again, a convenient atheist.
The exact same situation as Joseph Smith. There is no outside verification. This leads us to our last question. Question 4. Who told you about this prophecy? Muhammad's answer? Me. And again, just like with Joseph Smith, this makes the prophecy impossible.
Yeah,
of course.
I do want to hear that. The nonsense of this statement is unbelievable. I mean, at least be honest to what the Prophet said. He didn't say me. He said God, Allah, gave him the prophecy, right? At least make the statement truly.
Possible to verify. It's his word against, well, nobody else's. There's no independent confirmation, no other records, just Muhammad's claim that God told him Jesus said it. So here's the parallel between the two cases. Both Joseph Smith and Muhammad claimed that a previous prophet predicted their coming, and both said that all records of this prophecy had been lost. Then both claimed that God conveniently re-revealed this lost prophecy to them and them only. This is a massive red flag for any prophet because it puts their entire claim in a hopelessly circular loop. Guys, I'm a prophet because I say I'm a prophet. Do you see? Are you starting to see the pattern here? In both cases, the prophets set themselves up as the sole source of information that could confirm their prophethood. That's something that no actual prophet of God would ever do. And moreover, God is not a bumbling idiot. Like, he wouldn't try to establish a true prophet in this way. Now, at this point, Muslim apologists might claim that Muhammad's miracles, like the splitting of the moon, prove his prophethood. But here's the problem. Other than the Quran's say-so, none of our non-Muslim sources actually report this incredible event of the moon splitting in half or any of the other Islam.
Okay, you know what?
For
To
someone
anyone
who likes to
who,
use history, he's quite ignorant.
yeah,
You know what? This might be weird, guys, but does anybody remember Courage the Cowardly Dog?
yeah.
Do you remember Freaky Fred?
Yeah.
No.
That's the I don't know why, but that's the vibe I'm getting right now.
That's too old for me.
Like that sleaziness, that thinking you can get away because people, you know that your followers are not gonna fact check this information.
Oh, someone needs to get Rumsey to make a short about this guy.
You know what? Yeah. But personally, let's just trigger him by saying, Wissam, hey, debate this guy. Or at least, hey, you know what? How about we let Wissam get on his channel and email him?
This guy's not worth it, buddy.
He ain't worth it, brother. He's a
And he's not
pardon the
gonna
phrase, but
allow
he's a
anyone
lame
on the
douchebag.
channel. Yeah, he's not
Yeah.
gonna allow anyone on the channel. By the way, yes, it did bother us, but I mean, what can you do? This guy has
yeah,
already
definitely.
said it, and
Yeah.
I mean, it's within sort of, even though it is offensive, but it's sort of within reason that we can sort of ignore it and not need to
Take it
sort of
personally.
no order, no no order for what do you call it? Yeah, I'm not saying the word. Let's move ahead.
Yeah. I mean, to
Nobody's
be
going after this guy.
honest,
Nobody's going
yeah,
after this
but
guy yet.
yeah, the thing is, brother Faisal, I'm numb to it now because for me, like Christians can refer to and compare God to all sorts of things. I'm numb to it at this point. I don't really, you know what I mean. It's not something new for any of us that Christians would go to those lengths. Honestly.
Anyway, let's move ahead. Let's see what else he says.
Islamic miracles, and then later Islamic sources.
By the way, for miracles, I do think we need to add this. Yes, the miracles done by the Prophet, peace be upon him, have been recorded by the Muslims because everybody in Arabia had become a Muslim by then, right? That's important, right? That's and we cannot we're not going to deny this. Now, here's the question: how many non-Christian documents do we have that prove the miracles of Jesus, peace be upon him? How many non-Jewish documents that we have that prove the miracle done by Moses, peace be upon him? Is there anything at all that confirm those miracles? I would love to hear from Christians about that. Like
It's not the same.
this is such a nonsense argument, right? That why would Christians who don't even live in Arabia be recording what was happening in Arabia that they don't even have any first-person account of? Right? None of those individuals that you want to be writing this down have any witness or even second-hand witness to those documents, and that's just nonsense. Like, just go ahead and kick yourself in your bum. That's the kind of the level of stupidity it is.
Brother Faisal, we bring up just one piece of evidence for his claim about the moon that's non-Islamic. Is the letter from the King of India.
Yeah, and Jazakallah khair for reminding me. The Sheikh Uthman, he's done some work on it. He's
had
put up his video.
whole videos dedicated to it, guys. It's awesome.
Yeah, and like, for me, I don't even care. Like, that is not even relevant to me. My proof, the miracle that I can actually prove today is the Quran itself. Can you actually bring something like that? Can today you bring me the Bible or bring me something that I can actually prove today, not just on faith, but actually prove today as true or false, right? And that would allow me to accept the Prophet, peace be upon him, or in your situation, your Paul or whoever it is, as a true prophet. I don't think he can. I don't think any of these Christians can. No Jew can. No Christian can. Right?
You know,
It just goes to show how stupid they are. Like,
I don't.
if they literally just use the same argument against their own religion and their people, they fall on their face.
Yeah, his argument goes completely debunks him. Go ahead, Ali. Sorry.
Sorry about that. No, I was just gonna say real quick. I don't know who. There's somebody that mentions this point. I think it was Sheikh Uthman actually. When they talk about there's no account of the moon splitting. When Sheikh Uthman said, well, one, think about this. Who was was it a prophecy to everybody, or was it a prophecy to a specific group of people? That's one.
Yeah.
And two, do you think that God, in his benevolence, cannot split the moon and then put it back together, as if it never happened? So it's these things that people don't.
It's
Oh well,
omnipotence, essentially. It is
exactly.
that he's all powerful. Yeah.
Do you think God does not have the power to? Because He gave the power to the prophet, peace be upon him, to perform this miracle. Do you think He doesn't have the power to? I don't know, fix it or put it back together as if it never happened? But yeah.
Yeah. Not to mention what Brother Yahya mentioned about the Indian king. I believe you're talking about Tajuddin, whose original name was Sheriman uh, Piramal. Uh,
Yeah.
he did witness that there's a letter. There's a letter from him proven, and of course Sheikh Uthman's channel is there. But I'm just saying, even if we have to give the reference here without the video, we can give it. It's just that this guy is such a grade A liar that I don't think any of us really care about refuting this worm. If you know what I mean.
Again, Freaky Fred, bro. I mean, I keep getting, especially with the hair for some reason. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
All I need to see is him smiling, and then if he says the word naughty, I'm gonna lose it.
Astaghfirullah. Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just gonna continue playing it. It's almost over.
Is reporting these miracle accounts only emerge 100 to 250 years after his death as very obvious legends. But more important,
Again, enough with the lies. Like the hadith were there at the time of the Sahaba. The hadith were there for all of this time before they were pen was put to paper, right? And they were written down. So this is such a nonsense statement that all of a sudden the hadith literature, unless and until this was put together, everything else that happened before didn't happen. It is just part of myth and legends. I mean, come on, right? There's this whole history that we have which proves that the Prophet, peace be upon him, was real. There's this whole history which proves that the companions of the Prophet were real, right? We've had interaction with other nations, and other nations also recorded all of this, right? Umar radiallahu anhu going and taking Jerusalem, right? His armies being specifically identified as his armies, the armies of Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu, identified as the armies of Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu, and so on, right? These type of things are being ignored very conveniently just to make a point. This is extremely dishonest.
Importantly, even if Muhammad did perform miracles, it still wouldn't matter. As Jesus warned in Matthew 24:24, for false Christs and false prophets will arise and perform great signs and wonders so as to lead astray, if possible, even the elect. Miracles alone are not enough to establish a true prophet. God would not validate someone with such a sketchy backstory, like where the prophecy about this person is conveniently lost and then only re-revealed to the prophet himself. I mean, just think about it. Like this whole scenario where a prophet claims to be foretold but can't produce any evidence besides his own word is not the kind of thing that a true prophet would do. And it's certainly not something that God, who is maximally wise and omnipotent and omniscient, would ever oversee or endorse. The idea that God would design a prophecy, let it be completely forgotten, and then re-reveal it to the only person it's about is beyond absurd. Like, I can't get over it. That's why no matter how many miracles or wonders Muhammad is said to have performed, his claim collapses just like Joseph Smith's. Without question, Muhammad is a fake prophet. Oh, and by the way, you'll never catch Jesus Christ doing any of this shady fake prophet stuff because Christianity is actually true.
Nice
What
drive
an
by.
amazing argument for Christianity. Okay.
Nice drive by. By the way, you know what? Let's actually test that real quick, just by one sentence. So, apparently, in Mark, why is it that Jesus spoke in parables? By the way,
Yeah, because he didn't want everyone to be saved. He only
Yeah, because
wanted it for certain people.
he knew that people will understand him, so he spoke in parables to make sure they don't understand. So that's not shady at all. Okay, go ahead.
Not to mention, tells only his disciples the meaning so that other people cannot even have the chance to repent. Oh, great.
Oh, and on top of that, he gives people a sign of the sign of Jonah to the people that you guys will believe him. No sign will be amongst you than the sign of Jonah. But yet, when he's resurrected, allegedly, he does not go to the people; he goes straight to his disciples. Great. Definitely not cause for people to, because imagine there are actually people that heard. Wait a minute, I saw him die. He told me he was gonna be resurrected in 3 days, but he never appeared. So okay, I guess it was a fake prophet. Sure.
Yeah, if somebody told me that they're going to die and they're going to come back, I'm actually going to be standing guard in front of their grave just to make sure they
Exactly.
don't.
He said, you know what? You know, brother Faisal, I could see you now in a chair over here, like 1 day left, 24 hours left, just looking at the grave.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a very creepy. It's a very creepy prophecy. Anyone hearing this, right? If they were believers, especially if they were believers, that's what they should be doing. I know this person to be true. I'm actually going to just make sure that this is not happening, right?
Mm. But and by the way, and we haven't even talked about the biggest injustice of God in the Old and New Testament: selective guidance.
Yeah.
Literally, we haven't even talking about that yet. Apparently, out of all people, why did God decide to come as a Jewish man? Does that mean the Jewish people are the best of all people? Because people can actually make the argument like, wait a minute, why did God come? Why didn't God not come as a Scandinavian or a Chinese? Why did He choose the Jews to come down? And by the way, I just thought about this. If when people found out that God came down apparently as a Jewish man, what's to stop a Chinese man from saying, "Oh yeah, that same God that came down as a Jewish man, yeah, I'm not. That's me. I'm now a Chinese man coming to you." What's to stop other people from saying that?
Yeah, you remember who was it with the Korean Jesus?
Oh yeah, 21 Jump Street. 21 Jump Street. Yeah, I think it's a Vietnamese Jesus. No, Korean Jesus. Yeah, Korean Jesus. And part 2 is Vietnamese Jesus. He's like, don't talk to Korean Jesus. He ain't got time for your problems. He busy. It was Ice Cube in 21 Jump Street. I love that movie. So, and by the way, guys, and by the way, oh yeah, the coffee's starting to wear off. By the way, so there's one, and whatever I say, Brother Yahya, you can fact check me on this one, okay?
Well,
One thing he forgot.
on what?
One, it's about comparing the comparison with Joseph Smith that he got. So I want to make sure anything I say about Joseph Smith, you can correct me. So, isn't he's comparing Joseph Smith to the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, right? One thing he forgot to mention is that Joseph Smith claimed that only he could understand the words, meaning it's written in a language that nobody can, in an old language that only he has access to, only he can understand the language. So he can understand
Couldn't.
the.
Just one quick clarification.
Go ahead.
He himself could not actually read it. He was
Mhm.
only allowed that or afforded that ability because he was given what they called the Urim and Thummim, which
What
is
the hell?
basically just a weird, like old pair of like spectacles.
The
That
spectacle of God,
whenever he
basically.
would sit down to do like his translation, he would have to put them on, sit behind his curtain, and then he'd have his scribe on the other side writing down whatever he said.
So basically, it was a text that it was only available to him somewhere, somehow. It was only available to him and him alone because he had those glasses to wear. So when it comes to the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, right, was the Arabic language only available to him and him alone?
No.
So,
yeah. And by the way, one other thing, why the curtain?
That curtain was there. If you go back through their history, it was because the plates he was using to narrate the stories to his scribe, no one was allowed to see it. He was the only one, because they were like actual gold plates according to the narrative. He was basically told, you're the only one that's allowed to view these plates, and whenever you do your translation, you're to sit hidden and read using the spectacles, and then whoever your scribe is writes. That's it.
And the funny thing is, let's actually make this analysis, okay? So he's okay, for one, in the Prophet, peace be upon him, it wasn't just one revelation. It was a period of 23 years. There are actually people, the Sahabas actually claim to see Angel Jibril. Some of them were there with him when he was receiving those miracles. Obviously, they didn't see they see Angel Jibril come down as a man, right? So that's different because there's access to, one, there was access to the language. Two, there was access to the words. Even people that weren't able to read and write, like the Prophet himself, peace be upon him, had access to the Quran. It goes to the point where people were even like, what are these words? These words are magic because these words are so beautiful. And that was part of the problem. How in the blue hell is somebody who is illiterate, like Muhammad, peace be upon him, all of a sudden able to speak such great words? That was part of the point. It's because everyone had access to it. That's the whole issue. You juxtapose that between Joseph Smith saying that, oh, only I have access to, only I can read it. That's one. And now let's use Paul. In Paul's vision, what does he say? He says, oh, well, people saw it. I saw on the way to Damascus, I saw the heavenly Christ, the resurrected Christ, the revealed Christ. No one else saw it, but they heard it. No one else saw it, but they heard it. And by the way, the disciples, did they see him? No. And that's actually the reason why Paul thought himself to be higher than the disciples. Because why? He's saying only I was able to see Christ after he was resurrected. That's actually the reason why Paul thought himself to be above or more authoritative than the apostles themselves, something that only he had access to. So, and by the way, the books, he wrote it. Can you fact check? A lot of the issues that occurred with him and the disciples, it was based upon his perspective, his side of the argument. You don't get both sides. So imagine if, actually, guys, imagine if Joseph Smith won. Because I'm even looking at his history in the United States. Imagine if he actually was successful. Imagine if America today, most of America today, was actually Mormon. Now, a lot of things that they'll say that Christians say, modern day Christians say about the Mormons. Well, the only issue is Joseph Smith did not win. If he won, or imagine if the president of the United States, I think the president of the United States at that time, what year was this, Akhi? On the year of Joseph Smith? What year was he? Like, it was the early 1800s.
It's in the 1800s.
What year specifically?
I think it was early 1800s.
Let's see. So early, there was a lot of presidents.
I'm not 100% sure on the exact date.
Let me see exactly when he died.
There's one caveat I want to add in about the revelation.
Go ahead.
So think about the way the Quran was revealed to Muhammad, peace upon him.
Mm-hmm.
Piecemeal, events happening straight in your face. Here's your revelation.
Mm-hmm.
Now go to Joseph Smith's one. The entire time he is narrating from the gold brass plates to his scribe, who was basically like his best friend. No one ever saw the plates. No one ever read what he was narrating until the entire thing was done. Now, there was an early part where his scribe asked if he could take some of the writings home to show his family.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, no, we're not allowed. Got to wait. He eventually gave in and gave him the papers. He got reprimanded for it from the angel Moroni. And whatever those papers that he took to show the scribe took to show his family, completely disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
Never seen of again. But the whole revelation itself and him narrating the from the plates, that was never. If you look at their testimony behind all that, the whole plates weren't actually translated. They were basically told, "Look, you got up to here, there, stop," and then the whole plate is gone and removed, sent back to heaven with the angel Moroni, and then the book is released to the public.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, like, you could control the whole narrative and write whatever the hell you want to. Like,
Is
no
that
one's
just,
going to be able to fact check you because the plates are now gone.
or
But
basically, or imagine Paul, meaning you're the one writing the
yeah,
most, so
I think
it's
the
your work that
comparison to Paul is a lot closer than people might think than
exactly.
to the Prophet ﷺ.
Exactly. And by
So
the way, this he apparently found the plates in the year 1827. So basically,
yeah,
we can say his quote
hidden
unquote
under
his
a
main.
rock where no
So,
one ever thought to look before.
so that's a good
It's
point.
funny. Like
So
some random rock in the on the hill,
in the
and no
middle,
one ever
no.
thought, "Oh, let's move that rock and see what's under it." Nah.
So basically, and he died around in the year 1844. So in 1827, the president of the
Yeah,
United
he
States
was
at that,
killed.
yeah, it was, yeah. The president of the United States around in 1827 was John Quincy Adams, the sixth president, right? What would have happened if he actually would have become a Mormon? He would have accepted Joseph Smith's faith, or better yet, I think, because 1828 was an election year. So let's just say, for Pete's sake, for grace, let's just say it was Andrew Jackson, because Andrew Jackson was president for the next 8 years, right? Let's say the next 8
Yeah.
years when Joseph Smith was getting his work done, right? Andrew Jackson by the way, guys, Andrew Jackson was the Donald Trump of the 1800s. For those of you who may not know, Andrew Jackson was the Donald Trump of the early 1800s. I'm not even kidding. If you guys know about him, he's on the same way how Donald Trump talks about immigrants. Yeah, Andrew Jackson did that to Native Americans. That's why you don't really see them a lot. But anyways, so yeah, imagine if Andrew Jackson became a Mormon and he led the people to do the same thing too. Now, what's to stop Joseph Smith from being, one of the most influential people in the country? Nothing, because he didn't win. So, and on top of that as well, I just wanted to say that this whole concept of limited religion, like the brother mentioned earlier about how Joseph Smith was racist. The religion was not meant for everybody, because if you think about it, it wasn't meant for everyone. Because why? They didn't go to England, they didn't go to other nations, they stayed amongst themselves. They stayed kind of like the Jews, basically. They stayed amongst themselves. So you juxtapose that between the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. Okay, it was a religion for everybody. It was a universal religion, not something that was just to them, their specific people alone. So it's a lot of things. It's not really comparable, and like you said, Aki, there's more credence to compare Joseph Smith to Paul than it is actually with the prophet, peace be upon him.
Yeah, even like not pulling it without going into details and pulling out actual evidence to like produce and show. Just talk about the narrative itself. Paul and Joseph Smith are so close in detail, it's not funny. And Muhammad, peace be upon him, is like way down the opposite end of the spectrum.
Complete opposite. Yes.
Yeah. But one fun fact, that like you're talking about presidents becoming Mormons and whatever. Look at the state. Look at the state of the U.S. today. Now, juxtapose the country of the U.S. actually run under Mormon doctrine. I guarantee you, it'll be a way cleaner, more functioning place to live than it is right now. As when
The Mormon
even though
doctrine.
they got some weird beliefs, yeah, just the way they live. Like, when's the last time you had a bad interaction with a Mormon? It
Well,
just
I
don't
haven't.
happen because you don't see them. Like, they go
Yeah,
about
I
living their
mean,
life,
brother,
they live a
I
healthy,
haven't
clean
seen a
life,
Mormon.
whatever. But
Yeah, true. I mean, brother, I haven't seen a Mormon in like almost 7 years. So,
Yeah. I mean, they're
I,
just the typical person. They go to church on a Sunday. They go do their job Monday to Friday. They love their family.
you know what,
They
brother? Yeah,
make like they
I will
almost
say
live their
this.
life like a Muslim. They just unfortunately have a lot of weird beliefs. But
You know what, brother? Yeah, I will say this. For the most part, my interaction with Mormons, I've actually interacted because there's actually a Mormon temple not too far away from me,
yeah, are you
and
talking
I'm
about?
not
Is it an actual temple or a church?
sorry. It's huge. I think it is.
Does it
Sorry,
have a
sorry,
golden
church.
statue on the top of it?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, that's a temple.
Yes, temple. There we go. So
Yeah.
I've been there. They invited me at a particular point, and they actually invited me there because one of them knocked on my door, and I was intrigued. They invited me. It was it's pretty weird, but there was one incident with some Mormons that my first interaction with Mormons creeped me out because I remember when you said they live by a strict code or um an organized life. I remember one time it was a Friday, right? Friday at 3:05 p.m. Why is that? Why is that information important? You guys will find out, right? So at 3:05 p.m., right? I come home. I sit down on the couch because I'm tired, right? At 3:09 p.m., there's a knock on my door. I look outside. There were two people with red ties, short sleeve dress shirts, black pants, head tilted to the side a little bit. I knock. I open the door and they say, "Hey, we're from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints." At that time, I was like, "Huh? What is that?" Because I did not know about the religion at that time, right? So then they told me about. They gave me a book called the Book of Mormon, and they said, "Hey, if he wants to talk to you." Okay, I said, "Nah, I'm kind of tired, guys. Please come next week." You said next week? Sure. Around what time? And my dumb self, I said the same time. Okay. Okay. The next week, next Friday at 3:09 p.m., they knocked on my door. I'm not even
Yeah.
kidding, guys. 3:09, they knocked at my door, and they were wearing the same thing, looked the same way. I got scared for a second. I said, "Wait a minute." I was a little bit creeped out. I really was. I said, "Wait, am I in the Twilight Zone?" Yeah.
Now this
well,
the way
I'll give them
missionaries
credit for
dress, you'll see them.
punctuality, I guess,
You'll
Bro,
actually.
see
it's
them
on
dressed the exact
it's on
same way
point.
every time.
It's on point. Okay. And by the way,
Yeah.
for me, if you guys thought the Jehovah's Witnesses are persistent, the Mormons are just as persistent, man. I'm over here. They invited me to their church, right? I said, you know what? I'm sorry, I don't have the time. I got stuff to do. And then it's okay. What time is good for you? I say, you know what, guys? Next week I have to go over to Maryland to see my father and everything. And then it said, oh no, we have places in Maryland too. What address? I said, well, guys, I don't have a car. No, we'll pick you up. I said, dang. No matter what I said, they had an answer for it.
That boys be
It's,
something.
I'm not even gonna lie. It's as if they looked at me and they said, "What else you got?"
Well, I mean, to be quite honest, I guess my interaction was I guess one of my only interactions with Mormons was actually a lot tamer compared to yours.
Oh no, but
They
honestly,
just,
other than that, I mean, they were very very sweet. To be honest with you, but other than that,
yeah.
my experience with Mormons has been very very decent. So yeah.
Yeah. No, but that's the
Yeah,
thing.
I
Like you
mean,
think the way they live their life, just in
mhm,
general, if that had become America because Mormonism took over at the time,
Mm-hmm.
mhm.
like America today wouldn't be America today.
America. I
Mm.
Possibly, I suppose you have a point.
You
Yeah,
know what? We should.
actually, if you think about it.
You know something I'm thinking about doing. If I'm gonna do, because these people are talking about me starting my own history stuff. If I'm gonna do anything historical based, I'm gonna have some fun with it. If I'm gonna do anything, it's gonna be like a what if history. Like what if this happened? What's going to change? And then we all talk about the possibilities of what could happen.
So you
Like
call it Ali's conspiracy theories.
I say at least maybe like what if I don't know some what if show. Like I'll give an example. I'll say, well, what if it was what if it was the French that won against? Sorry, what if Napoleon did not go to Russia? How about that? Yeah, things that
Well, here you go.
can
Here's
things that can
one.
change history.
Here's one. What if Japan actually took over Australia?
Dang.
And it
Woo!
wasn't the English.
Oh, then World War II would have been much different. I wanted to say that World War II would have been much different because now we're talking about harbors, we're talking about bays, access to. You know what? Let me not. Yeah, World War II would have been much different actually. And by the way,
Yeah.
if they did not do that, if they actually took over Australia, they would have more forces to actually go to Korea and China. Because remember, they were going to. Oh yeah. You know, let me stop talking.
It would have messed a whole lot of things up.
A lot of things would have been messed up because Australia was very important during World War II.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I will say is there would have been no emu war.
Nope. Although it would be interesting to see like Aboriginals walking around today talking Japanese.
Yeah, oh, hey, bro.
Yeah, it's the classic example of misunderstanding the law of identity here.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So yeah.
Yeah. So Ali, what's the plan? I think it's getting pretty late.
Yeah, I think that's what wrap it up for the night. As far as tomorrow, honestly, actually, I was gonna do my presentation tomorrow on logos theology, but the problem is I don't know if I might need to go somewhere, so I don't want to make it. I don't want to say I'm 100%, and then all of a sudden I gotta go somewhere. So I think it's best to say let's just save it for another time because I don't know what my schedule will be like tomorrow for sure. Hello?
Yeah, we can discuss this offline. No worries.
Okay. And by the way, Akhi, let me just ask you, what in the world is your wallpaper or your profile picture?
Oh,
His daughter made that. It's cute. It's good.
Oh, no, I did not know what it was. I could tell like his daughter made it. It looks good. I just want to know what it is.
yeah, it's a rock. It's a stone that she painted, and then.
Oh, it's a rock?
Yeah.
It looks like a pebble that's been painted pink.
I'm not even gonna lie to you. I thought
pebble, rock, whatever you want to call it.
I thought it was Jigglypuff for a second.
Oh, it is meant to be Jigglypuff. True.
I knew exactly. Yeah, I know I wasn't that far off. But yeah, it was pretty good.
Brother Ali. Yeah, Brother Ali, could you do me a favor and sort of sing the way Jigglypuff does?
No, I'm not doing that.
Yes, come on. Come on.
Nah, nope, not doing it. Nope, not doing it. By the way, guys, just to show you how great of a job Brother Faisal's daughter did, let's actually look at what Jigglypuff looks like to see how Brother Faisal has an artist in his midst. Let's actually look at that. Can you guys see my screen?
Yep.
Yep.
Look at it. Yo, it's pretty accurate.
No, it is close.
It's pretty accurate. Seriously.
Yeah.
Very accurate.
And the funny thing is, the fact because for me, I really don't care much about Jigglypuff, but the fact that that's the first thing I saw, I'm like, wait a minute, is that Jigglypuff? But you know, Matalaki. Tell your daughter I said good job. Wait a minute. Is it the daughter that likes Rumsey more than us?
Yeah, it is.
You know what? Nah, I don't know anymore.
No. Brother Faisal, tell her from me that it's an excellent rendition of Jigglypuff. Excellent.
Yeah, it's whatever. It's alright. It's alright.
All
now
right.
you're just being petty, man.
Hey,
Let's
brother.
Very. What's up?
Let's
It
start
actually looks
wrapping up.
better than the logo you've got.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you know what? I agree. You know what? I actually do agree because I agree. Because I know for a fact that I could not make that in a million years. I'm a writer, not an art, not really that kind of. I couldn't draw stick figures, bro.
Yeah.
So nah, I agree. I have to agree with you on that one. And okay, how old is she, if you don't mind me asking?
She's just turned 10. So she
Mashallah.
made this a few months back, but yeah.
Mashallah, okay.
Anyway,
All right, so I think that's it.
yeah, let's wrap up. And what happened to all the banners that we had?
Let's see. I still see it.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's go. All right, Brother Hassan.
Yes, Alhamdulillah, it was a good stream. I really did hope that a lot more good arguments would come our way, but as usual, Sheldon was Sheldon, and that guy Mac was just an abysmal representation of atheism. Really, it's a bit disappointing on that end, but Alhamdulillah, we had some good brothers with us, and we had some insightful discussions. And towards the end, we had, as I said, a you know what, slandering the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But again, that doesn't matter to us because at the end of the day, we know what's the truth, and we know what that insect is really. Those are my thoughts.
All right, okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum.
I see we got. Oh wow, somebody came in. Brother Adil. Okay, we're just closing down for a second, but we don't mind bringing you on. Okay, is there some quick thoughts you wanted to say? Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brothers. Thank you very much for all your work again. Brother Ali, just a quick one. Last time, if you remember, you point out that your journey to Islam was through also Ahmad Didat and Zakir Naik. They were and helped to you to get into Islam. And also, I see that you are interested in Stoicism, right? Just a quick one. Stoicism. I don't know if I'm.
So, Akhi, that's not the reason why he's got the name Ali the Stoic.
Nah.
That's not the reason why.
Yeah.
No, I'll let you know. I'll let you know. So, for one, I actually do know quite a bit about Stoicism. I know about the theology. I know quite a bit about that already. But that's not the reason why. The reason why, let me just tell you right now. When I was in the military, I used to have a best friend, right? Unfortunately, he passed away. Right? He was he got into a bad car accident, so he passed away. And in honor of him, one thing he'd always call me, would be his nickname for me. He would call me Ali the Stoic because I'm someone who, according to him, I'm reserved. Apparently, I don't really, let people get to me or stuff like that. So that was his nickname for me. So after he passed away, I used his name to, when I recite poetry, when I do public speaking, even when I start my dawah, I would use his name in honor of him because he was my best friend for years. So.
Okay, I understand. So just a quick one. I'm really sorry for your friend. Was he Muslim?
No, he was not Muslim at that time. No.
Okay. So actually, when I started learning about Islam, about different philosophies, I was also looking into Stoicism, and I really liked it. And at this, and I was also looking at things like Bushido, the Buddhism. I did really like studying these philosophies. And one thing that I, at the same time, I was researching religions, right? And this is actually when Stoicism I was very interested in Stoicism, and I was looking into Islam, and I found so many correlations, the teachings of Stoicism. Yeah.
Unfortunately,
go ahead.
So with Stoicism, they do share a lot of cool concepts as far as looking at the things in life with a positive way, looking at it as a difference in situation with perspective, Like I gave an example. Like they'll say something like when you're late, when you have to run to work and you're running late and then you're stuck in traffic, you're not mad at the traffic. You're mad at the traffic because you're late. It's the circumstances that make you upset. So it's a matter of just shifting your perspective. Instead of saying, "Oh, I'm late going to work," now start shifting your perspective and say, "Wait, I'm late going to work. What if this was to save me from something else that was going to happen to me? Or what if there's a silver lining in this?" So Stoicism does actually does share a lot of similar concept with Islam. However, I don't recommend saying that because a lot of core foundations of Stoicism Islam vehemently goes against. I give you an example. Stoicism talks about how you are in control of your own life, meaning if you are someone who is dissatisfied with your life, they promote ending your own life. They promote that. And as a matter of fact, even Socrates, Socrates was someone who spoke highly of the concept of suicide. So, I know guys like Marcus Aurelius. You have guys like Seneca who talk about that as well. So I don't necessarily. There are many the core a lot of foundational things about Stoicism. I wouldn't necessarily. Well, Islam vehemently disagrees with. However, there are a lot of good concepts. As a matter of fact, even when because I learned more about pagan religions and philosophies. I learned about Stoicism before I learned more about Islam. That's how. Anyways, so I
Yes,
will say
exactly.
that.
So this was my point. Yeah, this was my point. I was going to is that
Mm,
at this time, a lot of youth, a lot of young people, they're into this type of philosophies. They're trying
mm,
to identify their life, especially teenagers, people in their 20s. So, so this was just my thought. What if you brothers sometime, make a discussion on different types of philosophies out there, how they are common to Islam, and that people can actually find all those good teachings. And I do agree with the examples that you gave. There are some
mm,
things that are against, and if you could kind of justify why they are bad, and all of the good things that you can actually find there, you know. A very interesting thing is that in Buddhism, what I found very, very, very interesting in Buddhism, in the Bushido samurais' lives, the
yeah.
Stoicism, all the
Uh-huh.
good things. I don't know. I haven't dug that deep, to be honest, right? But all the good
Uh-huh.
things that I was able to find there, they're all in Islam. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason I'm talking about this because I have my nephew. He's very into Stoicism, and his
Uh,
friends, and I see this in the young generation. So I just thought it would be just beneficial to make a discussion with you guys going deeper into those beliefs and philosophies, and just say, guys, you are not, you are gaining more coming into Islam. You have all that stuff that they have, and you don't have the bad stuff that they have. Anyway,
well,
that's all
on
I
one
wanted to
hand,
say. So that.
no worries, Habibi. I'll just finish by saying this, okay? I understand. I'll finish by saying this. Islam itself, you're right when it says a lot of the correlation between the Stoic philosophers. Like for example, even when I remove religion away, my favorite philosopher is actually Marcus Aurelius. He's my favorite philosopher growing up. So, but I would say that when it comes to Islam, what we don't, one thing we need to, especially with the youth, one thing we need to be careful of is comparing Islam with not with other philosophy because we need to it's not good to keep philosophy with the concept of religion itself. So I think what will be better for us with the youth is actually to talk more about the beauties of Islam, not necessarily how we're talking about not necessarily about how yes Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran, but we need to talk about the teachings as well, the beautiful teachings. Like for example, like everything I just talked about, how Islam has this concept of if you have a good day, say Alhamdulillah. If you have a bad day, say Alhamdulillah. Because it's a matter of perspective. Like everything you go through when you have taqwa, when you remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you know that either Allah is making your day better because he's showering his mercy, he's showering his rewards upon you, or if he gives you a bad day, instead of saying, oh, woe was me, you can actually have the perspective of saying, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given me an opportunity for me to get closer to him. So it's a matter of how you shift your perspective. And these are the things that Islam teaches. So one thing I do think that we all, not every single one of us, we should improve on is to take it away from more of a, yeah, sometimes it's good to speak logic because logic is the way to go, but it's also good to talk about the great teachings and understandings that Islam actually teaches, because whether or not it's whatever Stoicism says, everything that Stoicism says is in Islam. So rather than focus on Stoicism, let's just focus on Islam and start teaching our youth. Look at me talking, our youth, and start teaching our youth about this more concepts instead of just keeping it repetitive. Because sometimes, Islam, when we talk about Islam, especially with these streams, it does get repetitive. I do agree with you. It does get repetitive, and we do need to start shifting things up. So one thing I'll actually raise to the brothers and Brother Faisal, the four of us can talk in private about, moving on forward, is we can actually talk about the good virtues of Islam, like the good teachings that Islam gives us. And I think that's something that people in general are we don't really notice as much, because it's one thing for us to look at like Salah, for example. It's a lot of people see it as a chore. When they wake up in the morning and they have to go pray Salah, they're always like, oh my God, I gotta go pray. Gotta wake up in the morning. They see it as a chore, meaning they don't see the virtue. They don't see how the benefit. They don't see how that's actually good for your soul, good for your relationship with God, good for you, even when it comes to the world that you're living in. Because I don't think that's been promoted good as well as it should. So I think we need to talk more about that rather than go to different philosophies. Because the moment we take it to different philosophies, that's the moment we can kind of get intertwined with the teachings of Islam. So does that make sense, Aki?
I mean, 100% agree. Yeah, you guys, you made a very good points. What I think is that, I was watching this guy, the Christian guy. To be honest, there are a lot of lies. I don't, I'm so fed up with these Christians, with these liars. Let them just, let them just talk. Let them just talk. People will see their lies, and they will leave Christianity, and by will of Allah, inshallah, they'll find
Inshallah.
Islam. But and I do
Inshallah.
agree with you that, yeah, if you guys could, talk about the virtues of Islam, and I
Exactly.
agree with you. Once they see those virtues, right, why you have to wake up, it's the connection with God, it's discipline as well, right? Stoicism talks a lot about discipline, self-control, virtues of a man, how we should react to stressful situations. Same thing is done in the Bushido, right? Same thing is done in the Buddhism. So,
Yeah.
so if we kind of concentrate more on this, rather than trying to talk about this nonsense, guys, really, these guys is, my blood pressure goes up, my blood starts to go. How, no, for real, for real, Ati, how can you see it and bluntly lie?
You're
10,
you're
40 years after Christ, come on. Yeah.
you're right. You're
So,
right. It takes a lot of patience at times to just hold yourself back and let them speak when you know that it's all nonsense and they're just running around the they're just trying to put a circle around the point without even addressing the issue. Like we had that person, the Christian person. I'm asking him to give me an explanation of a specific verse in the Bible, and he's jumping to the second verse after that. Like that's the explanation. Like, come on, right?
yeah,
Then
yeah.
I go ahead and start giving the explanation, and he gets offended that why are you giving an explanation, right? You're misrepresenting it. I gave you such a long time to give an explanation. You're not going to do that. Then definitely I'm going to step in and I'm going to tell you what it means,
By
right?
just reading the
So
verse.
yeah, but just reading the verse and what you understand from it. Now this is definitely true, and we've talked about it. We've talked about, so there's a couple of things. The way we are looking at it, there's definitely the polemics or the apologetics, where we have to respond to the arguments and basically put forth arguments for interfaith debates. and interfaith dialogue as well, right? Which is fine. That has a place in it, but the way Islam actually asks you to do this is Islam recommends giving dawah, and dawah is about presenting our religion, our Islam, right? What we have. This is what Islam is. Accept it, reject it. It's up to you, right? That's how we approach it. So we have that understanding, and we were actually working towards it as well. We've been in conversation with a few of the brothers who are more knowledgeable than us about helping us put multiple presentations together about different things, including the character of the Prophet, peace be upon him. We want to talk about that because that's such an important piece of it that we need to start addressing as Muslims. So it's in the works, inshallah, and then it will come. It just because we've got things outside of this as well that we're doing, so it just takes time to put these together. So inshallah, once we have some of the other presentations ready, inshallah, we'll be bringing them forward and presenting them.
Okay, Alhamdulillah, thank you very much, brother. This is just a thought that I had because also a couple days ago I had this discussion with my nephew trying to give dawah,
Exactly. The thing is, like, the matters which matter to us Muslims the most, right? The idea of who Allah is, to understand Him, to understand who the Prophet, peace be upon him, is, and why is he a prophet, right? Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And the other prophets as well, and explain these type of concepts which are core to our theology, core to our beliefs, core to our salvation, and everything else that we have, right? So these concepts we do want to bring forth and basically do justice to presenting them, and that's why we're actually in talks with some of the brothers for this, right?
Okay, Jazakumullah khairan, brother. It's unfair. It's 11 a.m. here, and it must be very late at Sheffield. So thank you very much for everything you do. Assalamu alaikum.
By the way, Afi, where are you from? Where are you based? If you don't mind.
I'm right now in Abu Dhabi. I'm an engineer. I'm originally from Kazakhstan. Yeah.
Kazakhstan, mashallah.
Yeah.
You know, Habibi, it's good to see you again. It's good to speak to you again, Afi. And if you have any other comments, concerns, questions, please don't hesitate to come on. Okay.
Yeah, I was actually, you start very early. You start like at 4:30. This is the time when for our Fajr. After Fajr, I did want to connect, but brothers, I was very sleepy, so I'm really sorry. I woke up again at 10 a.m. because after the week, Saturday is something that you use for sleeping. So I'm really sorry for connecting late. But thank you very much for everything you do. Yeah. But the first thing since I met your channel, the first thing in the morning, like when I wake up at 9 or 10 a.m., I turn on YouTube and I look for you guys. Our brothers there.
Barakallah.
Jazakumullah khair. Thank you very much for everything you do.
No worries. It's all for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. All right. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Bye.
So if Faisal, is it just me? But what I heard from that is, guys, I'll go to bed. I wake up and you guys are still here. You guys got nothing better to do. It's like, dang, we've been on this for 6 hours, man. What have I been doing for 6 hours? So, but yeah, so but Yahya, any final thoughts?
No, interesting stream. Jazakallah khair for having me on again, as always. Yeah, I find it interesting no matter who comes on and what arguments they try and throw, whether it's against Islam or for themselves. It's just a never-ending face flop. Like, try your hardest, Islam ain't going anywhere, and you can never defeat it.
Yeah, definitely.
Promote everyone knows, especially those who are suffering around the world, no matter where they're from. And anything wrong that was said by myself, from myself or Shaitan, anything good from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All right, everyone. Thank you. Another roundtable comes to a close. And you know what? I too have been noticing that it seems to be getting pretty repetitive recently. So honestly, Faisal, I think all four of us, we need to have a chat about not necessarily
Yeah.
changing the roundtable, but adjusting it. Maybe we should specialize and instead of making like an open discussion, let's keep it to a particular topic and see if that at least will keep it more and more organized. If that's the case, what would you say to that?
Yeah, no, I think that is a good idea. We need to change something if you want to make sure everything is making sense. Let's see.
All right, no problem. And for everyone, by the way, this coming Tuesday? This coming Tuesday, we have the Tanakh, the dissected stream that we will be doing with Brother Yemeni. So for those of you who may not know, we're doing a one day per month in the beginning of every month. The first Tuesday of every month, we're going to literally open the Old Testament, the Tanakh, and we're not gonna go by books. The Genesis, we're gonna go literally 2 chapters. We're gonna go by chapters. So this Tuesday we're gonna go over Genesis 1 and 2, and we are going to break it down. And when I say we're gonna break it down, we're gonna perform surgery on it. We're going to look at it from a historical perspective, from a theological perspective. We're going to look at it from a analytical manuscript evidence, all these that we're going to look at every single point. And because what, in the words of Brother Yemeni, he wants to quote unquote destroy. Or was that my argument? Was it Yemeni's or mine? Okay.
No, it's Brother Yemeni who wants to destroy.
He wants to destroy. It's like every way you look, there's destruction going on. So what we're going to be tackling it in every single way. So please stay tuned for that. It will be this, inshallah, it will be this Tuesday at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or EDT. So please check it out. And it's all going to be Genesis 1 and 2. That's it. And when I say we're going to go through it chapter by chapter, it's something that's going to be years. We're going to be, inshallah, we're going to be doing this for years, Ikhwan. So be ready to have a before and after picture. I already took mine. So who knows whenever we're finished, what I'm going to look like. Who knows? I may have a son or daughter in the works. So,
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we've talked about this as well. We were joking about this idea that it's gonna just take so long to get this done. But yeah, this project, it is extensive. There's a lot that each of the brother is putting in to understand this, and there's also brothers behind the scene who are helping us out. So the group isn't just the brothers who you see in the front. There's also the brothers who are helping us out. So make dua for us that Allah accepts our efforts in this. And make dua for Brother Yamni as well, who's leading this, who has the vision.
Oh no, he is dedicated. Please, guys, please make dua for the brother. The amount of dedication he's put in towards this, Ikhwan, please, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide him and may he give him success, because he is going overdrive with his research. So please do keep him in your prayers.
All right, Ali, let's end this.
All right,
you ready?
All right, the roundtable, everyone. The roundtable is officially closed. I am shutting out the doors, turning out the lights, and please do join us again next week, inshallah, for week 15. On that note, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May you guys have a good morning, good afternoon, and a good night.
All right.